In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Hello everyone, this is World Esports Championship Asian Regional Qualifiers 2023. My name is RZ. I've been joined by this wonderful personality and wonderful commentator as well, Fixes. Obviously Fixes, it is a great occasion to be here, a great tournament that has been happening so far across multiple games, but we've been bringing you PUBG Mobile in some time. But again, this is a great occasion to be here. I'm super excited for you. What do you think? How do you feel Fixes today?
You know, it's a privilege to be here, quite honestly, because when you're talking about this entire event, we are now not just looking at teams, right? We're looking at teams representing their own countries, and this is what esports is all about, right? Unifying so many countries across different borders and coming down, playing those games together, and then you also are talking about the World Esports Championships, which are going to be held at Iași later around this year in Romania. So after 10 years, we're going to be there. It's going to be a LAN event. It's going to be massive. But yes, I feel really rejuvenated, because after a long time, watching all these players play fills my heart with joy, to be honest.
I mean, one thing that you mentioned like a bit earlier was like each country coming in from Asia and representing, and each team from this country is representing their country. That's a huge responsibility to have. Maybe from Maldives, Mongolia, and there's like Vietnam as well, China, Hong Kong, and like obviously this is going to be a huge responsibility to perform for yourself and for your country as well, because a lot of people have been looking up to you in terms of this tournament coming in. But one thing that you mentioned again a bit earlier, that we'll have this LAN in Romania after 10 years, and definitely 5 teams in total from Asian Regional Qualifiers will be heading forward. 3 teams from today and tomorrow on this stream will go ahead and qualify, and they will play the LAN events. Again, it's a huge privilege for us and for these teams to representing their country, and I really hope they are up to the mark, because the competition is going to be very tough.
It certainly is going to be, right? When you've got the best from your respective countries. Now that I was checking the rosters, I mean, a few countries definitely look stacked up. But then again, you've got a lot of those dark horses that could just come in and maybe could surprise us altogether. Because, over the course of next 2 days, we've 12 matches lined up, and we would be, of course, streaming the Group B matches over here. But before we get into all that, let's take a quick look at the point structure. So lately, we've had it restructured, revised, which kind of supports a lot of those eliminations that come along with it. Because earlier we used to have 15, but this time, RZ, we start off with the team getting the chicken dinner with 10, second position with 6, and so on. It reduces down, considering the fact that we've got 14 teams in Group B. So 9 to 14, better watch out, because they're gonna get a big 0 if they end up over there.
And even if you get from 2nd to 8th position, you're not getting much of the points as well, in terms of like, if you want to create a lead, if you want to be top 3 in this table as well. So yeah, as you mentioned, we need to talk about those elimination. We need these teams going ahead and being a bit aggressive throughout the game, not just the end of the game where the circle forces you, but definitely at the start of the game, you need to go for those easy kills that has been handed to you throughout the game. And if you see some opening, you need to capitalize on it. You can't just be sitting in your own room waiting for something miraculous to happen. It's going to be a very tough. Obviously, this World Esports Championship is the biggest multi-sport spectacle of esports in the world. A lot of the teams coming in, you probably might not have played with these teams before in your life as well, with these regions as well. You probably will be limited to South Asia if you're playing from like Pakistan, maybe Nepal and Sri Lanka. But yes, this will like open a lot of exposure to you in terms of how different region plays, what to expect. And this, the day number 1 that is going to happen, which will have like 6 matches, it's going to be very unpredictable. And as we talk about these, as we talk about the matches, we'll have the schedule in front of you in like a couple of seconds as well. We have 6 games for today. The match number 1 will be played on Erangel, the match number 2 is played on Miramar, and match number 3 is going to be played on Sanhok. As for match 4, 5 and 6, we'll have the repetition of the first 3 matches.
Of course, and it's going to be in the same repetitive order. So Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, like you said, I think it's better we have 3 different spices across the game, right? 3 pillars of maps, and lately we've had those improvements around Sanhok. So if you look around the updates that we've had in PUBG Mobile so far, and I think this is where they've really fixed Sanhok. So this is one of those maps where you can expect a lot of things really happening, right? Because it's one of those maps which does not really guarantee the best team winning that. You might be taking 10, 12 eliminations, but if you're caught stray, if you're caught just lying around somewhere in the open, you're done for. So you've got to be very smart, you've got to be very agile, very quick in how you perform your rotations. Then Erangel and Miramar are pretty much the bread and butter maps of PUBG Mobile. So I think the division has been made quite well. And just a quick reminder for you viewers that we've just got the top 3 teams making it to the LAN, and out of Group B, of course. So a quick look, RZ, at the rosters. We're going to start off with Brunei, then we've got Cambodia, and it shall go along.
And this will be very interesting to see which team has qualified, like which team has been invited or qualified from their own country. Then we have Chinese different players playing, and definitely one thing is like we might know a lot of these players playing, but at some point we definitely, there are some new names coming in. Then we have Hong Kong, China, JKL Rapid playing, Can18, Mule 314. These are going to be a fabulous combination. Then we have a team from Indonesia as well, GL playing. We have Dabs, Israel, Starboy, and Jackers, and obviously V1 dies their fifth place. Then we have this team from Malaysia, Tainan, Taipei, Thai Revox, and Thai Luke playing us from Malaysia and representing their own country. We have been coming to Maldives. We have Kara, Shomen, Eddie, too soon, and then we have Hades and Rifa representing Maldives.
Of course, as we go along, and there you have the big guns coming in. Mongolia by the Formerical Vibes boys. We've got Doc 922, Refuse 922, East 922, and it so goes on to Myanmar. We've got Smile, West 13, Zai, Flame, and Itchy. Now, these are the countries that I'm really looking forward to, because I have really not seen them play in the past. Ooh. But then when you look at the big dogs, of course, you cannot really rule out Nepal, can you? You've got DRS's rules, Kyante, and the roster playing. As we move on ahead, you've got Philippines, another very strong region in the realms of PUBG Mobile. Demigod, Dragon, Newbie, Ranked, and so it goes on. And there you have it. When it comes down to Sri Lanka, I think this is one of those teams that I've been missing from quite a long time. Tauta, I think I had the privilege of casting him in one tournament, and he was a really good, promising player. Let's see if he still has it in him. As we move along, the other big dogs, Thailand, of course, has to be one of the biggest names, and then Vietnam also. Dash heavier players. You've got Frankie, Schwag, Lamborghini, Bikoi, Parajin, and Chairperson. So this is the 14th team and the last team that we're going to see them play. So yes, we did have all those teams, and if you have to ask about quicking up few favorites out of the lot that we saw, RZ, according to you, who might that be?
According to me, I would go with DRS. They have been a very consistent name throughout the region. Obviously, being part of that region, I'm a bit biased. I've been casting them, witnessing them throughout throughout this PUBG Mobile era. I would go with specifically my favorite would be Nepal. But again, as you mentioned, a couple of regions that have showed some promising performances throughout this time is obviously Sri Lanka, Philippines. They have been consistently great. We have Indonesian team, and obviously Hong Kong. So these are the 4 to 5 countries, not just teams, 4 to 5 countries that I'm looking forward to. And obviously it's not going to be an easy job, as these regions have been known to produce some top best, not just the best team in the world. Obviously we have some teams coming from Asia qualifying to the global championships as well, so it's not going to be an easy job. This is not an easy region to play as if you're a PUBG Mobile player.
It certainly is, but this is where the entire thing changes, right? When you've got so many new countries into the mix, you really do not know what to expect out of them. Now, when you're taking a look at the big dogs, like let's say Nepal, Mongolia, Vietnam, Thailand, and the rest, so kind of acquainted against playing each other in a very different kind of a lobby, right? But when you're getting so many of the other teams into this picture, you really do not know what to expect out of them. Somebody might just drop off at your very own drop location, and you might get caught off guard, which will eventually result in a quick early elimination. And that is something that you would not want to happen. And especially when you have 14 teams in the mix, and out of which only 3 teams qualify, and you just have 12 matches to do that. that is where it gets really, really interesting.
I mean, personally, I'm looking forward to those early eliminations coming in just because of the unpredictability and the less research about the other teams, and more of like the eliminations, the way the elimination carries in this new meta, in this new point structure update that we are seeing. The second team gets 6th position, like out of 14th team, if you are the second best team in the map, you're getting only 6 and 6 points, and then there's this other team that is just going ahead and taking one and one of teams out and getting 4 or 3 or 4 points across the, like, maybe the first map part of the game, then the second part of the game. They are just in a better position than you are, even if you survive like for the most part of the game. But you are right about one thing: we'll have drop clashes, we will have some weird rotations coming in, definitely for those first 3 games coming in, the first Erangel, the first Miramar, and the first Sanhok. So it's gonna be very difficult to exactly pin down what's going to happen, who's going to win. And when you talk about those first Sanhok, as you mentioned earlier, I have absolutely no idea of what's going to happen. Sanhok, it's in itself is unpredictable. Then when you just pool in the factor of like the 27 countries, like 14 countries in this like specific match playing in, I feel like it's going to be a very big cluster with absolutely no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, like you said, right, in Sanhok, it gets quite unpredictable. We do not know which waters we're chartering into. Where do these teams drop? And then, you know, you also have certain countries like, let's say, Mongolia, where you've got the players of American vibes, right? Considering we've seen in the recent official tournaments, how aggressive can they be? Now, this is where they really thrive. They do not really care what their opponent is up to. They just go absolutely destroying the competition. And I think this time also, we're not going to expect anything less from their side. But yes, we would also be hopeful for a few dark horses, for a few other countries that are relatively new into this game, have just come in, show a lot of promises and deliver. And this is exactly what esports is all about, right? And this is where we have to say a quick thank you to International Esports Federation, and of their endeavors that they're making, whatever they're doing for unifying all these countries. We're talking about 130 member nation countries that we have, and it's a culmination of so many different cultures, so many different languages, everybody unifying under this one roof where we play the games that we love the most. Of course, this is PUBG Mobile, but we've also got Counter-Strike, we've got Dota, we've got MLB, and a lots more happening, which eventually all falls down once again at Iași, Romania. That is going to happen later in this year. We've so much games stacked up for you guys, and I'm really hopeful to see you all there.
And you are absolutely right about how fascinating this is. At the start, we were mentioning, we talked about this, like it is a big responsibility and a big job and a big task to unify all of these regions and coming up into one server and one play, and then making them sure that it happens on LAN as well, and like maintaining the integrity of esports, maintaining the integrity of online gaming, and generally these individual games as well, how CSGO, how Dota is played, and everybody ends up being happy and excited. So obviously shout out to IESF, they have done a fabulous job of like executing this World Esports Championship. One other thing that I just had in mind is like different regions that they bring a unique perspective to the game. For example, if us PUBG or Dota is played in a certain way when these prominent regions plays, but then this new region comes in and they show a new way of playing that, oh, you might have been like, for example, PUBG, you have been like trying to survive yourself for the first 14 parts of the game. Now we'll show you what to do in the first 14 minutes. Instead of just looting and just sitting or just rotating, we'll just go all in and we'll just take everybody out. Maybe that's a new way. So what I'm expecting and what I'm hopeful for, maybe with the new regions coming in, we might just find a new way of playing PUBG Mobile.
We certainly will, right? Especially not just what we're expecting, the mystery that lies behind all these new countries that are into play, but also the fact that the new point structure has been benefiting the teams that have massive gun power, right? And one of which, why I've been talking all high praises about teams like Mongolia, and then you've got Vietnam, because these are those countries that rely a lot on engaging in those early fights, getting those quick eliminations, getting those extra points. And we've also, history is also a testament. If you look at the official tournaments, right? The ones representing Mongolia, they kind of had 100 points plus of lead, and majority of which was from all the eliminations that they accrued, right? And this is where the discussion really comes down. How ready they are, because you've got different style of play. Now, when you get in countries like Nepal into the picture, surely they've achieved a lot of laurels for their country in the GC that we have seen last time this year around. But we also have to keep in mind that they have a different style of play, which is quite methodical, which involves a lot of rotations coming in. They're the smart foxes in the server, right? They're very cunning. They know when they need to pick off their timing. So got two different styles of play, and today it's kind of going to be like the testing waters, like we said, right? We really do not know what we're going to expect from all these countries playing. So yeah, I'm just all stoked up, all right, just waiting for the matches to begin.
Obviously, very excited, and I feel like as a team or as a player, you should not expect a lot of result in the first 3 matches. You should not derive your confidence or derive your energy on how these first 3 matches entails. Obviously, you have no idea, no research, no clue of who these teams are. Maybe you do have some idea, don't get me wrong. Maybe you've not played with them, maybe you've not seen them as well. Obviously, with these regions, only one team is getting ahead, so they may not be the best team as well. They might just had a fluke, they might just be having their good day as well. So there's a very good chance you might not have heard of this team as a player, as definitely a team. So don't be too hard on yourself when you lose the first or second or third match, obviously, because there's nothing, as a broadcaster, as somebody who have been watching PUBG Mobile along with the fixes as well, we don't know what to expect. So maybe if you're looking to gain points, if you're looking to get a chicken dinner, if you're looking to make sure you have a huge lead, or maybe just in a good position over the overall ranking, you should look for the last 3 games of the day, because if I as a player, these are the 3 games that I will be definitely looking forward to. And the other thing, that first 3 games is my research. I should be more open about what is happening around the game sense, exactly. Where are the fights happening? What are the hottest region that has actually been hit? How many teams are actually taking off at what part of the map? So a lot of these questions you should need to ask in the first 3 maps, that when you have the answer in the next 3 maps, you can have a better outcome in terms of point, in terms of just better standing in the game.
Yeah, I think playing the first 3 games will give you a slight idea of what you're really getting into. Now, I completely agree with what you've just said, that we kind of do not know what's going to happen, how the other teams are going to perform, because when it's not just about the South Asian teams over here. We've got a lot of teams from the Southeast Asia. Now, when you're getting teams like Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia into the picture, right? We've got some big stalwarts from those regions as well coming into play. And considering all these teams have either made it through their country's qualifier or have been appointed by their own esports federation of the various countries, so you're kind of expecting the best out of the region coming out. Now, there are a few teams that have, that kind of play professionally together as well. There have been a few teams into the mix that have been, playing from different professional teams and have unified to play for their country. Now, this is where the synergy amongst them would also come into picture. Now, how well synergized they are, how their comms are going on. I mean, the language barrier will definitely not be there, considering they're all from the same country. But still, coming down, it really comes down to how well you've practiced and how the call-outs are going to be. And considering the fact, RC, that we just have 14 teams in the server, which is 2 less than the usual norm where you've got 16. So what we're going to also expect, the initial few moments would be a little slow, where teams would be taking their own sweet time, getting into good positions inside the server. And at the very primal level, in this game of PUBG Mobile, we know it also sometimes, on majority of the times, also comes down to luck. You might be absolutely dominating the server, you might be doing everything right, but if you're not at the right place at the right time, then you are pretty much done for. Good luck getting inside those final zones.
Definitely. I mean, there's no handbook. Like, for example, in other games, you might some kind of a handbook, like, oh, exactly what to do and what will win you the game. There's somewhat luck, and there's somewhat like, oh, how your day is just going to be. For example, this just a minute example. For the 3 matches, the being in the center of the circle like worked well for you. You got the chicken dinner, you holding the circle, and the circle ended up on you, and you were like getting eliminations of like across the people who are entering the circle. But at one game, you are being in the center, and now you are the one being targeted. You were in the center, you are the spotlight, and you were the first team to get eliminated. So that means the center will not work for you always. At the other side, if you like to play the edges, at one game, the circle you'd like to slowly, steadily push the edges. But at one hard shift coming in from the like 4th or 5th circle, that push you away, and that means you should not always play the edges as well. So it is just come down exactly what happens. And one thing is fixes that I would like to point out in PUBG. I feel like nothing matters more than adaptability. As a team, if you are not adaptable to the current situation of the game, and if you are sticking down to the rules that you write before the tournament, I feel like it's not going to work for you. One reason is like the teams and the number of countries playing in. The second is just PUBG's factors coming in, how the circle takes a shift, how the teams have been located. So I feel like as a captain, as the in-game leader, it depends on your capability, how you're going to lead your team into the best outcome. Because as a team, you will never get 10 points in a chicken dinner. As a team, you need to realize what your capacity is, as how many points you can achieve. For example, based on your location, you only get to get 6 points. Then you need to realize, oh, we need to get to those 6 points, and not beat ourselves that we didn't get the 7th point. So this falls under like all for the like in-game leader.
Yeah, another factor, like adding on to what you just said, right? Another factor that comes into play over here would be you need to go to a good, really good start, right? You need to get off with that, because you cannot leave things till tomorrow. Of course, we did touch upon it, the fact that in the first 3 games, majority of the countries would be exploring their options, what's going on, who's dropping where, because nobody knows of that information. I mean, you might know of a few teams, but for this particular event, who knows, they might have changed it or made a few tweaks here and there, or a few adjustments that might catch the other countries off guard, right? But this is again where it comes down to the fact that, like you said, you cannot expect to get a chicken dinner in every single game. But what you can really do over here, and my advice to all these teams would be the fact that get your loot done and try to pick off a few fights, because eventually, even if you're getting eliminated early on, you still have an elimination or 2, you're still getting some points out of that game, and you need to be looking at an average of around let's say 5 to 6 points every single game. If you can do that, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna make it to top 3 by the end of the 12 matches.
And as you mentioned, 5 to 6 points in the last meta, there wouldn't have been much points. But in this like point structure, it is very difficult to gain points. The points across the survivability has just been reduced to very few amount, and or maybe even if you get a lot of eliminations, you will get a total of 10 points or 11 points if you're the 2nd or 3rd best team in the game right now. So yes, one thing is like an average of 5 to 6 points. But those first 10 to 12 minutes of the game is where the teams are most dispersed as well. A lot of the teams had just like to spread out in terms of getting more loot, is where your opportunity lies as another team. For example, if you're looking to secure more eliminations and you see some team on the other side, like on the maybe some other city as well, and you see a bit of dispersion, as a team you need to capitalize on those single moments. You need to go for those like single eliminations, putting yourself just at a bit of tiny risk, because in the end you will realize these are the moments that matter. Obviously with the meta, like I've witnessed this point structure as well. I have seen a lot of teams do this. Like after 4 minutes or 3 minutes of the game, all of them hop on in one vehicle and they try to fight those single players that are just not being careful, are just being away from their team as well, and they try to get those eliminations, which might just turn into a whole team elimination. Obviously you have the advantage in a 3v4 or 2v4, so you need to look for those opportunities at the start of the game. You just don't need to indulge in looting, because as it goes on, these are the matches that will push you in, like make you in the top 3 as well. It's not coming to the days, it has come down to the matches. We have only 2 days, so you will not get a lot of opportunities when it comes to qualification.
Oh, certainly agreed with you. Considering the fact that you just have limited number of chances, you have to hit the bullseye. And like we said, the mantra should be every single game, get your loot done. Try to engage in a few fights, maybe get into third parties, maybe look out for opportunities, and try to get as many eliminations as possible. Because I've also seen in the current official tournaments that are going on, the teams that do not even get a chicken dinner but still have managed to get around, let's say, 9 to 10 finishes per game are eventually the ones who are ending up at the top of the leaderboard. And don't get me wrong, chicken dinner does help you. And if you're getting a chicken dinner, which obviously also means that you are also racking up at least, let's say, around 4 or 5 eliminations, which is around 15 to 16 points a game, and that is acceptable. Now, let's say there is going to be one of those countries that manages to get 2 chicken dinners out of the 6 today. And I could just say that, yes, they've already qualified, right? Because of the kind of disparity that they're going to create in the overall standings. The lead will be too much sometimes for the other countries to kind of overcome. And that really has to go on. And of course, we're going to get the game started in just a wee while. We're making sure that everything on the background is a-okay for all these countries, because like when you have got so many players from different countries, it sometimes could take a little while longer just to get everybody under the same page, under the same roof, that they have all the internet connections working stable, and we do not want any of these countries to have any sort of a disadvantage, right?
Obviously, and imagine like this is like a train. It takes time for train to gain the momentum, but when it gains the momentum, it's just not gonna stop. So we're just waiting for the train to start moving as well, obviously. So when it starts moving, I'm quite sure it's gonna be very interesting. The match number 1, I'm definitely looking forward to the prediction, the behavior of the teams, how they're gonna play, how they're gonna move. It's gonna give us a lot of information of what to expect in the rest of the matches. Erangel generally is the first map that every PUBG Mobile has played. Even myself as well, I started on Erangel. Yeah. I know everybody's favorite. I feel like Pochinki might have been just everybody's favorite, not because it's maybe more loot as well. It's just like in the center point, so let's just go to Pochinki as well. Maybe afterwards I shifted to Georgopol because of the containers and the amount of loot I get there. But yes, I'm definitely looking forward to the game number 1. And as for the teams might just go for the loot and a bit of passiveness, I'm looking forward to those early clashes as well, definitely, because there's a very good chance 3 of those teams or 2 of those teams will be going to Georgopol, or maybe towards Pochinki, maybe towards school as well, because that is just their area. So let's see exactly what's going to happen, but don't you go anywhere, because the match is just about to start.
Oh, it certainly is going to be. And before we get things started off, I think it's rightful to ask our viewers, right? Which country are you supporting? And who do you think is going to take the first chicken dinner? Because, it's quite difficult to predict, even as casters. Out of 14 teams, 1 is going to come out victorious. And sometimes I kind of take the help of the audience watching us because they are better at that. I mean, if it works, it works. I love to interact with you guys, and we're also going to hope that you do the same. Of course, invite your friends over, your family, your colleagues, because again, for all the new viewers that have just tuned in to the broadcast, a huge shout out to International Esports Federation, right? So that houses 130 member nations, which have one goal, that is to promote esports and get all these countries, separated by borders, together as one, culminating into a beautiful cultural exchange. And esports has always been that, right? Especially kind of unifying all those borders. Now, you might be from a different country, I am from a different country, but we're still here sitting together, having a chatter over these games. And this is what world unification is all about, and that's what we're trying to promote over here. And not just that, the top 3 teams directly qualify to Iași, Romania, to the WEC, the World Esports Championships, that is going to happen later around this year. And that is something to really look forward to, because you're not just going to have teams from Asia, you're going to have countries from all over the world partaking in that competition. And when you're talking about that, kind of gives you those GC vibes, doesn't it? The best representation from all these countries. This time they won't just be teams anymore. They would be representing their flags, their colors, and that is what makes it so much more interesting.
And I feel like that gives you just a bit more bragging rights as well, because as a team you always say, oh, I am a better team. But once as a supporter of a particular country comes in, there's a more, I feel like, affiliation to your country than to a team right now. So I could maybe predict a much more following of these teams coming in, people from Pakistan, people from Mongolia, people from Vietnam, and oh, we want to support our country. Why would you want to support our team as well? Maybe they may not be the fan of PUBG, but they will definitely be a fan of their team representing and winning, and representing them in a world platform as well. So I feel like if you win, if you qualify as well, it will give you a bragging right in terms of your other team. Probably the fans from different countries are gonna be fighting with each other. Oh, my team has qualified, my team is better, my country is better. I don't know what your region does. I'm just trash talking as much as I can. Maybe you should go back to not playing some other game as well. The PUBG Mobile is not for you, because I could definitely see these lines coming in, and they might not happen before. But yes, as a country's team, I feel like this will give you a lot more bragging right, and definitely as a fan, as a follower of maybe not just team but of your country. For example, if my team qualifies, I'm quite sure I'm gonna go to fix, hey, my team qualified, hey.
All right, the trash talking will definitely be there, and we kind of love it. Everybody loves those banters, but let's not get personal, right? Let's just keep things friendly. Let's just support our own country. You supporting one does not mean that you demean the other, and that is exactly what we're trying to promote, right? You have to love esports as a game. And yes, I mean, we would love to see each other, those banters going around, everybody saying, yeah, my country is better. And we just have to wait and watch, who walks the talk, right? Are these countries putting their money where their mouth is? Well, that really comes down to that. Now, talking about the nuances, now talking about how the meta has been, we know one thing is quite predominant these days, that is the shotguns, right? And is something that I have been quite critical about lately, RC, because sometimes it just looks so absurd, right? Imagine you're a player who's just hiding inside a building. Somebody just comes out of nowhere and with their DBS takes a swoosh and a once flick, and you're pretty much knocked before you can even respond. And I think today is one of those days where we're gonna sort of expect nothing less, right? And before we of course have this the first game started, what we're gonna do is take a quick one more look at the rosters, rather the countries that are playing. So we've got Brunei. We've got Brunei being represented by Tofu and his friends. Then with Cambodia, John, Nang, Skyne, Astrox, Joseph and Easy. And we go along, RC, might as well take over Chinese Taipei.
Well, definitely we have we have Swan, we have Penske, SKR, then we have Pisces, and doubles 7-7-7-7 playing from that. Then we have Hong Kong, China, and JKL, Rabbit, Devon Ken 18, Yule 314. Then we have Jia. Obviously, I'm very sorry about those players and about this team that I might be pronouncing their names wrong. I'm very sorry about that. It's difficult to exactly understand that. Then we have a team from Indonesia as well, and definitely I'm looking forward to this team because Indonesia has always been a very huge point of interest when it comes to PUBG Mobile. I might not have seen this team perform, but I'm definitely looking forward to them performing because their region is known for good players producing. Then we have Maldives. Then in Maldives, then we have Eddie, Too Soon, Rifa, Kara, and Xiaomin representing Maldives. And when it comes to Mongolia, we have 4MV, we have Doc 922, Refute 922, and East 922, and Apex 922 representing Mongolia. It's not going to be an easy job. Coming to Myanmar, we have Smile, West 13, Zai, Flame, Ishi. And I like the word Smile. I like the name Smile because as an esports player, everybody goes for those big, impressive names. But here's just come out, guys. I'm for those Smile. Now we have Nepal, TRS. best, and I'm definitely looking forward to this team just because we have seen DRS perform, and we have seen DRS qualifying to the major tournaments of PUBG Mobile. And we have Philippines, Demigod, Dragon, we have Newbie as well, and his other teammates that's representing. Coming to the Sri Lanka, we have ISSL playing from Sri Lanka and representing their country. We have Lucifer, Jimmy, Razor, Mamatha, and his friend. And we have then Thailand, Tiger, NIT, BIW, Sky, and Get.
I think Thailand is one of those countries that I'm really looking forward to, right? Because when you talk about the big giants from the region, you also have Vietnam into the mix. So Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, a few of those countries that have done pretty well in the worlds of PUBG Mobile, and we're gonna expect nothing less. And it's going to be so sad that few of these countries won't be playing on the land, right? So they really have to hit the iron when it's hot at this point. They have to get off to a good start, and I'm pretty sure by the end of the 12 games, the results are going to be quite competitive. I think it's going to be just those single point differences between the top 3 teams and the team that comes on fourth, and it's going to be heartbreaking. And of course, it would feel sad because from Asia itself got so much strong representation that otherwise when you get in the other regions also involved, if you talk about Europe or if you talk about NA, SA, the South Americas, that is where I still feel that Asian countries have been quite predominant, at least when it comes to PUBG Mobile, right? If you talk about the other games, like the other ones that we love, and you could also watch them, but this is a PUBG Mobile broadcast, but we also do have Counter-Strike Global Offensive. We also have Counter-Strike Global Offensive for females. We've also got Dota 2 for all you mobile fans, along with MLBB as well. Now, when you're talking about games like MLBB, you know how dominant the Southeast Asian teams are, right? So we're gonna have some strong representation from Asia this time around, and I really hope RC at Iași this time around, somebody from Asia gets the trophy.
As you mentioned, definitely, I'm looking forward to my region as well. And obviously, when it comes to esports in general, this region has not been very much proficient when it comes to CS:GO or Dota, maybe like these particular games. But when it comes to PUBG Mobile and Mobile Legends as well, I'm expecting a lot, especially PUBG Mobile. I have been watching this region for a really long time, probably like since PUBG Mobile came along, and obviously this region has done a wonderful job of producing some world best teams, the quality teams as well. So it's unfortunate for this region as well. So if our new teams come in, it will be very difficult for that team to mark this place and to make sure that they are able to just make sure they qualify. It's not going to be an easy job because probably it's one of the hardest regions to play. And with those countries coming in, with those the big names coming in, as you mentioned, Thailand, then we have Vietnam, then we have Nepal, then we have Sri Lanka as well, Indonesia, Maldives. These are the big names. As a team from as a player from Pakistan as well, these are the regions that I look forward to and how they play. I look forward to her teams from these regions, and I look forward to the gameplay. I learn from them a lot. So I feel like this is going to be a very competitive 2 days, very competitive 12 matches, and it's going to be very difficult to make sure you qualify. I mean, you have 3 slots, a total of 5 slots for 27 teams, but I feel like it's not going to be easy. You have to give your best. You have to make sure you don't let yourself lose for a single moment. We have a total of 12 matches. Each match, each moment, each single point matters a lot. I have seen this for the longest time possible. A single point matters the most, ladies and gentlemen. It has come down to those one single point. So don't let yourself lose because it will haunt you later.
It certainly will. Now, when you're talking about the point structures, quite a lot of viewers like me, who had kind of lost out or kind of got out of touch from PUBG Mobile for a few times because of the other commitments that I had. But yeah, I think when you look at PUBG Mobile's revised point structure, which will be on our screen just in a few moments, then you're talking about the winning team getting the chicken dinner, just getting 10 instead of 15. Now, this is where the trouble arises, right? You're getting just 10 points, which you otherwise got for securing the second spot. And that is not where the trouble really occurs, right? The trouble occurs to the teams that are coming from 9th to 16th, right? They're getting nothing. And even if you're 8, if you're 7, you're just getting a single or 2 points, and that is it, right? Literally half of the lobby, if you place at the bottom half of the lobby, you're just getting a single point or a 2 out of that one. So this is where I have been prophesying about this a lot, right? Where I've been kind of telling that how important do these eliminations get, right? Because every single elimination that you take earns you 1 point, and that will help in sort of adding things up in the points table, and that will definitely be one of the reasons why your country makes it to the world and honor.
And I mean, before this point structure, when we used to get like 15 points for chicken dinner, we always need to say that you need to strive for both. You need to survive and you need to make sure that you get those elimination points. But as somebody right now, as like a bit somebody who likes to watch PUBG, who knows, have a bit of understanding of PUBG, I would strongly suggest that don't focus on survival points that much. Even if you get eliminated at the first 15 minutes of the game with the 7 to 8 points, I feel like you are way better. You are better than average. You're probably like in the top 10% of the teams right now. You'll be like in top 4 or top 3 maybe. So go for those points. As for somebody, for you to get 7 or 8 eliminations, you probably need to take some risk. Obviously, you need to make sure you capitalize on other things. But for some team to get 10 or 6 survival points, they need to do everything right. They need to rotate right, they need to fight right, they need to hold right, they need to have the loot right, they need to be the better point in the circle, and that is when they will get 6 points. It's a lot of checkpoints for you to get survival points. In terms of meta, that survival point is harder for you to get. So you need to do a lot of things right. As for elimination, you just need to make sure that you're pointing right in those early games. You are just fighting at the right spot, because in those early 14 or 15 minutes of the game, circle doesn't matter. Your position matters very less, your loot matters very less, and obviously it's sometimes you being at the right spot. So I feel like as compared to those survival and elimination points, they are easier to get. So I'm looking forward to the teams going for their.
So finally, it's time, right? The voice in my head says it's game time, and we head on to game number 1. Of course, we sort of missed out on the flight path trajectory, but I'm pretty sure we do have Thailand already off to a flying start. They've managed to get 1 elimination point already. I'm sort of wondering, RC, who might that be?
I want to know as well, but I feel like this 1 elimination even at the start of the game is super like gives confidence to the team. Right now this is a very risky region. This is like also a very risky game. Everybody would be a bit panicked, a bit nervous on what to expect, and Thailand had made sure they get 1 elimination without losing a player. I feel like it might be Vietnam, because when we were like announcing Thailand and Vietnam, they were right next to each other. So I'm just going to take like a wild guess. It might be a player from Vietnam losing, but I am very hopeful. As looking towards their loot, they only have a slight loot as well. Obviously they have avoided some big city and they are moving from compound to compound as well, but other than that, look at Brunei, they are just towards the area of Rozok, haven't gotten much loot as well.
Yeah, they certainly haven't, but I think what's really important is that you really utilize these first 4-5 minutes to get enough loot, because during the mid game it kind of gets quite difficult, right? When you're rotating, you've got so many teams around, and you just cannot expect to eliminate a certain squad. And what a start has it been, right? Look at the zone form. Now, it's kind of a hybrid circle which will favor Mongolia, no doubt, right? This is their territory, and you can see all these teams, especially the ones around let's say Georgie, the ones around Rozok, even for the likes that are around Prison, Lipovka. It's going to take a lot out of them, and they have to be quite smart, especially in their timings of the rotations. Now you could see even Hong Kong, China, they've made the rotations. They would be getting to the southern island. I think what would be really wise is to take over the hills, which they're doing otherwise, right? They're going for the western side. I think what they want to do is ensure that they've got their backlines cleared and would kind of proceed in an edge-to-edge style of play.
A bit of clash being expected towards the areas of south side of Farm and Milta, with the three teams moving towards that bridge area. Obviously, we have team DTF on the north side, and then we have another team moving towards the south. They're just trying to camp the bridge. But I feel like with the only 11 teams being left in the circle right now, and just a lot of area to play in, you can avoid the bridges as well. You can use the water areas, maybe go towards from Nova Pinoy, and maybe use just in the center where the hail is right now. And look at ISSL as well. They got Ferry and Primos completely to themselves. They can use the water, they can use the bridge to rotate. But teams, they have predicted, it might be right as well, that the circle is going to close toward the south side. They are already making the rotation. They're not going to wait for the next circle to come in. They have left the main island. But one team that I am looking at is right now is TPEP, which is towards the Georgia pool right now, really far away from the circle and really far away from the southern island. It's going to be a difficult job for them to rotate.
Oh, it certainly will be, right? Either you kind of take the waterways, or maybe what you do is let all the other countries pass, and after a few fights start pairing off around the southern island, then is where you enter. Now again, this is coming down to just the hunches of the IGL, where you're kind of expecting that the circle goes south, right? There have been, I think, RG, you might have witnessed in numerous instances where the circle kind of takes the curveball up north, especially when you're talking about casting in the Pakistan region. We have seen those happen, right? And especially in the maps like Miramar, we've gone on to see quite a lot of those absurd circles which kind of end around those two small islands around the southeastern side. I quite vividly remember one of those circles, and if that has happened in the past, that can definitely happen today as well.
And I feel like as a Miramar, that is the only circle that makes it interesting. Maybe circle shifting towards south side, it is interesting. Correct. But not as much holding those two islands and coming into play. And sometimes even when those islands are in the center, I've seen the circle somehow shift again away towards the main island. And now that is when everybody gets trying and don't know what to do. So yeah, if that can happen as well, Sanhok always have this unpredictability that is a bit exciting for us, not as a player. But looking at Erangel, I am very happy and I got what I wanted. I was looking forward to this kind of circle where the teams had to rotate early and they are being forced to fight. I mean, they generally like to avoid fighting Erangel in the start of the game, but now looking at the circle, they might be forced to fight in the fourth or maybe in the first 12 minutes of the game. But looking at right now, a lot of the teams have rotated. A couple of players still in the blue zone. That is going to be John and obviously TPEZ. They are just holding right now in the blue zone, just taking a bit of damage. Nothing concerning. Obviously, this is the first circle. There's not going to be a lot of damage, and considering the time they have been looting, there are a lot of probably going to be a lot of first aid kits and bandits. So nothing harmful for their side. And even if they rotate late, I still see a lot of the points of entry into the circle. The Gatka, Puchinki, School, Query. There's a lot of area that they can use to and come into the circle. They even push towards where DRS is right now. So nothing too bad for any team right now.
I think what DRS is doing over here is pretty smart, right? They kind of just kind of waiting things out. They're kind of hoping that the circle stays around the central island rather than going down south. And if that happens, then they're going to be in a very prime position, right? But when you take a look at what's stirring up around the southern island in the military base, you've got Mongolia there, you've got Hong Kong, China, you've got the other teams. But yeah, I think this is the moment that we were waiting for, the moment of truth, and now we kind of assured that it is going down south. Now this is where the earth kind of starts trembling, because you've got so many of these countries trying to rotate inside the circle. Now this is where I think the Nepalis might have some early clashes on with another team that was getting nearby them, but I feel they've realized that they've got teams around them, and as a result of which they're starting to back off.
Definitely, I feel like it's gonna be interesting for as well. GRS, they are in a very good spot right now. They can engage in those fights, or they can just go oh, we wanna rotate towards the southern island. It's gonna be a decision that I want them to be careful about. I feel like as a team, maybe in the first part, before this meta, I would have engaged, advised them to maybe to move towards the southern part of the circle. But for now, if they see an easy kill moving towards them, maybe they could just engage in those fights, as they are in a comfortable position right now. But looking at Thailand, they are just holding right now, moving and trying to loot as much as they can. They got themselves into the military base area. They are holding into the circle as well. Chinese is that EP is the team that is still outside the circle and really far away towards the hospital. They're taking a lot of damage as well. They have to be careful because going into the later part of the game, I feel like it's not going to be an easy job for them to secure a lot of points. But let's see. Ian SKR, he's having fun right now.
I mean, that's one way to cross or get around the southern island. And yeah, we kind of have seen anyone taking over this. Well, it doesn't really end well, does it? Because eventually you spot a bird in the sky, and there are a lot of hunters lying in wait to just take them down. But as things go, I think DRS have successfully managed to cross over to the southern island, and they're in a really good, promising position. What I really like from Hong Kong, China right now is where they're heading at. You know, they want to take over those northwestern hills, and that's a really good spot to be at. You've got some nice crevices, you've got some places where you can seek some good cover, and I think, you know, you would have that high ground advantage. Will certainly help you, but we do indeed have another fight breaking out. So we've got Brunei Darussalam, the players just waiting. I think they've spotted few enemies around, and they've got to be quite cautious while they're trying to rotate. Right now, taking over the waters and trying to swim inside the zone isn't something that I would really recommend, right? Because when you've got Cambodia, a country which has some really good talents, but quite unfortunate to just see 3 players inside the server.
Definitely, and not just that, they are in a very risky position right now. Coming out towards the north side of the bridge, they are like 700 meters away from the circle, and this is one of the most risky rotations when it comes to Erangel. Crossing these 2 big bridges. How they're going to do it, especially with the teams on the other side. They're waiting for exactly to happen. It's going to be Philippines. They're camping it. They have 4 players as well. They are very wonderfully spread it across this bridge. 2 players on the bridge, 2 players on the left side, and probably one player on the left side, and probably 1 player playing from behind. And exactly, going to be Mombopai, who's just getting a very wonderful view on the bridge right now. It's going to be a very difficult job for Cambodia. The time is not going to be a very helpful factor, as well as the circle is keep pushing in. You have to choose something really soon. Either it's going to be water, either it's going to be bridges, either you have to take the fight. The fight is not going to be an easy. I feel like it's a very difficult fight. So what is the option for Cambodia right now? Because I feel like it's not much.
I think they have to kind of play a stalling game at this point. They just have to hope that Philippines kind of back off from around here and really bank upon the fact that they have enough meds to sustain the blue zone damage. But that does not happen, as they kind of get a little restless and will have to pay the hefty price as one after the other the bodies go falling down, as Philippines do secure few good knocks, as one of those players vehicle just got turned over, and this does not end well for Cambodia. Now this is one of those starts that you would have really hoped that did not happen with you, but yes, it's a nightmare. They are literally dead men walking at this point.
Definitely, 1 player has able to make it through, but for how long? Obviously, Joseph Bro goes down, and we have 1 Canadian title going to the Philippines. 2 easy knocks coming to their way, and this is what we talked about. This was not exactly a very optimal outcome. We didn't expect them to just drive straight into the problem. They had to maybe use the water, maybe they had to wait. This was not an option, and they got punished for it. On the other side, we have multiple fights happening across the map, and obviously there's a 3rd stage coming in, and we kind of expected that with the circle. And the kind of circle we have and the amount of play, it's going to be difficult to just hold and be playing passive. The circle is going to force you to play aggressive and going to take eliminations. Philippines, they're still taking damage, and they're trying to find that last player from Cambodia. They want to get the job done. They don't like loose threads.
Oh, they certainly do not, right? And Philippines, they've been off to a good start, right? And now this is where I kind of also am keen to see how the Sri Lankan perform, right? You watching this roster after a long time. I personally am, and Tota is one of the players that I've been informed to really watch out for. He's got quite some firepower. The last time, I think it was a couple of years back when I saw this lad play, and he was phenomenal. And just as you speak about him, there he gets himself on the board. So Sri Lanka, off to a really nice start, already have 3 defeat points secured to their name and looking ever so strong. Now the big question is, they really need to heal themselves up and get inside the circle. Considering I do not see any meds over there, I think that might mark the end for Jimmy.
And yes, he was hopeful that he might just get first aid kit from that play he just brought on, just eliminated. But unfortunately, the guy didn't have any first aid kit as well, and he's going to get knocked on by the hand of the circle. On the other side, Indonesia have got 1 elimination point and also lost their star boy. So the star boy is not in the game anymore. Maybe they are not going to be doing much, especially it was the star of the team. Jimmy goes down. The team Sri Lanka is not going to be happy with the outcome. On the other side, Indonesia is still holding the outside of the circle. They're trying to find a way in. It's not going to be an easy job with especially a team, maybe it's DRS, that is holding the edge of the circle, northwest side precisely, and they are just making sure that nobody enters the circle without their permission. It's a good position to be in. Brunei, they're trying to enter the circle from the northwest side. This is a team right in front of them. Quite a potential fight happening. One of their players on a high ground, shots are being fired. Nothing concerning for the other team right now.
Yeah, nothing really concerning. But I think Brunei have done quite a decent job considering the position that they were in. But now they realize that they will have a fight right in front of them. I think it's going to be Philippines. And Philippines had been off to a good start. They had been bridge camping. And now, well, they have that little bit of an altitude. They are scattering around. And quite possibly, I think, they have got the upper advantage into this game. Now, this is where I think Brunei really need to spearhead their way inside the circle. But as we can see quite clearly, right, Philippines, they are kind of prioritizing a good position inside the zone rather than trying to pick up a fight over here. Now, if push comes to shove and a fight begins, because Ranked, he is playing with fire. He is literally driving in front of the opposition. And it kind of quite surprises me that Brunei aren't really responding back, aren't really fighting back. They're not taking those shots at their direction. They're kind of trying to play a lot defensive. And I clearly do not know if that's the wisest of ideas, because had they taken a few pot shots maybe at Ranked and maybe dropped him down, then it would have really helped them in their endeavors of getting past Philippines. Now, what they're going to do over here right now, Ozzy, is they just gatekeep. And where now Brunei will be on the receiving end of things. And there you can see one after the other, the players are going down to the point where Philippines have decided they can easily go with the push. And there you go, the wrath of DBS strikes. But yes, Brunei do not go down just like that without putting up a fight. Newbie still trying whatever he could have possibly done, but eventually he gets finished off as well.
I mean, right, I did just run him over with his vehicle, and the way Philippines played is obviously wonderful. The way they sandwiched Team Brunei in the center, obviously it could have been avoided with the way Fixes has told her, with the way Brunei should have played. But I feel like it was a wonderful performance coming from their side of Team Philippines. The way they 2 players from the right side, 2 players on the behind coming in, not giving any kind of a cover area to Brunei team to just hold and maybe fight as well, or to put up some kind of fight. They got themselves into this situation. Obviously, they're going to get punished for it. But on the other side, looking at Team Hong Kong, China, they have 3 players joined in. They are holding almost, not exactly, they were in the circle, but now with the stage 5 coming in, they are 126 meters away. Team Sri Lanka is right in front of them. I mean, and they have an idea that they are in a bit in advantageous position, so they want to get those elimination points as well. But ISSL has like a different kind of idea right now. They just want to move towards the north side as well. They are being punished. Lucifer takes a bit of damage to the body, but fortunately he's still surviving. As for the other player, he still takes a bit of damage, and fortunately for him, he also survives. And Sri Lankan ISSL is successful in making just a tiny bit rotation, but it's just like one trouble, another trouble. Then they have another team waiting for them towards the north side, Hong Kong, China. Now it falls up to them. They have to do the same thing that ISSL was just doing. They have to rotate into the circle. It's not going to be an easy job with the 2 teams gatekeeping the circle.
Yeah, I think considering how the circle has really panned out, I kind of fancy Philippines' chances because they do not have any of the countries around them. DRS capitalizing on the high ground advantage that they had, and like I said, right, they are the cunning foxes in the zone. In the circle, right? Whenever you see DRS or rather Nepal, when you speak of them, they kind of play quite methodically, right? They do not engage in those early battles. Rather, they always focus on taking good position inside the zone. And considering the fact that they've got the high ground and there are going to be a lot of these countries making the rotations from the lower grounds, now this is where they find themselves in pristine positions to engage in battles and sort of start winning them. And now they're starting to accrue a few finishes here and there, as we see a lot of these countries have just gotten in with 3 players playing for them. So kind of a little handicap, to be honest. You would always want to have all your players playing together because that sort of increases your probabilities in those fights. But for now, you know, when you look at countries like Mongolia, they haven't still gotten out of the military base. And look at Maldives, all these players just kind of one with the nature, hiding and ensuring that they strike when the time is right, because right now Philippines have taken the fight directly at Nepal. Now DRS trying to get their players back alive. Yonte pushing in with that S12 kit. Does he get through? Indeed he does, as he secures quite an important knock.
Obviously, the Maldives was on the lower part of the ground. They were being pushed down by Team DRS. Fortunately for them, the Philippines did come through, but not for long. As Rank ID, he was able to get 1 knock. But DRS, they are just too good with the retaliation. They are just too good with the trade. They traded Rank ID right there and then gave them all the time to revive their player, get a bit aggressive on Maldives as well. And now look at that. With the 3 players, they have been made it to the top 7. They have 4 elimination points in their hand, probably more than any other team. And now they are looking to rotate into the circle as well. As for Mongolia, they were in the center of the circle. They were in military base from the start. They had nothing to do. They had to play a bit passive aggressive, and this is exactly what they were doing. They did a wonderful job of the passive part, but they haven't got any elimination till this point. So let's see exactly what are they getting from this game, because right now it's still going to be probably 1 or 2 points from their survivability, not an elimination point. But Hong Kong is right next to them. They're throwing utility left and right. A wall of smoke has been created. Zhao Chia is just going to rush into the zone, rush into the building as well, coming from the right side. DOK 922, he's in bit of a danger, needs to be killed from the right side, obviously just using a bit of defensive utility, and he needs to be careful. OMV, he finally gets a breakthrough, takes one of the players from Hong Kong. China, okay, DOK 922, he takes a bit of flame, very low down to the HP, but he will survive. He will survive.
Oh, he certainly will. And now this is one of those fights that we have been waiting for. Now, looking at Mongolia and knowing them in their DNA, we have seen constantly that they're not one of those countries that kind of plays a little passive, right? They always are proactive. They kind of get into your minds. They kind of punish you. And if you're trying to bring a fight against them, you better be well prepared, because now for Miracle Vibes, they've secured quite a few knocks over there. And then it's going to be one of those times where they feel that yes, they can commit for a push. They can go in and wipe out the entire squad. And as that's going to happen, I think what Ting Shao is doing over here is trying to form a different angle, right? Trying to get inside the building, find some concrete cover and play around that. Now you are playing in a third person's perspective, right? This is where things get really tricky, and this is where you're playing in their own houses. You have come down to Mongolia's drop spot. You better be prepared, because in these close corners, I think this is where they really excel with those shotguns. And there you go, just in the blink of an eye, Hong Kong, they've been eliminated over there. And now DRS, I do not know how they're still alive, how they're still surviving, but somehow they're doing it against all odds.
And on the other side, Philippines is looking super sharp right now. They've lost their player Demigod, but other than that, they have 7 eliminations in their backpack. They're still trying to make sure every other team is eliminated from the game. And looking at that, Raymond goes on, takes DRS out of the game with the 5 elimination. They had a wonderful run, but it's really put down by Philippines once again. Rank ID is bleeding, but nothing concerning from them, as it was going to be revived right there and then. 10 elimination for this team. They have gotten the same point as the team who will get the chicken dinner. They still have 3 players surviving, losing Demigod. could have been a stopping point for them, but they won't let it get to them. They're still making sure the north part of the circle is having fun. But look at the other side, Indonesia and Mongolia, they are going up against one another. 4MV running into one trouble and after another. One player is going down. It's a 1v1 fight, and he's going to jiggle left and right, finally taking him down, and now he's going to take him off out of the game as well. He can revive the Apex, but he's just going to be holding that position. He's just going to be looting the other players and hopeful that Doc is coming in to revive Apex.
At least for now, I think I'm quite surprised how much the circle has been favoring the boys from Mongolia, right? Ideally, at this point, you know, you're at the 6th circle, and then the next, that's where you see the zone kind of getting out of military base. But as we speak of, Thailand might just be in a little world of trouble, because now they've picked up a fight against Philippines and have successfully managed to put a stop on their onslaught, right? Because, you know, Philippines before that, you know, I think they were sitting at 10 plus elimination points already. So somebody needed to put a halt on that, and they were kind of looking quite rampant throughout the server. And now you can see, you know, pretty much the entire lobby has been cleaned up. It has all come down to a 4v3 situation. You've got two of the big dogs that we've been talking about. You've got Thailand on one side, who have the high ground advantage, who've taken complete control over the hills, and on the other side you've got Mongolia, who are inside the C buildings of the military base, whose positions have already been compromised, who already are on one-man deficit right from the very beginning. And now it really comes down to Thailand. You know, this is pretty much, I think, RZ, their game to lose. I do not see a world where Thailand drop this game off the bags.
They got the high ground advantage as well. They got a clear perspective of those buildings. One of the players, also like taken a bit of aggressive stance as well, coming from the side. Mongolia now have 4 angles to be careful. One is the right side, one is the center, one is on the left side, and 3, maybe I'm wrong, I'm sorry about that, but yes, they have to be careful about these 3 angles. Let's see how they divide themselves with these 3 angles coming in. Obviously they can't go roof. One of the players, IESF, he's on the roof. He's just hiding with a tiny cover. As soon as he gets up, he'll be spotted and probably brought down as well. I feel like if the circle shifts away from Mongolia, any chance of them winning this game or getting the chicken dinner will be stripped away. So they are hopeful that the circle stays on them, and Thailand is the one they have to push. But as for the Thailand, they have the cars, they have the means to push as well. So it's not that difficult for Thailand to secure the winner chicken dinner. And one player playing a flag, it's a big trouble for Mongolia.
Exactly. Now, I'm kind of wondering if they have that information of Sky Only's intervention there, right? He's taken that building, the police compound around the military base, and I think Apex has a slight idea of where he might possibly be, because right now the kind of circle is divided into 2 halves, right? On one side, you've got the fences around the military zone. This is where Mongolia, they're going to be truly put to test. First of all, the first thing they need to do over here is try to even out the man numbers, right? It's a 4v3 situation already. And Thailand, they're kind of just taking those spot shots, hoping one of which will connect. And like I said, right, Apex did have that idea. So the one flank that they were really banking upon, that has been taken out. It's out of picture. Sky Only's done and dusted. Flash, he's taken some massive amount of damage. Has certainly healed up though. But this is where one more knock and you could see the players of Mongolia trying to push. And this is where, you know, when it comes down to pure raw aiming skills, I feel Mongolia have that little bit of an edge over Thailand.
Exactly right now, but it's look at the 4 kills. IESF is the only one who's able to get any kind of eliminations from the side of Mongolia. The rest of the 2 players have been a wonderful support, not like. But look at that Sky Only. It's gonna be impossible to save him. Apex right 922. He has his aim set on this player, and it's gonna be back to 3v3. Sky Only, I feel like Hale could have made a play right now with the score, with all of the smokes coming in, with like a vehicle. They have the utility to make sure they jump in and revive their player. But Mongolia, they have done a wonderful job of taking the advantage away from the side of Thailand. And Sky Only, he had to be careful. The flag, how much like it is rewarding is always the most risky as well. You can solely be responsible for like making sure your team wins the game or lose the fight, like win the fight or lose the fight as well, and it can come down to sky only as well. But look at that right now, the circle, it's gonna be over now. Both of them have to move out, and it probably will be 4MV that have to move out of those compounds before the smokes have been thrown, and they're using that broken wall to cover. Thailand have also like Flash deployed a couple of smoke to create a fake wall in front of it, but he has to be careful. 4MV on the lower ground, they are on the higher ground. It's gonna be an interesting fight 3v3.
It certainly is, and I really loved how, you know, they kind of screen the players of Thailand with all those, smokes they out there. And now Thailand has really no idea where the infiltration is going to be coming through, as Mongolians look to be breaching in through the Thailand defense. But at this point, Flash, he has to be watchful and spotting out east. Will get that knock secured. A very important one, as Doc was looking for a trade, but Flash, quick as his name suggests, has managed to bring it down to a 1v3 situation where Apex, I don't see a world where he comes through as final nail in the coffin, around by Flash as he lobs those grenades over. Tiger goes in to get the final kill, which he will do. And that being said, Thailand have gotten the first winner chicken dinner of this qualifiers.
With the 8 elimination and overall points of, I feel like it's going to be 23. I don't know how they got 23 points. I feel like they should have gotten maybe like 18 points, but that is something for other right now. But yes, Thailand, they have played a wonderful performance. Despite the fact they have lost their player Sky only right at the start of this fight. It was a 3v3, and the Doc coming on the right side. Flash was the turning point, I feel like. Doc would have turned things around. He was in the most comfortable position. He had the high ground. He had a tiny bit of a surprise factor as well. But Flash played that cover perfectly. He took out east, then he shifted towards Doc as well, taking him out, performing a 1v2 in that difficult situation in that last fight, and obviously left all for left it all to Tiger to just rush in and take that last kill as well, last elimination. But I feel like a wonderful performance by Thailand. They were calm, content and aggressive throughout the whole game, and they got rewarded for it.
Yeah, they kind of were maintaining that steely demeanor, right? Knew exactly when to strike when the iron is hot. And I think it all came down to that final push, right? I guess missed play by Doc over there. Should have gotten the trade, ideally, because knowing Doc, he's one of those players. Because the moment you get those... Had he gotten that pick on a Flash over there, then things could have completely changed, right? And then it could have been either ways. Because I really liked Mongolia's approach, and to be honest, RC, we did touch upon this, right? Towards the end, it comes down to a little bit of luck also, because Mongolia, right from the very beginning, they had been, kind of guarding the southern zone, and they took a lot of fights, right? They dealt with Hong Kong initially. I think this was quite a different style of play, which I really did not expect from Mongolia, because when it comes down to the Mongolians, they're quite aggressive, right? Ideally, what you would expect them to do is just get inside military base, get their loot done, and then just rotate all over the map and try to find as many picks as possible. Now, considering the fact they know the gravity of the situation over here, and you could see them playing a lot defensive than the usual style of play. So I did not really find them in their natural habitat. But despite that, a second position finish around with 5-6 points is still not too shabby. I think that will really help in their endeavors. But the one other team that I really want to touch about is Philippines, right? Philippines has been one of those teams, RC, that has been in the mix of action right from minute 5 or 10, right? They've been doing pretty much everything inside the game. They did manage to bridge block a country. They took them down over there. Then they went on, they took a fight against ERS also. I think they got around 10-11 elimination points for themselves, which is really going to help them in terms of the overall standings.
I mean, they had a bit of everything in this game. If you want to look at PUBG Mobile in a nutshell, you could see the Philippine games right now. Yes. They had to rotate, they had to hold, they had to camp, they had to be aggressive, they had to go out and take those fights. And obviously, they got elimination points. Obviously, they got like a couple of survival points as well, maybe 3 or 4. We have to see the overall ranking or the match ranking to exactly see how many points they get. But all in all, it was again a wonderful performance by their side. Thailand came out of the nowhere in the end and like took everything away. They had I feel like the perfect game stance. As for Mongolia, it was pretty understanding of them to be playing the defensive side. As for like going to the last 4 stages, I thought, or last 3 stages, I thought they have 0 elimination points and maybe a couple of survival points. What are they gonna do with them? But no, their defensive strategy was for immaculate. They were able to get 5 elimination points while playing defensive and able to get the second point. I feel like if it works for them, it works for them, and I'm very, very glad to see that. But we'll have highlights in front of us in a couple of seconds, and we'll go through the game one by one, see who got what what kind of elimination and what kind of a fancy and also like really great elimination as well. I'm looking at DIS because they were also a bit aggressive throughout the whole game. They were able to take, I think, Maldives out as well, and they were also trying to take Philippines out, but unfortunately it was a 3v4 fight and they lost.
Yeah, and it was such a wholesome game, to be honest, right? And just the kind of a start you would anticipate, because whenever it comes down to the PUBGM fans, if it's a game of Erangel and you start off with a certain circle, kind of brings your heart, fills your heart with joy, right? And now, as things go on, of course, we'll take a quick look at the highlights and see how this match, the entire first matchup really went for all these teams.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Asian Regional Qualifier for World Esports Championship. I am Azi and I have been joined by Fixes once again. Fixes, what a wonderful game number one where Thailand absolutely dominated the lobby, got the elimination points, and also got the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think it was a kind of a fitting start, to be honest, like we expected or rather anticipated. You know, the big boys coming in, hard and heavy, and it was Thailand that took that first chicken dinner. Of course, huge props to Mongolia for getting that second. We did also have Philippines, and I'm pretty sure once the overall standings do come up, they're going to be having maybe a third or fourth position. Nepal were quite smart, just the DRS way they kind of like to play. And, you know, a few questions being raised at the other teams. Of course, they had a little bit of a rough start. And it kind of happens so, especially when you get a southern zone like Erangel right from the very beginning. And there were a few teams or rather a few countries that did not have all their players in. So maybe, let's say, if Mongolia had also the numbers with them, things could have been otherwise, right? There could have been a lot of permutation combinations, but it is what it is. I think heading off into Miramar, we now have a slight idea of who the strong teams are, who have kind of taken over the driver's seat. So it's going to be a rather more easier job for us to quantify which teams to expect from.
I mean, understandably, like it is what we expected as well, with the Thailand coming in performing obviously with the DRS trying to make a dent in the match standings. They were being relevant throughout the whole game. Philippines was a region that we were particularly interested in at the start of the pre-game area as well. Other than that, not just this, Indonesia, they tried to take out Mongolia while they were trying to push in towards the southern part of the circle. Hong Kong was relevant. They were like 3 players joined in the game. Obviously there were a lot of the teams with the 3 players, so it might be just a tad bit different with the 4 players coming in with their full strength. So let's see exactly what's going to happen. But yeah, it's a bit expected in the like big regions coming in with the firepower, with the like unique technical skills and performing. But in the end, I feel like we have a bit of expectations and a pretty like an idea of what's going to happen. But there's still a lot of uncertainty that exists within this lobby. We still have to see performances from Vietnam as well. We still have to see from other Chinese team. So let's see exactly what's going to happen, because I feel like they do have the skills and the temperament to take out the teams from Thailand and from like teams like DRS as well.
Yeah, I think we kind of have seen what abilities do these countries possess, right? And how their styles of play have been quite different. And you know, this is what esports is all about, right? Now we're again talking about what a good initiative it is from the International Esports Federation in getting all these teams playing under one server, right? So many different countries, they have got that different style of play. Some are quite aggressive, some quite methodical, just executing their strats, and it kind of all culminates down. And this is something that we usually even during the Asia Championships or the official tournaments of PUBG Mobile, we also get to witness, where you've got different PMPLs of the other regions, where you have Pakistan having its own individual region. We've seen Pakistan kind of has a little bit of an aggressive style of play, which is in quite contrast when it comes down to the other SA teams in comparison, when you're getting countries like Nepal, who kind of are quite strategic. Even I think Mongolia, I'm gonna keep them under the same building, because Mongolia, ideally we've seen they kind of get off to really explosive start, but eventually they kind of understand in the latter phases of the tournament that sometimes the aggression doesn't really work for them, and then they also focus a lot on positioning, getting the right spot, and from then on there onwards they kind of look out for better fights to take and partake in, out of which they get some positive results. Now as we we were talking about this game, I think the point standings are ready for the first game. So I think it's time, RZ, to take a quick gander at what has happened after the first game, and it is going to be in front of our screens just about now.
You're right.
I'm not a
But
magician,
more
am
important,
I? What happened?
but yes, we have it in front of us, the match standings, with the team Philippines right in the top with like 15 points, 10 elimination, 5 placement points. Then we have Mongolia at number 2 with 11 points, and then we have Nepal at number 3, and Nepal at number 4 with 8 points. Then we have Indonesia at number 5. Obviously, we have Thailand at number 1 with 18 points. Then we have Sri Lanka. They try to make sure they try to get into the circle as well, but unfortunately, they were met with their make as they were trying to get into the 5th state or 6th state. It wasn't easy to find the point in the circle. Then we have Hong Kong, China, who got eliminated by team Mongolia as they were trying to get into the circle from the southern side.
I think talking about how this entire match happened, right? I think Philippines has to be one of those countries that we need to talk about, and rightfully so. Look at those 10 eliminations did help them secure that second spot, despite not having that top. I think despite not having that top 2 finish, right? Still third, but by the virtue of their eliminations, they place themselves at the second point. So Indonesia not far behind, along with Nepal and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka again, the boys from ISSL have been pretty impressive. But the surprises over here, of course, I don't think we did get to see Vietnam in the server, and I really hope to see them in the next game. And if that happens, right, or maybe we did, and they kind of got eliminated pretty early on. So that was a bad, unfortunate news, because when you're looking at the players from Vietnam, now they have also played on really big occasions. They've also got some global titles to their names, and I think one of the front runners in this qualifiers particularly. But now, considering the fact that they're on the back foot, they really need to put the pedal on to the metal in the second and the next remaining games to come.
And one thing you are right about that is this is understanding of what exactly happened. We do have an idea going to game number 2 that Thailand, Philippines, Mongolia, Nepal, and Indonesia will definitely perform. But these teams from like Cambodia, Vietnam, Myanmar, Malaysia, they need to up their game a bit. Obviously, I feel like if as we have only 2 days, only 12 matches left behind, we're down with the match number 1. We have teams already trying to build up the lead. If you continue like this for maybe 2 or 3 more games, it will be very difficult for you to come back. So I feel like maybe take 1 or 2 games, try to understand what you can. Unless obviously I would totally support you guys going ahead and take all of those elimination as well, securing those point journal. I would really like that as well. But I feel like if you let these teams lead for some time, maybe 2 more games, it will be very difficult for you to come back. It can be done, don't get me wrong, but let's see. But I'm hopeful, and I want these teams to just notch up their games a bit.
Yeah, we certainly would expect that, and they've kind of got a slight idea of how this server has been. Who are the ones to watch out for, who are the ones that you kind of tend to strike fear in their hearts and just go in for the push. I think this is something that Philippines did against Cambodia. Now, if you remember, even against Brunei also, they were kind of on the back foot. They were kind of questioning their own decisions when they had the opportunity to maybe deal with Philippines at one moment. You could see Erangel. He was just hovering around with his buggy, and I felt, somebody should have taken those shots over there. But, that did not happen, as a result of which, it was the boys from the Philippines that really capitalized and had quite an easy elimination over there. But, considering as things are, we could see the Southeast Asian countries and even Mongolia getting themselves into the picture. So it's going to be really exciting to see who gets the second chicken dinner in Miramar.
Obviously, but as for like we showed in generally that the first place, that team that got winner chicken, that it showed that Thailand had like 23 points. It should have been 18 points. It did fix on the ranking as well. We talked about when in match ranking, the team Thailand still on number 1. They got 18 points, not 23. So yeah, fortunately for the like, we got the right standing in the end, and now they have the lead as compared to number 2 or 3, and they should try to keep maintaining those. As for team Thailand, they are looking very dangerous. They have the game sense, everything they need to make sure. Because as for Philippines, the difference between Philippines and Thailand is what I found is like Team Thailand, they knew what kind of game it was. They knew what kind of things they have to do to be at the top. Philippines was just like a brute force with not exactly the brute force. They were like optimal or ideal in some situations as well. But the biggest picture, the widest picture, they might not have that in their mind. I feel like Thailand was just like coming in at the right time, at the right place. They knew what they wanted to do, and they got to that point. Philippines had a bit of a difficult run. They got those kills, they got those eliminations. They got the rotation done. They made sure they punished those teams that are rotating late, trying to take those bridges as well. They went against the DRS as well. So they are a very, very good team. Obviously, I'm looking forward maybe in Miramar or maybe in Sanhok maps as well. This is a team that might have the most trouble securing their chicken dinner. But I will not leave Thailand out of the picture because Thailand have just like surprised me in a very wonderful way.
You certainly can't really put them out of the equation, can you? Because they have clearly been the best team. But yeah, I think, this game could have ideally, I felt, could have been Nepal's, considering, the position that they were holding on to. It was pretty sad to see them get eliminated in such a manner. So sometimes you just have too much on your plate to deal with, right? And we could see the players from Nepal were taking multiple fights on different fronts. And this is where Philippines found that slight window of opportunity, and they hit the nail in the coffin. And that is where Nepal was dealt with. And the moment that happened, I think it was all about taking the right opportunities at the right time. And Thailand saw that moment where they could see Philippines were a little vulnerable, and that is where they got in and wiped them out. The moment they did that, we could see them beautifully just engulfing the players of Mongolia like an amoeba, right? They had already sent one of their players to the police quarters, who kind of had formed a different angle, but unfortunately he was already preyed upon and did get finished off. And eventually when the dust finally settled, right, we could see the players of Mongolia being quite uncomfortable, especially when you've got your opponents already having such a nice high ground advantage, and you do not have a lot of options, right? They did not have any vehicles, so they couldn't instantly push on. But I would still appreciate what Doc did over there, completely forming that path of smoke and pushing through that. But it all came down to those timings, right? The moment one of their players was knocked by flash, that is where I felt like Doc should have found his trade, and not being able to do so, and eventually in the process of getting knocked again by himself by flash. That is where I think that was the Achilles heels for Mongolia, and that is the reason why they fell.
I mean, you're right. All of the team that lied on the side of Mongolia was just to make sure that Doc got on the right side. They couldn't push through that road against to the other side. They cannot go through that smokes as well. They were not enough utility for them to push through. So Doc had to come on the right side. He did that. Everything was done perfectly. They got the guy only at the first part. They did that right. The second part was getting the Doc on the right side, trying to push from two other side. East going down was something expected. So the next thing that should have been done by the book was Doc getting the trade, as you mentioned.
Yes.
This Mongolia's ticket to winner chicken dinner. If he got them down, it would have been a 2v2, giving enough roof to him, Apex, to rotate or maybe revive their player as well. But it could have been an equal point of view. But with Doc going down after Apex, right after East, it was a very, very easy game for Team Thailand to get the winner chicken dinner. And not just that, I feel like Flash was particularly immaculate throughout this fight. The way he maintained his composure, with the fact that he was the player who was in the center, and he was the player who could be targeted from Doc. He was the one responsible for taking out East, and was the one responsible for taking out Doc. So the way he used his cover was perfect. The way he got those two eliminations was perfect, and I feel like he was the person who could be solely responsible for getting the winner chicken dinner to Thailand. So looking forward to getting number 2 of Miramar. I feel like I want to see what this guy does.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think the way he's been playing, he's got a target on his back, and the same goes for the players from Thailand as well. I mean, Doc, I'm a huge fan of that player, especially how aggressive he gets right into your minds and takes you for a spin, right? Especially, and when you talk about the players from Mongolia, to be honest, we've seen that even in that fight against I think against Hong Kong and even Hong Kong, China and Chinese Taipei. We also saw that they were prepared for it, and it was primarily their own home ground, right? They've been here, they've been dropping ever since they were playing PUBG Mobile, and were quite comfortable in defending their own fortress, right? And they kind of got through that part. It was a little too much, and in fact Thailand for them to handle. But now moving on to the second game, I think this is time to ask viewers this question, right? Who do you predict are going to be the winners of the second match? Who's going to get the chicken din? And also do let us know which country is going to get the highest eliminations. Now, and if I have to ask the same question to you, RZ, what would it be?
I feel like Miramar is going to be very exciting. You're right. With the way Thailand performed, with the way Maldives or Mongolia performed, and also with the way DRS came in, Nepal coming in, I feel like these are the teams that I will be definitely performing really great. Other than that, I feel like Indonesia is the one I'm looking forward to. Other than really, I feel like Indonesia could make their way into the top 4, top 3 by performing miraculously. Obviously, DRS, they made a wonderful rotation. 4MV, they were in the center of the circle with the Philippines coming from the right side. I feel like Hong Kong already taking from the south side as well. I feel like Indonesia, if things go right, they could maybe get the winner chicken dinner, or even if not that, I feel like they could have a wonderful game. Again, Miramar is the game, I feel like, where the best team wins. It's not about the unpredictability. The Miramar gives all the time in the world for you to get the loot you need, to think about your rotation. The unpredictability is very less in terms of like cycle moving towards water, as there is very less water in the map of Miramar. There's a very less chance of the cycle going towards the right side. Obviously I want that, but in general I feel like this map is where you get the chance of securing the most elimination point, or most like just general points if you are a good team. So I am quite sure the best team will win.
I think I'm pretty sure that's going to happen, and especially when you're bringing all these countries into the mix, right? When you've got some really strong ones from the Sea region, and then you've got some really strong ones from even the South Asian region. This is where I kind of, if you ask about the hot favorites, of course, would be the same usual suspects, right? It would be the likes of Mongolia, then even Thailand, of course, Philippines, and I'm really kind of keen to see what we have to offer from Vietnam, because Vietnam, like I said, the Darussalam squad, we have seen them in the past, and even in the global championships, even in the bigger stages as well, they've been quite predominant. And it was kind of I was kind of taken aback a little bit to see them get eliminated so early on. So that is definitely something to really look out for. And when you're talking about the terrains of Miramar, right, it kind of is pretty much standard. What you've got to do is sort of have that hunch, especially the IGLs of the respective countries, right? They need to find out the perfect altitude, find out those high ground advantages, and this is what that we have seen a lot of Southeast Asian teams do. Right? They figure out a circle, they realize this is the highest peak, let's just go and sit over there, have some good scopes, have some good DMRs. Bolt action is pretty much rare these days, because that has kind of gone a little off meta. We've seen in maps like Erangels, players are opting for those M4s and those shotguns, maybe M4 and those SMGs. Few kind of stick to the good old AK and the M4s, but you kind of see M4s in pretty much every loadout for the kind of versatility it offers. But when it comes down to a game like Miramar RZ, that is where we see all these DMRs really coming into play. You get to see some nice SLR, nice SKS. Now this is where I love it, because in this South Asian region we still get to see those M4s, but the moment we're going off to Thailand, we're talking about teams like Thailand, about teams like Philippines, this is where they really get in those 7.62 chambered weapons. Now this is where we see all those SKS, SLRs, because they are so prolific with their aim on those quite difficult to master AMRs.
I mean, obviously, and not just DMRs. I feel like I have seen very less of Car 98 or the snipers coming in play right now. But as somebody who has been like being a gamer for a really long time, everybody who's been like in part of like a shooting game, they love to see those like snipers coming in with the like 6x or 8x being used, obviously. So coming in the map of Miramar, that is something that I'm definitely expecting. But finally, ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. We are heading right into the game number 2 of the map of Miramar. The plane is right in front of us. We will see the plane pass right in a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds, and it is going to be a very skewed plane path favoring the southern part of the map, which is like Los Leones, Chumacera and Puerto area. The north side is La Cabrera, Torre. It is going to be absolutely unreachable unless you really want to go there.
You know, the stars look aligned for the Mongolians, right? Because they kind of tend, if I'm not wrong, love to drop off at Chumacera, and they would not be contested pretty much. I don't think any of these countries would want to pick a fight against the big boys pretty soon. And Los Leones is another big city to watch out for. But a lot of these teams will have so much trouble. Initially, what they will intend to do so right now, Asi, is go on and try to pick up those vehicles, get down to their drop spots. But what I'm rather more curious about is where the circle sort of forms, right? Is it going to be a northern circle, or are we going to see another one of those southern ones? Because if that happens, would love to see something happening around Puerto Paraiso. That would be really great. But we've seen, you know, of late how the how the new circles have been. It's kind of been around those Los Leones areas, and like anticipated, it's going to be a southern one. So these areas around Puerto Paraiso, Impala would be really critical, and teams will have to take over the southern areas. I mean, there are a lot of southern hillside locations where a few of these countries can capitalize. So they really need to rotate quick and fast.
Obviously, and the one thing that I didn't expect, or maybe the water area in the PUBG is like, oh, you don't want water in Miramar? We'll show you exactly how it is to have those islands coming into the play again. I mean, the circle make sure that like 30% or 40% of the water, like the circle areas, like water is something that is completely astonishing, especially in the map of Miramar. You don't see this right at the first Miramar, maybe in the second or third or maybe fourth or the second day. But no, coming in the first Miramar, we see the water area making it much more difficult for the teams to rotate in, to find the areas, especially the Los Leones south side is not exactly very habitable as well, so not a lot of teams want to play those areas. There's a couple of road network that you can use, but look at ISSL. They are in a perfect position right now, Sri Lankan team, to make sure they get their hands on a good amount of points, go looting towards Puerto area. There's a bit of a cluster towards the Minas and Laberta, towards the Los Leones areas as well, but look at the teams. DRS, they are just moving away from the circle. As for GM Master as well, they are moving towards Hesed del Petron, and DX, they are looting the areas of El Pozo. So the teams, a couple of teams, they don't mind moving away from the circle, as they're quite sure they will get their position in the circle later on, which I want to see exactly how it's going to happen.
Yeah, I think, like I said, you know, for the Mongolians, it's going to be quite easy to make those rotations down south, and the same goes for Sri Lankans as well. Now, looking at where they've dropped around Puerto Paraiso, so you've got that on the western side, the little hilly areas, which has a lot of crevices, which has a lot of dips to play around, and if you're smart, you can make some really good plays from around there, or you could just stick to the shorelines. Now, considering how almost like 40 to 50% of the circle has been submerged in water, it's kind of inevitable that the playing field is drastically less for all these teams. And when all these countries sort of rotate in, we might get to see some early clashes breaking out. And this is where, you know, all these teams that have went as far as pretty north, teams like, you know, DRS, the ones from Nepal, and then you've got a few even from Vietnam also. They kind of will face a little bit of trouble, as you can see. Even the boys from Maldives, they've kind of dropped around La Benedita, which is still, you know, around the circle. Do not have to travel a lot of their way, but I'm pretty hopeful that they're off to a good game in this one.
Obviously, this is what everybody is exactly looking for. They want to be hopeful that they get a good game. I feel like this, not just in this game on this tournament. I feel like these teams that have not performed in the last game in the map of Miramar, they should look for those easy kills. Hong Kong, they got all of their players in. That's one good news for their side. 4 of them gonna make sure. We have Can 18 joining that their squad again. But yes, they should look for those easy kill right at the start if they can find one. That is just not, it's obviously the elimination point is worth in it, but the other thing is they will definitely get a good confidence in their mind. Team like Cambodia, team like Maldives, they are looking for some kind of and some kind of confidence, obviously. So a good elimination right at the start of the game would like define the confidence, would define that they might want to be, they have it, obviously they have it all that it takes to secure a good game. So I feel like if they get a good elimination or 2 right at the start of the game, I feel like they will feel much better going the later part of the game, where they might just be securing 7 to 8 total points in the game. But looking at the circle right now, everyone is comfortable, everyone is looting. Obviously there's a bit of a cluster towards the area of St. Baton, where DRS can potentially fight with the GEW, along with the team ESP, who are just on the south side of the St. Martin. Along with that, there are 2 players that are towards the left side, so a bit of a dispersion to this team. But I feel like they are right now safe, as there's no one in between them.
Oh yeah, now you can see all these teams are rather starting to rotate. You could see Hong Kong getting in from the northeast corners, and the boys from Nepal have indeed managed to secure one of those finishes, right? Delta, he's gotten himself on the scoring board. And DRS, again, they're one of those favorites to go on from over here. A quick reminder for all the people watching this broadcast, only the top 3 teams get to go to Iași, right? And this is where it gets really interesting, because we've kind of have it divided. We've got a group A, we've got Asia A, we've got those matches also happening simultaneously. But now, as we are broadcasting Group B, this is where only top 3 teams from here and top 2 teams from Group A make it to Iași 2023, which is going to be held later around this year. And that's going to be really important, especially for Nepal, and how much esports has gotten the push ever since this particular team managed to get #2 in the PMGC lately. You know, that kind of fills them with a lot of confidence, because to be honest, Azi, you and I, we've seen Nepal from the very beginning, right? From them being one of the countries who were kind of one of those emerging teams out there, to being right now one of the finest in the region. I know they've gone pretty far, but right now what we do see is Cambodia unleashing all that lead into the hearts of the players over there of OTF, and they've managed to already find 2 knocks, looking for their 3rd, but Maldives decide to retaliate back in quick fashion. There you can see few trades coming in, but still Cambodia see themselves through, and there goes the first country out of the server.
Obviously, they learned wonderfully from the last game, for getting 4 elimination right at the start of the game without losing a single player. Obviously, 1 player went down, nothing concerning, he will be revived right there and then. But it was a wonderful team effort to secure those 4 elimination. And this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I want from teams like these. At the start of the game, they should go for those eliminations. They should go for those points. If they see a bit of advantage, they need to capitalize it in terms of like 3 to 4 points. And look at that right now. Cambodia is better than probably 7 to 8 teams right now, and I'm quite sure they will be in the top 8 definitely. And with the one push, one good game, the one good fight, it is going to happen. Let's see how far they take this, because I feel like they are in a very good position. They're in a very good state right now. It was a wonderful fight the way it happened. They got the high ground, they got the push as well, with the player providing the cover fire. I feel like they got everything they need. But look at the circle shift. It is going to be very difficult now, and I feel like we're going to see a very aggressive start to the Miramar.
We certainly will do, won't we? And this is something that was quite anticipated, the circle going a little towards that southeast, and we kind of touched upon it right from the very beginning, even when the flight path trajectory was just shown in front of us. But you could see the splash of colors around the western side, right? You've got Mongolia, you've got Thailand, you've got Vietnam, everybody, even Philippines. So you could see all those strong powerhouses on that one side, on that western area. And at some point or the other, it's inevitable that these forces collide, and it's going to be those tremors around that side. So of course we are anticipating some early fights breaking around those areas, while we've got quite a lot of these countries rotating in from the Impala highway. Now as you can see, they kind of are 2 or 3 teams. You can also see Indonesia making their way in. You've got Nepal again, pretty late, like they always are with the rotations. They kind of let the others pass and offer a more edge-to-edge approach to a particular game.
Definitely, I feel like that approach is going to work for a lot of those teams, especially the center of the circle is almost inaccessible. There's only one path that I can see, which is also very risky. But look at the amount of teams in my mini map right now. It's going to not be an easy job. Indonesia trying to push towards the center a bit. Obviously, they got a team like GM right in front of them. Israel just trying to scout out before he pushes, and that's the right way. Slowly and steadily push, try to scout, then push as well. And they are trying to make sure they got every angle covered. And as we talked about this, like a potential team that can take the chicken dinner or that can perform very well, Indonesia has definitely my attention right now. I want to see exactly how they perform, and they got themselves a good position within the circle. While the most teams would struggle to find a position, they got the most area covered right now. Chinese, they're right next to GEM as well. This is a fight that is potentially waiting to happen, but no, Chinese team had something of a better idea right now. They want to get back and maybe want to reunite as well, as it was a bit risky, but I feel like they were in a comfortable position. They had the other side of the high ground. The third person view will giving them a good perspective on the other side as well. They could have gotten 1 or 2 easy points if the team GM were looking to get a bit aggressive. Obviously they didn't know that, but one of the players from GM is already lost and Myanmar is on the back foot. They could have maybe capitalized it, but no, it's like both the teams are back to their back to their compounds.
Yeah, I think for a country like Myanmar, it's going to be such an important tournament for them, right? Where you can say that they're relatively new when it comes down to the realms of PUBG Mobile. When you get into the picture with the other countries over here participating. So this is one of those teams that you would ideally not expect a lot from, but yes, they can give you those surprises. Now, as we were kind of expecting those fights to be breaking out on that western front, we can see again the forces colliding. Thailand against Mongolia. You could see those trades coming in, but I do feel that the players of Thailand are getting a little bit of an upper hand against the Mongolians. Now, when you've got 2 countries with such good firepower, it is bound to result in a very different manner. As you can see, the fights have started already breaking through. And yeah, Flash is the last player of Thailand, unfortunately, where Mongolians would be looking to get a few players up and running, as Flash clearly has been the best player of this roster. And just when we were thinking about 2 countries, there comes Philippines out of nowhere to third party.
I mean, they are the best in this bunch right now. They were in the circle. They just made sure that they heard the gunfire outside the circle. They're like, we might just find those easy points. They went out of their way, came outside the circle, and want to be a part of this fight. Thailand Flash is the only one left. He's just using utility left and right. But one player from Philippines is just gonna be coming from base behind 4MV. They're just trying to get a bit aggressive. 3 players on their side. Obviously, Dog gets spotted, takes a bit of damage. Flash also gets spotted from behind from the side of Philippines player. He's down to 10% HP, but he still survived. Philippines, they are just circling around. They're just trying to sandwich everyone in, but they take the damage from the Apex nade coming in, takes 1 player down. Flash is also low on very HP. 1 more nade might just seal the deal. He's still hopeful to survive. A nade comes in. Maybe this is it. Obviously, the last first aid kit is going to be used by Flash. Other than that, the circle is not going to be pushing in. This is a 3rd stage circle, so you cannot ignore it for a long time. Philippines, have they gotten themselves into a risky situation? I feel like it's not going to be an easy job for them as well.
Oh yeah, it certainly will not be. And I think Philippines are really striking when both these teams were quite vulnerable, getting so much of those positive results out there. It's gonna give them a lot of dividends later on. And now we can see, a few players are falling down courtesy to the play zone. And this was quite unanticipated, really. And it kind of baffles me that Flash is still alive and kicking. And not just that, he's also stealing a few finishes away here and there. And Mongolians are alive. Now, this is a spectacle that you do not really expect, because they were in their worst possible condition and still managed to breathe over there. And with those 2 players surviving, I think they would be looking forward to make their way inside the circle. And I think Philippines have also learned their lesson. They had come here to salvage the spoils of war, but eventually faced casualties of their own, and they kind of realized that, this is not the right time to get out of here. It's better to get into a good position and then maybe look at securing a few more eliminations.
And this is, I feel like, exactly opposite of what Philippines wanted. They wanted those elimination without losing their players, as they were the most comfortable, most advantageous team in this fight. And now coming out of this fight with exactly the same situation as Mongolia, I feel like they're going to be hurt the most. Obviously, Thailand has bitten the dust. They are out of the game along with Maldives. It's going to be unfortunate circumstances for both of them. But Mongolia is going to be happy, as they were caught in a very risky situation with being two teams pushing them from left and right, and not just two teams, two countries. They were the best almost. They were like, obviously Thailand got the winner chicken in the last game. Mongolia were really good in the last game as well. So it wasn't easy for, Philippines were also really good. So Mongolia, it wasn't easy for Mongolia to survive between being sandwiched. But looking at Myanmar right now, they are in front of Hong Kong. But Hong Kong, they are comfortable in their compound. They don't want to go out of their way to take this fight. They want to play a bit passive. They want to hold the circle as they are comfortably towards the center, or almost to a bit right towards in the center part of the map. So Myanmar, they are on the high ground. They're using the utility. But I feel like even if they get a knock, it will be a difficult job to get an elimination point, as they are very comfortable in their cover. And GE, they cannot exactly march in, they cannot rush, as they have lost one of their players, and it's not easy to pull off a 3v4 while you are pushing.
It certainly isn't, right? And especially when it comes down to objectives over here, I think what the idea for Hong Kong is going to be is just hold on to your dear life around these compounds. As long as you've got the mercy of the zone, do not get out from here. Because now when you look at Myanmar, they've got their players starting to surround Hong Kong, China. And this is where, for Hong Kong to get out of this rough spot, they will have to get a couple of knocks before they can even initiate that push against the lads of Myanmar, who've kind of made a really good spread around over here, as the boys from Sri Lanka seem to have spotted out a few players from Vietnam. I think you can see those pepper shots being taken over there, and no real result coming out. But yes, Myanmar seems to have found a few openings, and one of those players of Hong Kong has already fallen down. And I think they would be looking for those confirmations. They've managed to get one. And if they get a second one, I think they might want to consider going in for the push.
Obviously, this is a good start for them, getting an elimination in this position. It was a bit unexpected, but right now they're holding this part of the circle, as they got nothing else to do other than just to pressure team Hong Kong. Obviously, they are in the circle. They have the advantage. They are towards the center as well. They got a bit of a high ground. They got the compounds. They have unfortunately lost a player, but I feel like they have everything they need to get themselves a good game. And since they have a good advantage in terms of their position, in terms of their location, I feel like this is what they are trying to do. They are trying to capitalize it as much as they can. This is why I feel like they are just charging up Hong Kong as much as they can without putting themselves at too much risk. They don't want to lose another player. But looking at that right now, Mongolian player, they are off to another bad position right now, where they will lose the second last player, and the one player surviving. I feel like it's going to be just a tiny moment before that player also get away. Lucifer is just trying to get his shot across and finally gets it on with the Mini 14. He has done a wonderful job of taking one player down, but can he get the elimination, as the guy is on the other side of the hill? The smoke is there. I feel like it's going to be an impossible job. But just not Lucifer. All the team of Sri Lanka is just firing up on that hill, just trying to make sure that nobody comes surviving on that side.
Yeah, the ones holding the edges of the zone are keeping the rest at bay. And Sri Lanka, this is nice pressure being applied, right? You cannot expect them to really get the confirmations unless and until, Vietnam makes a really foolish move, or they have their players kind of out in the open completely, which isn't really the case. But what Sri Lanka will really succeed in is in depletion of those crucial armors and helmets, right? So this is going to help them in the longer run. But like we said, right, Mongolians have found themselves in a pretty rough spot, in a pickle, to be honest, and it's so difficult for them to try and get in. Whereas Vietnam, they've been clobbered down from multiple fronts, right? One, they have to keep themselves alive against this constant harass coming in from Sri Lanka, and then suddenly you're seeing, Myanmar also taking that opportunity and getting a few knocks here and there. So in a really bad situation, they've laid out all those smokes, but the moment it sort of starts dissipating, I think Vietnam over here needs to really reconsider the positions they're holding on to as DRS. I mean, against all odds, they're starting to close in. They're playing pretty good. But are they aware of one of those players from Philippines who's hiding? You know, you can see Monboy, and he could cause a lot of trouble. And if he goes unchecked, then DRS, as the latter stages of this game, or at the latter stages of this particular circle, where it kind of shrinks down even further, they might be bitten from their backlines.
I feel like this is the calm before the stage fixes. Everybody is just holding in, trying to get a tiny bit aggressive, pushing their limits, but not by a huge amount. And this is, I feel like, just before everything is gonna break down. This is the moment every team is getting into their position to secure a good position. Sri Lankan team, look at that. ISSL is now being surrounded by Vietnamese team. They are also on their southern side. This is DRS, and along with that, they have a GEM also waiting for that. And now this is it. Obviously, DRS get their first knockdown. Brunei, they got their one player down, but I feel like he is in cover right now. He can easily be revived as he's just lying down in a compound. Exactly, Shako is just going to go back, trying to revive him, but it's Vietnamese team who also gets the player knocked down. Diaz is just not going to stop. They are going all in on the Brunei team. They got the second player down. Shako is in a deep of a trouble, right? Can he take on DRS and can he revive his player? But the answer is going to be a big no. But Shako takes on Delta as they are trying to charge in. DRS player goes down, but along with that, Delta goes down at the hand of Shako. He was just going to he would secure those elimination point as well. He's not trying to revive his player. I feel like he has done a wonderful job of putting Diaz in his place, because other than that, Diaz were looking to just charge in, take all of the fight. But as we're talking about Diaz and Team Brunei, it's going to be Team Sri Lankan and Vietnamese going up against one another 2v4. It's not going to be an easy job for Lucifer and his teammate to hold this warehouse. They are just charging in from left and right, surrounding them. The utility being thrown. How long can they survive?
Oh, there you go. One of their players already getting picked off. And it all falls down to the nimble shoulders of Totter as his position gets compromised, as now Vietnamese players do have an idea of exactly where he is and feels like they've had enough, right? And they wanted to do something about the situation, and they were like, the moment they got that first knock, chuck it, we're just gonna go in and go for the push. And this is where they kind of prevail, and this is why I was constantly harping about the Vietnamese supremacy, because once they get online, once they get things going on for themselves, they are nigh unstoppable. And this is kind of a glimpse of what we should expect from a country like Vietnam, as Chinese Taipei. Pisces was one of those final players surviving, and eventually he falls down to his misery. So Indonesia also get themselves on board. I really like this confidence splurge from the players of Brunei also, because in the first game they were kind of second guessing themselves, but this is something that's looking quite promising from their side. Eventually have one of their players knocked down courtesy to Vietnam, but I think it's not going to be quite troublesome getting their players back online, as Newbies just goes ham, gets the spray connected, but an instant trade also coming in from Chuan.
So it's the last player standing for Brunei. They got their 5 eliminations, but they are in a bit of trouble with the DRS on their right side. Vietnamese team also charging in. Killer, he has a play in front of him. He's just not going to get up charging, because he just want to be surviving for right now, as they don't have a lot of players. Vietnamese just surrounding Brunei, and obviously they got their hand on the last player. Obviously, I think it wasn't Team Vietnamese who got the elimination point, was somebody else from really far away, and they're still trying to get the last kill. They don't know the last elimination, for they don't know the last player has been eliminated by somebody else from really far away. But yes, Team DRS showing trigger discipline right now. They don't want to take up any kind of fight, as they are they are just surviving on 2 players. Myanmar on the other side, they have been in this position for a really long time. They have managed to get themselves 2 elimination points. They are just trying to charge up on the other team left and right. Obviously they got their hands on one of the players. Chairperson goes down. The elimination still hasn't been secured. The Zai coming on from outside the circle, probably trying to reunite with his team. But look at Ichi. He is just looting from what he got in. Oh, Shuang coming from the right side, got the left of the DIs. One player goes down. The last player is being spotted as well. And Vietnamese is just like this death, who is just securing, just erasing everyone in their path. It was Mongolian, it was like Brunei, now it is Team DRS, and it's like easy elimination for them. And nobody should stand in their path right now as they are on war path.
Oh, they certainly are. And considering how the circle's kind of evolving, I guess, it's kind of interesting to see that what Myanmar can really make out of this. Because you've got the Indonesians also closing in, and this is where the fight ought to break out, won't it? Because Master Ichi, he had his position compromised, but Master Ichi does manage to find one through with his grenade. Now the barrage is going to come through as Myanmar look to clobber down the players of Indonesia as the other one goes in, and Kobe must be proud with Erangel just getting pounced upon by Zai and his teammates as Myanmar are playing a really good game of PUBG Mobile. Now Cambodia, they had been in a very good spot right from the very start and now are making their way inside the circle. And look at that, you could see those tiny paths being created across the valley, just getting in through and finding some good spot from a good semblance of cover. And I'm really keen to look what can they produce out of the position that they're in right now.
I mean, even if they're not trying to get a bit aggressive, I feel like they can survive the stage number 7 while being in that valley. It's a good cover from left and right. Unfortunately, if somebody's right on top of them, they might just go down. But in terms of teams that are far away for them, which is the current situation here, I feel like they can survive. On the other side, Vietnamese team towards the southern part of the circle, trying to charge up on the Myanmar, but they are really far away. It's not going to be an easy job. Here person using his M4, trying to land some shot on the team of Hong Kong, but they are also in the safe cover right now. Nothing concerning for either side. Looking at Myanmar, they're in a good position. They got the high ground as well, but now they're just coming down, trying to reunite with Master Ichi with the Hong Kong right on beneath them. They want to take this fight. They have to be careful, for they might be a bit vulnerable towards their right side with the Vietnamese team. The way they're looking aggressive, they will definitely want to take a part of Team Myanmar. Georgia is just looking up, he's like cooking his nade, throws the nade, just deals a tiny bit of a damage. He knows the push is coming in from the top side. It's going to be a 3v3. Zai throws the nade, it's just not going to connect as well, as nobody goes down on the either side. It's not going to be an easy push as well, as there's been a lot of utility in terms of smoke being thrown left and right, and then almost there's no vision on either side. The circle is also being pushing in. They have to leave this, or they have to fight, and this is exactly what Myanmar does. They just get out of the situation. Cambodia spots the team Myanmar shots, land some shot on them, but unfortunately couldn't get the knock.
Yeah, but still would fancy their chances, right? The murky smoke, just separating these two teams right now. As Vietnam did have a comfortable position off until late, where the circle just went away from them. And look at him, the Ghost Rider perhaps with that buggy wanted to close in on that distance, but eventually fell prey to the players of Cambodia. And this is where, now it's slowly but surely starting to pay off for them. As Vietnamese, the boys, I think, have figured out where the boys from Hong Kong, China are. But one of the players of DRS, rules seem to have been spotted, but will eventually get one of those knocks. Would want to go a little bit greedy, want to secure that finish. As Chairperson comes in, and it is death from above. Chairperson instantly decimates the final Nepali player standing and thwarts him out of the server. As now the Vietnamese boys, they are up against Hong Kong, China, who are kind of defending with all their lives and are really succeeding at that.
And Cambodia, look at them. They are just really far away from all the trouble. They're just waiting in. They're just being happy about this, that every team is like getting out by their own, and they don't have to fight much. They got 8 elimination points on their own. They're in the top 4. But look at that. Jin takes a bit of damage from the flames. Now he's going to just make sure that he revives his player. Hong Kong is charging up after taking down a player. On the other side, Cambodia is the only team with 3 players survive. Vietnamese have 2 players, where Myanmar has 1, and Hong Kong, China has 2 players. So by default, Cambodia has the advantage. They have the most control in the map as well. Look at them just moving left and right, trying to park their car as they wish, with nobody putting up some kind of fight to them. Obviously, Vietnamese boys, Hong Kong and these Myanmar, all of them are looking to survive, but a nade coming from the other side, take one player from Hong Kong side. Jin is on the other side. He's cooking up the nade. He don't know exactly where the last player is, but throw the nades on the other side. Nothing gets connected. He's just gonna charge in. Doesn't know exactly the players on his behind. Might just secure the knock, but unfortunately for Myanmar, the last player gets spotted at the hand of Cambodia. Oh, he gets spotted. Takes the hand of his shotgun. Ching was super good with it, and then takes on the second player as well. Hong Kong buys the start, and now we're left with only two teams. It's a 3v2 with Team Cambodia having a huge advantage in this fight.
Oh, they certainly have, and it all comes down to Joseph Brookhund. He eventually succeeds, gets that initial knock, and now Cambodia know they have to deal with one. Just all getting the pan up. I was kind of starting to wonder if that's going to be a message sent, but we know how deadly Chuan can get with his DBS. Has already managed to secure one. Can he get the other as he goes prancing in? Yes, he does connect. Eventually falls down to a 1v1. Lil Jon, he does not know what he is going to be subjected to. Some more DBS might as he clutches through. Vietnam, they might have failed in the first, but certainly not in the second, as they get a chicken dinner with 12 eliminations to their names and 22 overall rank points just by the virtue of this one game. What a performance from the Vietnamese.
I mean, in terms of total points, I feel like that's obviously a great performance both from their side. They have able to secure like a good amount of eliminations for their team. But not just that. What a performance, what a clutch by this guy, Shuang. The way he kept his calm, the way he predicted everything, took down Cambodia boys one by one, and with his shotgun, the best weapon he could ever need in this short distance fight. He took down one player, took down the second player as well with almost very low on HP, then pulled off a first aid kit. I feel like he knew where the third player was coming from. He could hear him as well. He knew he had enough time, pulled off the first aid kit, went off the third 1v1, and I feel like, and in the end he got that as well. Secured the Vietnamese winner chicken dinner, a 1v3. Nobody expected that, but fortunately for them, and they are rewarded for it by a wonderful chicken dinner.
Oh, they certainly are, and it's quite unbelievable, to be honest, what he just did. You know, Chuanji, take a bow, mate. I mean, the kind of a play that he pulled off is especially the sheer cojones on the lad, right? When he was kind of left all by his lonesome and suddenly figures that he is up against three and quick eliminations, and it kind of felt like they were not a well-oiled unit. You know, the way the boys pushed in, right, from Cambodia, kind of they just threw it out. All they should have done was pushed in tandem with each other. You know, should have synchronized their runs. They were just one elimination shy of securing a chicken dinner. Nonetheless, still a pretty good game for them as well. But Vietnam, from what they pulled off, especially how their run has been throughout the Miramar game, right? Initially, they were under a lot of trouble. They had to take fights at so many different fronts. They were getting hammered. They were getting pressured, if you remember, by the Sri Lankans. And at a point, they felt like they've had enough. They pushed in over there on that squad. They got that elimination. Then later on, they dealt with, I think, another team there. They eliminated them as well. They literally needed to rather carve their way inside the circle. And in order of doing so, they kind of did have a few casualties of their own, lost around 2 of their players. But still felt like, you know, Chuanji had a lot of fight remaining. And this goes on to show how broken DBS can be, especially in those close range situations, right? What can you do when, you know, it's just a thump and you're pretty much done?
And other than the fact that Cambodia could have taken this 1v3 in a collective way, I feel like all those 3 players that went down at the hand of Shuang didn't do anything wrong. They weren't mechanically unskilled. It was just Shuang with the right gun at the right time, with the right aim. One shot to the body and you're down. It happened to all three players. Even Shuang was taking damage. He was taking multiple bullets to the body. Unfortunately, not a single bullet was from DBS, or not a single shot was from DBS. If like they have, it was like an he was the right person to survive. Fortunately, if the other player, like other teammates, survive, he probably wouldn't have the gun, and I cannot think of any other gun that have pulled off a 1v3. So yeah, it was a great performance for them. But look at Cambodia; they had a wonderful run as well. I feel like started talking about them right at the start when they got a 1v4 against, like 4v4 against another team. They eliminated all of that team. They started having their game. They survived for the next like probably 15 minutes. They didn't take part in any fight, and slowly and steadily their confidence reaped in this, and they secured this game wonderfully. Obviously they couldn't get the winner chicken dinner, unfortunate for them, but despite that fact they still have very good points and a very good start in the game number 3. And this is what I want to talk about. It was the confidence and it was the mindset they got from that early on. Cambodia had a terrible game number 1, but fortunately and luckily and definitely for them, they had a wonderful game number 2. Let's see, can they keep it going in the game number 3, as the map of Sanhok is very, very difficult and very unpredictable in terms of rotation, in terms of circle.
It certainly is. And now this is how things are going to get stirred up once the overall standings do pop up, which is just going to be, wee while. But when you look at what has happened, right, the teams that performed really well in game number 1 kind of went down pretty early at game number 2, because you could see, we did touch upon it, RZ, when we saw that Western cluster sort of coming in, and you had a lot of those big names. The Mongolians were there, the Filipinos were there, the Thai players were there, and all 3 of them decided to engage it and engage in a battle and settle the scores then and there. Eventually it started off with a battle between the Mongolians and the players from Thailand, and then what happened was the Filipinos decided that they also want a piece of the pie. And eventually it was the Mongolians that walked off with some major numbers. I think 2 of their players managed to survive. It was still a final standoff by Flash from Thailand, but it was all he could do, right? And was caught between a rock and a hard place. Did not have anywhere to run or hide, and eventually fell down to his own misery there. But what really was the turning point was 3 of these nations getting eliminated pretty on, which meant that the other countries got a good chance in recovering all those lost points. Now, this is where countries like Vietnam, Cambodia really came in swinging, man. And now they're considering they got the chicken. And I think we also had a glimpse that Vietnam, just by the virtue of this game only, from being right from the very bottom with 0 points, are now going to be topping the table.
And fixed notes is that the other teams that couldn't perform the game number 1, they performed, and that is a good thing. But the team that performed in the game number 1 couldn't perform in the game number 2 as well. Team from Thailand got eliminated right at the start. Team Mongolia was also suffering a lot. DRS was the one who got eliminated, got not eliminated in the start, but they were struggling throughout the whole game while their players were taken down one by one. In the end, they got eliminated at number 5 or 6 with not much of a survival points or not much of an elimination point as well. So with this game of Miramar, things have, I feel like, dialed down in a bit, and we are back to where we started, with a good amount of teams almost equally at standing right now, with not a single team obviously having a lead. So it can be anybody's game, it can be anybody's day right now. We are done with the game number 2, we are on to the game number 3, and I feel like this day is still up for grabs. Any team can come up, any team can perform as well. And I'm looking at now, when we looked at Thailand, Nepal, and along with that, we're looking at Mongolia as well. Now we look at Cambodia, we look at Vietnam, and we look at Hong Kong as well. They couldn't get much points, but they were resistant.
Yeah, they were resistant, they were resilient, whatever you call it. I think they've been showing a little bit of consistency, and that is going to help you once those 12 games come to conclusion, right? But there's another country that I would really touch upon that has improved by massive margins. Is going to be Brunei. because you could see in the first game they were kind of always quite reluctant in trying to pick off fights, but this time they kind of had 4 or 5 eliminations already to their name, which is a massive improvement. Now, I'm always, and even you are here, around kind of for the lookout for these underdogs, for these dark horses, the one countries that you do not expect a lot from, but when it comes down to giving values, they certainly show up. And it's just about having 2 good days, and if it happens, you never know, you could be one of those top 3 teams that goes on to represent your country at Iași 2023 later around this year.
Obviously, and I feel like it's going to be very interesting. And who are the teams? It's going to be like teams that total 5 teams from the Asian region who are going to be qualifying into the World Championship that is going to be played in Romania, and that is going to be an interesting conversation of those which 5 teams right now. But let's see exactly what's going to happen in match summary fixes.
Yeah, as those numbers pop up, it's quite quite predictable, right? The usual suspects that we have, Xuan getting the highest eliminations, and of course will have the highest damage as well. Myanmar also performed pretty well. One of their players, Masters, did manage to get the highest assist. Now, again, when it comes down to healing done or the highest knockouts, it was Xuan all over the place. Now, quite a name to remember in the hearts of all the Vietnamese fans. They must be elated with joy with how well one of their players has performed. I mean, you've got to give credits to the entire team, but if it comes down to those individual heroics, I think there was nobody better than Xuan, to be honest.
And obviously, I feel like it's going to be team stats post match number 2 with the Vietnamese. They have 7 eliminations on Chuang. They have 4 eliminations of Parajin. They have 1 elimination of chairperson and no elimination on their last player. But I feel like Chuang was as whole Vietnamese team, they were performing throughout the whole game, whole match. They were trying to get as many kills as they can, and they were 4 players surviving. But when it came down to last 2 fights, I feel like it was just Chuang just taking all almost everybody by himself. 1206 damage, 570 damage received, and 5 knockout on his side. Way more stats than anybody else on his, double the damage than the second player, almost 3-4 times the damage than these other 2 players. I feel like he is the carry, and he carried his team on his shoulder towards the victory.
He certainly did. I think there's no second thoughts about it. And look at his damage numbers. The damage received, has been putting his body on the line, has been constantly getting into the mix of things, healing himself up, preparing for the battle that lies ahead of him. And he was phenomenal. I mean, I think words fall short of what he's just achieved. And yeah, DBS is one of those weapons that is pretty much feared by majority of their players. A lot of the international players have gone around and talked about how broken that weapon is, and if it's broken, you might as well use it, exploit it to your advantage, and that's what Chuan did. And Vietnam, I think this was one of those games where we were kind of expecting them to perform. I kind of expected the other Southeast Asian teams to really show up, maybe somebody from the Thailand area or maybe Philippines, but sadly they had other thoughts in their mind. They wanted to engage in those fights pretty early. But yes, even Parajin from Vietnam deserves some praise. 4 eliminations to his name, 671 points of damage also. I think doing pretty nice. But now it's time to make a little bit of a head-to-head comparison between the 2 countries that we did have in the game of Miramar. It was Vietnam and Cambodia, with 2 very different styles of play, RC. But if you look at their stats, it's not quite far from each other.
Definitely, and I feel like the difference that the number of stars came in was in the last fight. The damage that was done to Cambodia was the damage that was taken away from Cambodia as well. The number of eliminations that Vietnamese have probably would have been 9, and Cambodia would have been to 10 or 11 if they haven't taken the last if they won that last fight as well. So I feel like obviously these 2 teams almost had an equal amount of amount of damage and the same type of the game, almost a different play style, but in terms of stats, it had the same game until that last fight where Shuang just showed up and just like destroyed everybody around him with the DBS. I still don't know what his thought processes was, because if I was in his place, I probably would have my hands on an M4 and a DMR, but having a gun like that in a match of Miramar, on a map of Miramar, that was something I did not expect from his side as well. But I must say that is what makes him the best of the best, and that's why I'm casting here right now, guys, because obviously he thought of this right at the start and then he's like, oh, now this is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, certainly has made kind of established himself as one of the audience's favorite as well. As we take a look at Miramar's points table, as you can see, Vietnam, courtesy to those 12 eliminations, have secured 22 points just from this one game. Cambodia, Myanmar have secured 15 and 9 respectively. But if you talk about some big disappointments, I think has to be in the form of Sri Lanka there, because Sri Lanka right from the very start dropped off at Puerto Paraiso, and they were holding on to a really nice warehouse, and suddenly one knock, and they were kind of constantly pressing the Vietnamese. They were getting few knocks, they were kind of making sure they made their lives hell. But I think there came a point where the Vietnamese had enough, and they just went in for the push, and Sri Lanka could not even get a single point out of this game. And a few more disappointments, and in fact surprises to see Thailand, the likes of Philippines, kind of struggling there, around the 8th, 10th position. So that is something that I did not really expect. But the Nepalis surely are quite consistent with DRS, and I'm kind of not really surprised by the way they're playing.
But other than that, I feel like Chinese Taipei and Maldives, I'm sorry, I feel like I'm pronouncing the Chinese name wrong, but obviously these two teams, they couldn't perform, even Malaysia as well, in the last game and in this game as well. So the day is almost like it's almost a half day as well. After them, Sanhok would be done with like 3 games, only 3 would be left behind. So unfortunately for them, they don't have much of the option as well. So I feel like going ahead, they need to up their game by a bit. Sanhok could not be a turning point. Unfortunately, I will not be expecting a lot of them from this game. But coming into the game number 4, the map of Erangel, this is why I feel like the team that need to turn up things up are these 3 teams. They need to change whatever they are doing. They need to up their game, because after today you won't be able to come back tomorrow, and that is not going to happen. Even if you were like, it's just like only obviously one day you couldn't perform on a day, that is very understandable. But the format of this tournament doesn't give you much option, doesn't give you much opportunities. You gotta do with what you have, as has been said by a lot of motivational speakers, but that does apply here. You have very few opportunities and very few chances to capitalize it. So I really hope you turn your games up a bit.
And especially considering out of those 12 matches, you have got 4 Sanhoks, which are literally quite unpredictable. And even if you consider with the way things are going, even tomorrow, the final deciding game, the last 12 game, is also going to be a Sanhok. So you would not want to keep things till that final one, because anything and everything can really go wrong in the rainforest, right? You've got so many of those evil insects just lurking around, waiting to bite you. So many, snakes around, and it's gonna get really worse, right? As in a couple of seconds, we will have the overall standings in front of us. As we can clearly see, Vietnam still leading the leaderboard right now, have propelled themselves right from the 12th spot directly to the first, courtesy this chicken dinner. Then second, we've got Thailand. They managed to get a chicken dinner in Erangel, as a result of which just 2 points shy. But that is where we see some big changes around, right? I think there's going to be a few change here and there. I guess Nepal still gets to be on the 3rd spot. Hong Kong, China comes way down, but that will be corrected. And Cambodia, they've been quite nice as well, at the 4th position. And Mongolia, Indonesia and Philippines to follow.
I feel like obviously we'll see a bit of changes in the terms of overall standings, with the Philippines should be on number 3, and it would be probably Nepal at number 4, and that is like Hong Kong, China would be just going on to the number 9 or 10. But unfortunately, that is just one thing. the other thing that is way more important, guys, is like look at the difference between Vietnamese and the Indonesian team. From 1st to 8th point, there's only like 10 points differences right now, and even within top 4 to 5 teams, there's a difference of like 4 to 5 points. So I would say Vietnamese team and obviously Thailand team is not in a very comfortable position right now where they can feel, oh, we are done a very good job right now. But obviously we got the MVP for the game number 2. It's going to be none other than DX with total elimination of 7 points, total assist of 2, 0 headshots, a survival time of 28-22, and I feel like he would have done almost like around like 1000 damage in this game as well, just looking at like what his overall stats was as well.
I think if my memory serves me right, somewhere around 1200 plus points of damage was dealt by Xuan. And it's quite understandable that he hasn't gotten any headshots because he's been dishing out the majority of the damage from those DBS shots. But yes, taking a look at the schedule, the next map which will be live is going to be Sanhok, a map that all these players sort of tend to fear, but our viewers tend to love for the action that lies for them.
Obviously, it's going to be Sanhok fixes. It is the map of unpredictability, it's the map of excitement and nervousness for all of these teams. One of the reasons why is like, oh, the way you landed is couldn't, like, you have to move, you have to rotate into the circle. Everybody is first of all in the circle. Now the circle start moving away, and unfortunately for you, you cannot keep up with the circle. The circle is just too swift, just too harsh on everybody. So I feel like it is going to be interesting turnout in the map of Sanhok. It might be just an opportunity for teams like Brunei, teams like Maldives, teams like Chinese Taipei, who couldn't perform, to come up to turn things around as well and to secure some good amount of points. But unfortunately, things can go either way.
Things can definitely go either ways, and especially it's going to be quite mysterious to find out who's going to be the winner of Sanhok. But all that action will of course resume after this short little break.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is World Esports Championship Asian Regional Qualifier 2023. I am Azi, and this time I have been joined by another wonderful personality and more wonderful commentator, Tash. How are you today, and how do you feel about this wonderful tournament?
Thank you so much, Arzi, for the very kind words. And I'm feeling really great today. I'm really excited because as we go into the first two maps, you already start to see the powerhouses of Southeast Asia really rise to the top. It's going to be Thailand. It's going to be Vietnam. And we've seen these teams actually really just come up online since the SEA Games before. And these are also the tournaments that do really well in the local PUBG mobile scene here. Regardless... regardless, anyways, we're going straight into the standings because just now there was a little bit of an error and I'm really excited to show you guys what is going on the screen here. RZ, do you mind breaking it down for us?
Definitely. I feel like in the last overall ranking the points were correct, but obviously it was in the wrong order, but we got the right one in front of us with the Vietnamese at number 1. It is at 22 points, with Thailand number 2 with 20 points. Then we have Philippines at number 3 with 18 points, Nepal at number 4 at 16 points, Cambodia at number 5 with 15 points, Mongolia at number 6 with 14 points. Then we have Indonesia at number 7 with 12 points. These are the teams with double digits, and these are the teams that have been done wonderfully good, I feel like, in the first two games. Then we have Myanmar, Hong Kong, Brunei, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Chinese Taipei, and Malaysia right beneath them, and they have like good amount of points as well in 987. But unfortunately for Sri Lanka, Maldives, Chinese, and Malaysia, they haven't been able to secure a lot of the points in first two games. I hope they turn things around. Sanhok could be a difficult map to do so, and but going into the fourth match is when I exactly hope that these teams bring out their guns, bring out the big guns, they turn things around, because obviously after this day they cannot exactly do so. But yes, Vietnamese boys, they obviously had 0 points in the game number 1, and after the game number 2 with a wonderful performance and a 1v3, they made it they were the best team now in the number 1.
You know, what makes it really exciting is the fact that all the top 3 teams were actually the top performing teams during the SEA Games, as you've seen before. So if you want to talk about the storyline of Vietnam's a very interesting one because they didn't make it to the gold medal for 32nd SEA Games, but the 2nd and 3rd spot was taken by them. And on top of that, they do really well on the solos as well. Now, while all the players didn't play in the SEA Games, I know that Rabies did, so alongside Vikoi and Chua, and I'm pretty sure that while I was listening to your cast earlier, you guys were talking a lot about Chua, and seeing how he is still performing, it shows that his momentum from the SEA Games is still coming into this tournament today. Now, when you talked about Thailand, now Thailand is a very interesting one because these players were not necessarily the players that I usually see here in the pro league that I cast for my region, but if you want to talk about Thailand in general, they've always been known as a powerhouse here for PUBG Mobile in Southeast Asia. So it does show that regardless of whether or not these teams do make it to the big stages, it shows how competitive it is in their country to make it up there. And it shows that in terms of firepower, they're still definitely online. Philippines is a very interesting one. If you want to talk about Philippines, Rankit did play alongside Monboy during the 30-second SEA Games. Do take it with a grain of salt. But what's really interesting about the Philippines was that on qualifier day, they managed to get a back-to-back chicken dinner, just surprising everyone on the line. And this really shows that for the Philippines, they are a team that heavily relies on momentum. And I'm surprised that they didn't manage to get a back-to-back, given the fact that they managed to get a chicken dinner on map 1.
Obviously, I feel like Philippines, they are a team that have everything that they need. While looking at their match number 1, they had the rotation, they had the firepower, they had the strength to camp as well. And I feel like if I wanted to look at PUBG, this is exactly what I would have seen at Philippines as well. Thailand on the other side, wonderful, and obviously game number 1. Unfortunately for them, they got caught out by Mongolia at the game number 2, couldn't keep it going. But yes, looking at their game number 2, I feel like game number 3, I'm hopeful that Thailand could come back, maybe take the number 1 position away from Vietnamese. But Vietnamese boys, obviously they are a force not to be reckoned with. Throughout the game number 2, they were just being monstrous, like they were destroying everybody that was in their path. They started fighting at the start of the game, probably like at the early part of the game, and they kept fighting till the last part. Evenly, they had to pull off a 1v3 to make sure that they get the winner chicken dinner. So yeah, that is something that we did expect from these regions at the start of the game. Nepali boys, DRS, obviously they have been a force that has been known throughout the region and throughout the world as well. Their name have come up again and again and again throughout those multiple tournaments, and I feel like they are showing some signs of not just alive, they're just showing some good signs in terms of this is a team that can potentially make it to the top 3 and qualify into the World Esports Championship, the LAN event that will be played in Romania.
I'm really excited to see how all of these teams go. I mean, in general, when you talk about, I would say, how these teams play, it's highly reliant, or at least their set plays are highly reliant on how exactly the tournament format goes. Now, given the fact that if you talk about Southeast Asia, the most popular tournament format is the 15 points for the chicken dinner, 1 elimination, 1 point. And I think for a lot of teams still get 1 point at least toward, I believe, was the top 16. Now, I think that what makes it really, I think this particular format a little bit more, I would say, competitive is the fact that you only get 10 points for your first place chicken dinner. Now, as the numbers go down, not a lot of teams will be getting points as they come up to the bottom side, is number 1. And number 2, the difference between the first and second place has quite a big gap. So it encourages players to say, while it is important for us to run in that placement point sort of situation, it is still equally as important for us to run elimination points. Now, based on my interviews with some players, at least for Southeast Asia, I asked them, how exactly do you approach a game? What goes through your mind and what is the objective? Because I think that teams with objectives tend to do a lot better than teams who just run into a game, drop down, and just be like, oh, let's just go with the flow. So if you see a longer rotation, in my opinion, there has to be 2 factors. Either number 1, they're forced to go for that long rotation because they're not able to get into the circle, or number 2, they're trying to farm eliminations as much as they can. And I think this is a very interesting sort of way to approach the game, because there are teams, I think Vietnam and Thailand, Vietnam is especially very, very, I would say, love to do this, because Vietnam, if you see in terms of their elimination points, there are moments where they go aggressive very early and they start farming. But then if you start seeing this pattern to come through from them, where they would get eliminated too early, or they didn't manage to actually get to the objective they want, you'll start to see more passive Vietnam coming forward. And I'm really hoping to see this kind of Vietnam, because that's the Vietnam I saw during the SEA Games, where they would kind of try to get the best possible area of the circle first, and they sort of just let all of these other teams and players pass by their peripherals. And I think that what's great about Vietnam is the fact that if given a really good high ground, if given a really good compound, they're really good at not only holding these very nasty angles, but also do a set play with those crossfires. And I think it's really fun to watch how they aggress and still manage to get those points. Because one thing that I get very concerned about in terms of players going to circle and get the best possible area early is that you might not be able to hold on to areas 1, and number 2, the possibility of you getting crashed into the area and fight for that compound is going to be very, very high.
I feel like what you just described for Team Vietnamese did work for Team Mongolian as well in the game number 1. This was a team that I was expecting to, since they were in the center of the circle, probably were expecting maybe they go out of the way, maybe farm somebody along the way as well, maybe pressure some entry points into the circle, but somehow they were holding those positions, they were holding the center of the circle, and they were absolutely playing a wonderful defensive game, and they were absolutely destroying anybody that was trying to come into the circle. Vietnamese, on the other hand, has the first strategy that you mentioned. They are just farming along the way and they're destroying everyone. It worked for the game number 2. Let's see if it could work for the game number 3, or they have the defensive strategy ready or not. But talking about the game number 3 as well, we have the plane pass right in front of us, and it's going to be in the center of the map, or going all the way over boot camp as well. Every team from the left and right can easily, I feel like, go towards if they want to, but I think obviously the room has got some issues. There's a technical issue that we'll be facing right now, but don't worry guys, don't go anywhere, stay glued to the safe. So we'll be right back really quickly, and we'll do the game number 3 as well, as I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, I think that when you talk about Sanhok, I think a lot of players, they think of it as a map where you really just gotta be quick, you gotta be fast in taking your locations. I'm not sure if you are aware with this one meta that happened last year. It's called the healing meta. I'm not sure if this is done over in your
I remember
region.
it vividly.
Oh,
I remember
yeah.
it vividly, and I hated it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was so anticlimactic. I think for players it was like all right, but for us viewers and casters, it was just like, oh, okay, well, let's just watch him heal until the end of time. It wasn't very
Exactly.
fun. But I think that because of the blue zone damage increase, it kind of like this doesn't really enable that anymore. Even if you were to drop all the way down to Painan, where there are more supplies, in my opinion. Oh, sorry, not Painan, Sami. So in this situation, we are seeing a different style of gameplay when it comes to this particular map. I feel like Sanhok is the type of map that really rewards aggression. Teams who play aggressive to take really great places like Paradise or like Boot Camp or Camp Alpha. These are areas that I believe are really important hotspots, because number one, it's a great area to hold because it has a really big compound for you to move around, lets you take up so much space. Number two, it's also a very centralized area because it allows you to not, if say the circle were to shift, it's still a very quick move from one area to the next without having to worry too much. But the thing is, there's also another, I would say, another concern of mine when you drop into Paradise, because it is an area that a lot of teams tend to drop together. So it is likely that you will find those early fights, but some teams, they actually want those fights, which is something that I personally enjoy watching, because you see who's faster in terms of who's more lucky, and the teams who are out first, what can you do in this situation? Are you gonna give up that space, or are you just gonna take it head on? So when it comes to this map in particular, I also noticed something very interesting about some players in terms of getting those eliminations, is that they like to play gatekeeper, because in this map in particular, since the circle is a small map, let's talk about. We know that it's a small map. Yeah, it's a very tiny map. Which means that rotation-wise, it's not going to be as painful as what you would expect from Miramar or even Erangel. So playing the devil's advocate or just being the gatekeeper is just honestly so fun, because if you have a nice compound, if you have the high ground, especially if you have a sniper's nest, it's so good as anyone is just trying to get into the circle, especially with the blue zone damage increase. You can get so many kills, and it's so fun to watch, and it gives you a little bit of a boost. And I think Sanhok is just one of those maps where even if you don't get the best placement points, but if you collect as many elimination points as possible, you get the best area to farm those elimination points, you can overtake the first place spot to get the chicken dinner, who got the chicken dinner.
And obviously not just that, I feel like on the map of Sanhok, if you are whether it rewards aggressiveness, it punishes passiveness very much. If you are playing passiveness and you let the circle get away from you, don't snatch the circle away from other team, you'll be one of the first team to get eliminated. You need to be fast, as you mentioned earlier. You need to be swift, you need to be brutal in terms of snatching the circle away, making sure that you engage in those early fights. But coming back to the game number 3, it is right in front of us. We have Sri Lankan teams just coming off or towards the areas of ruin. They are probably gonna might just be clashed as this is the first time the Sanhok is being played, but Sri Lankan team doesn't have much of a good game, good luck in terms of this day number 1. They are at the bottom of overall ranking, and they are probably hoping to turn things around. But looking at this playing path, it is coming all the way from west towards the southeast side, going all the way towards Kampong. The north part of the map is almost accessible, but I feel like Tatmok and Khao, you need to probably use your foot or a vehicle to get there.
This is interesting when you think about it in terms of the flight path coming to the southern side. Now, if you were to want to go up to the northern side there, it's going to be a little bit more. I would say it would take longer for you to drop down, but not impossible. There are some teams who do prefer dropping down toward the northern side or Sami, but I think it's a little bit, personally, I'm not a big fan of it because sometimes the circle pulls up northern side and just rotating inside, or in this map particular, is not the best. I'm sorry. I just talked about southern side. The circle went straight down south. So I think if anything, it's going to be Vietnam who's going to be in trouble. Vietnam as well as the team over at Paradise Resort. Regardless, as they come into the circle, the players who want to rotate inside, especially team at Paradise Resort, getting into the circle is not going to be a problem. But passing all these players to get to where you want to be, especially Painan, will be a little bit annoying because you have to take these fights. If you don't take these fights, you can just crash your way through, but it is likely that your teammates will be down. Your vehicle, if you're lucky to get one, will be exploded. Now coming on to this team here, you can see that for Cambodia, I'm really interested about Cambodia, honestly, because Cambodia was a team that they did really well, especially if you see there in their roster, you have Sky Nin. He was the player to take home the gold medal for solos.
Oh.
An amazing comeback that really caught the Vietnamese players off guard.
And I mean, that fight that you were just talking about has been just in this tournament, that has come into this tournament as well. Cambodia had a wonderful game number 2. The way it turned out for them, it was immaculate. These players had started fighting at the start of the game with getting 4 kills and not losing a single player. Then were very close to coming into the chicken dinner while Vietnamese boys took it out their hand. But this is definitely an interesting bunch to watch and how they're gonna shape it up. Unfortunately for them, one of their players had lost their life right at the start. And now it's just these 3 players playing it over the areas of query, and now they're just hopeful to get as many loot as they can. They have to be careful. On the other side, Hong Kong, China, they are just also very much dispersed among each other, and now they are focusing on the loot, getting their hands on a couple of first aid kits as well. It's going to be the team from Maldives that has taken the first elimination point, and probably this is something that they desperately need in terms of anything. They haven't showed any sign of good performances, any sign of just being alive in this tournament right now. So any point going their way, and I would be super happy for it.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see how exactly more of these teams play as they go forward. I'm really excited for Brunei. So I don't know if you guys know, Brunei was the 2nd place winner for this tournament last year. Now, Brunei, however, recently at the 32nd SEA Games, did not manage to qualify by 1 point. And this is where, there was a lot of, I think, questions because people wanted to see Brunei come through as number 1. Number 2, Brunei was only able to hold 1 point. Now, I'm not sure who was shooting toward Maldives just now, but they did manage to get the area or the compound by quarry. So no worries, no fall, as Eddie will be the one who's scouting the outside of the area. And this is a high-risk play, in my opinion, because while it does give them a little bit of information, this means that if, say, Eddie were to go down, it might not give his teammates access to revive him. Regardless, for Hong Kong, no problem crossing this bridge. And I think that's really great because I was surprised that no one is already holding this area yet. Because honestly, holding down the bridge area is the easiest way to farm elimination points. But honestly,
exactly.
Maybe, I think they are going to be doing that. What they're doing here is just they're having 2 players over at the bridge and 2 more over in this compound. Or they decided to separate into 2-2, have the other 2 players go on the rotation to get more loot and leaving 1 to go for those farms. Regardless, a 2-2 split, not the worst idea, but at the same time, in a map as small as this, you want to be able to get to your teammates quick for the revival because it's very, very fast, it's very, very aggressive, and without the strength of numbers, you might just be struggling, and it's going to be Sri Lanka that will be passing by 2 Hong Kong players.
And now I feel like when they left that bridge, it's obviously Sri Lankan teams that holding on the south side of the bridge with the Hong Kong team coming from the north side. But they have to be careful. Obviously, with the looking at the Philippines team, they are in Hatin right now, and this is the path that they will definitely be taking. So there's quite a good chance of team Hong Kong being sandwiched in between team Sri Lankan and Philippines. So they don't want to be in that position, especially on a map like this. So I feel like they should think of rotating towards this southwest part of the island, and obviously southwest island that is towards ruined areas, because otherwise it will get very difficult and very quickly for them, as they are right now playing the edge. But on the other side, I feel like it has been a very passive game so far. But the main
I'm surprised.
I'm also surprised. I feel like this shouldn't be happening. This should not be
Not
happening
on
in a
this
circle
map,
like
right?
that. Yeah, with so many bridges, with a circle like that, where you have to make a rotation. Come on, guys, we were expecting a bit of fight. It is Sanhok. You have to maintain the sanctity of Sanhok, integrity of Sanhok. Go out there, get into a fight, even if it's not good for you.
Okay, I mean, in terms of flight path is southern side, circle southern side, I think that it's quite, I would say, the most complicated rotations. I think pretty much almost all teams are already inside of the circle. We have Cambodia here, a D, already holding down an era, and that's I would say that it's a very complicated angle that he's holding, because while he does have a compound, it's still at the bottom side of a high terrain. So there is still that possibility of them losing more people. And Nang X already out of the game. This is gonna be a problem for them just to kind of survive toward the end of the circle. Not impossible. I have seen teams being able to just quietly survive up until second place just by playing the survival game, and especially on this map where you are able to just slowly hide a little bit, and the circle is going to be pulling toward the southern side a little bit more. And this is where things get really complicated. Because now for Hong Kong, not only do they have to pass a team who's holding down the bridge in front of ruins, Hainan as well is already going to have people crashing. Look at the 2 teams coming through here. We have a vehicle that's straight up going onto there, and I wish that I could see what's happening on that particular area.
Oh God, it's going to be interesting. You're right. Hainan, Maldives is here right now. ESP from the Brunei boys also coming in. Nepal team on the south side. I feel like team DRS in the best position. They are a bit far away from the cluster. They are in the center. Nobody could backstab them, as nobody's towards the south area, and everybody is coming from towards north. As look at Cambodia, they are moving towards that area. But unfortunately for Cambodia, 2 players are left. 1 player is also taking a lot of damage, leaving only 1 player behind. Brunei is right in front of DRS as well. 1 player goes down. The other one takes a bit of a damage. Here's DSB in his hand. The shotgun takes 1, takes the second as well. DRS just is unfortunate circumstances, as they were looking really good, but didn't exactly account for that shotgun in the enemy's team hand. And now DRS, despite the fact they were in a good position, has to back down, as team from Brunei, they got their hands on 2 elimination points, revived their players, and now back to the 4 players in total.
You notice, you see that Vietnam is as well taking down the players from Hong Kong. Not too sure where that is. Regardless, for Brunei, this is the Brunei that I wanted to see during SEA Games. Pia Sao, honestly, on fire. You saw that his jump shots are just so nasty. He got so much control of the area. Now, the sound of their gunfire had attracted unnecessary attention toward them. So this is where things get very sketchy for them. They have to find a way to not only reposition, but to leave the area safely. But Pia Sao, very, very aware that there are other players to look out for. No worries for them. They are still in the circle. They can take their time. And with those picks earlier as well, they can actually just get that I would say refresh of their utilities as well as the heals. I already see a player out and knocked out by the play zone. But for the Philippines, it's going to be against Vietnam. I really want to see what's going on there. Those are 2 of some of the strongest teams here in Southeast Asia. Regardless, for Indonesia here, they are holding this upper hand, outside, rather the upper area of camp. But they haven't seen anyone quite yet. What they're trying to do here is to make sure anyone rotating into the circle to get picked off. But hold that thought, as Mongolia has their eyes on Thailand. Flash puts down those smokes, does not give a lot of space to them. But for Thailand, they're really good at just holding down the line. They haven't really went on the aggressive quite yet.
But as for them, they don't have to, as Mongolian players are just crossing the river and coming on the side of Team Thailand. One player from Thailand is really far away, and Mongolia has their eyes set on them. It's a 3v2 with a 4 MV, like the Doc and East coming across the Team Thailand. They have to be careful as they get into the vehicles. They might just get pinned down. Apex has his eyes set on the sky only, and exactly what happens: gets slow, gets knocked down. Hill Tiger also takes a bit of a damage, gets slow, is bleeding right now. But fortunately for Thailand, they traded East out by putting him down to the ground, and now at the same time Mongolian has to revive their players, have to make sure they regroup. On the other side, team from Thailand, they're just in a better situation as well, with the one player going down, and the Tiger with a wonderful nade coming in takes the other player out as well. Now that's just unfortunate for Mongolian, as they were looking to secure elimination, were not looking to lose one of their players, one of the main players right now, but Thailand in a very definite good position. On the other side, Brunei's team, as they're looking to rotate, China's Taipei is right in front of them, and they're in a good position to maybe secure 1 or 2 kills. Boys from Mongolia, they have to turn back after losing East. They have no other option other than to just play a bit passive. Look at that. Lanka also had got their hands on 2 of those elimination points. Vietnamese boys have lost 2 of their teammates, and now they are in a very difficult position. Chinese Taipei is just towards the outside Painan. They're just holding that bridge, making sure nobody rotates in, and this is a very good position to camp, as well as teams will be looking to rotate through into the circle through this bridge.
This is really interesting, because when you look at Vietnam, a team that's such a powerhouse, I'm just shocked they had already lost 2 players so early. Now, I made a joke before, is that Vietnam, when they want to win, their win conditions that they have to still have 4 players. But regardless, I have seen situations where they're still able to get big plays or big placements just by surviving. For Chinese Taipei, I think this is a very different sort of approach how they want to play this particular map. It's very passive, in my opinion, not as aggressive as I would like it to be. Regardless of the fact, I think more of the fact, because they do have access to that bridge, they can hold a little bit closer. They can go for the crossfires in the mouth of the bridge as well, just to really deny them, or even just to force them into the water. And by the time those players are in the water, it makes it so much better for them to just fish them out. But for Thailand, they're not looking to stay for so long. Sprays are out, but immediately a player knocked down just like that. What a shot. It is a crossfire. Apex with the sprays. Unfortunately, none of those bullets are going to be clipping. No one able to pick up 922 just yet. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Decoy are down. But Flash, what are you doing in the water? Big mistake. Just putting out your head. And the player just sprays him out just like that. I'm not sure he's going to be picked up. No, he isn't. Immediately sent to the lobby. So at least it's a 1-1 trade here. But Thailand sees Sky only because he's cooking that nade. Nice little throw here. Does it actually hit? Yes, it does. Apex knocked so very low. His shields are now down for the cart. But he is going to be repositioning himself. Let's go for a reset for the heals. And the other Thai players go on the top side, as though saying, you've been shooting at us for the longest time, and we'll show you how exactly to take this fight. They're holding down these corners. They want to go for these jump shots if they can. They want to run and gun if they want to. But Dot 992, he has to pay attention to Tiger. Tiger, one of the biggest impacts for the team, has been able to get some of the longest range fights there. But look at how much damage Apex is taking.
With the Tiger throwing nades back to back, making it difficult for 4MV just to move around any bit. Apex pulls off a first aid kit. Now he's back to 70 or 80% HP. Tiger has to be careful, as he doesn't need to show himself. Thailand trying to get any amount of any elimination as they can, or any knock, but unfortunately for them, team from all these 4MV is just proving to be very resilient right now. Team Thailand, they're also wasting a bit of time as the circle has taken a shit, and now they are on the farthest edge of the circle, and they have to move after the stay on the stage number 5. But again, the nades are being thrown left and right. Nothing gets connected in terms of getting a knock. Only a damage being traded from the left and right. Thailand, after losing Flash, their aggressiveness had to be pinned down. But looking on the other side, Mongolia, they are just aiming towards the other players on the top of Painan, because as they could be getting third party, as Sanhok the map of third party. On the other side, Team Philippines and Team Nepal are taking a go at one each other, and it's just Team DRS losing their player. Skiller goes down, and possibly the last player is going to go down really early. Philippines also lost 2 of their players, and now it's just players losing left and right. Myanmar also lost 1 of their players, and now it's just Brunei players going ahead, trying to secure as many kills as they can. Look at that, Maldives. They are right now hiding behind a rock with a couple of smokes on their right side. They have to go in. They're on the farthest edge, and it's not going to be an easy job as well. Adi trying to spot out anyone as he can, but distance is too much, and he just want to be safe. The players on the right side, that's a big trouble.
Maldives here, stuck at the very end of the circle between the blue zone as well as Brunei. Or is it Indonesia? Indonesia actually, but what a shot here by GL Dabs. Shot him straight to the lobby, takes him out. No waiting, no baits, but they are going to go for a reposition here. Lucifer, they want to rush up here. It's going to be Philippines waiting and greeting them from the top side of the terrain. Thankfully, they do get one down, but they have to be careful. It is still a high ground. Smokes are out ranking just holding the line. He hasn't moved quite yet, and in a way can play the aggressive game of not only moving, but supplying that information. Another nade thrown out here. A quick movement. Unfortunately, none of the damage will be clipping. There is still Demigod trying to go for that revive. Unfortunately, he's all the way on the outside. Demigod with the DBS finds Lucifer. Can he do one more? Is the question. Jumps into the car, finds one more. Mamata, good night and good luck. What are you gonna do when a DBS just straight to your face? Call him a smoke criminal. Honestly, there's still one more. A reposition, but Lucifer finds rank in the end, and Jimmy finds Monboy. Might be the end. This is the end for Demigod as well. And just like that, don't think the Philippines are gonna be continuing forward.
What a performance by Sri Lankan boys. Finally, they have shown some kind of performance from their side as well. It was long expected, it was long waited for, and finally they shine. Getting 6 eliminations in the game, only lost Lucifer right now, and taking the other teams out of the game. And for now, look at Nadia's Delta. He's the only one, unfortunately, from his team left. While the 10 teams survive, only 23 players. It's not going to be an easy job for him to survive in this map. While obviously Delta takes a bit of damage from behind from the GMA side, but unfortunately for him, he got into the safety. Needs to be careful on the other teams on the other side of the map. It's going to be Brunei's team right on the bottom side as well, and it's not going to be an easy job for Sri Lankan teams to rotate into the circle as well. Delta still holding and surviving. Too soon, throws a nade, gets taps down. Starboy gets his hand on the DBS. It's just going to be shotgun left and right. Team Indonesia still surviving despite the fact it's going to be very difficult to survive. Starboy is the only one left with the circle pushing behind them. He got up trying to get a kill, but he can't. Has to be careful about the get slow on the right side as he is on the other side of the mountain. Starboy takes a nade from behind. Only a tiny bit of damage, nothing concerning for him, and he keeps moving along as he cannot do with that fight. It's going to be a multiple players waiting for him on that side. Is hopeful to rotate from the right side. Look at Maldives. They revived Kara, probably going to revive Hades as well. Unfortunately, they're 50 meters away from the circle. But Thailand and Mongolian boys, they are going up against one another. Apex goes down finally at the hand of Get Slow. Tiger is also bleeding. Something needs to be done. It's a 2v2. Get Slow gets spotted, takes a bit of a damage. Pulls off a first aid kit. Can he pull it off with the 2 players charging up? And needs to be careful about the team Sri Lanka on the high ground as well. But it's going to be very difficult over 1v2. He has less of an HP. Also, his armor has taken a bit of a damage. It's not going to be the ideal situation for him, and his play goes down, so he cannot revive him as well.
Man, it's just so unfortunate for Thailand. Looks so good in the beginning, but gets slow. He has to play slow. He has to play like his name. He has to be careful not to get clipped out if he wants to go for those positioning. I mean, yeah, he is in the top 8, but it is going to be very difficult. If he gets spotted out, he doesn't have backup, and this is very dangerous as a solo player, because you don't gonna have other players who has your 6 who can go for that crossfires. All you can do is just rely on yourselves. Perhaps he can get a pick off before he goes down. Just try and get the third-party picks before he gets knocked out. Regardless, you can already see that too soon. Just find a player there from Cambodia. Still John! Unfortunately, goes down too soon. Gets another one in the bag. 3 already. The lives of players in his pocket. Just now, it looked so good for them. But the only team that's 4 left still alive is Brunei. And the only time Brunei was truly struggling earlier was in that fight, that 4v4. They managed to get that reset and haven't been in another fight since. With 4 players still very much alive compared to the rest of the teams here. Mongolia, Nepal, Maldives, and Hong Kong. It's gonna be so much trouble for them. But Newbies OP gets a clip there. Beautifully done. As the player did try to go for that rotation. Not sure if he's able to see him there anymore. I don't think he actually finished his food. He does mark another area where DTF is. It's going to be too soon. And hopefully his name won't be a repeat of where his team is going to be. But they do have a nice crossfire. They do have a nice little area held down. But because Brunei was just so quick into the circle, they can just pretty much hold down that compound and just catch anyone who's trying to go in for that rotate. And just like that, the shots toward him, towards Shako actually, just give away all of their location. And immediately you see a nice little reset, a nice little mark there as they note every single player that goes out. Little bit of a tag here onto Newbie. He is running out of supplies. As surprise, Mongolia comes in with a DBS, eats that damage from the nade, goes for a quick little reset, and immediately they took over one of the compounds that the Brunei players are holding.
I feel like if anything can turn things around, it should be a DB. It can be a DBS as well. It happened in the last game. It can happen in this game as well. But look at Delta right now. The way this guy survived for the longest time possible, it is immaculate as well. Doc99 get his hand on one of the players from Brunei. He deals a bit of a damage. He's out in the open. Needs to be careful as he can get shot down. Delta is just waiting for these teams to take out themselves and maybe like have a go at what is remain behind. Obviously, he's just in the center. Needs to be careful about that. It's not going to be an easy job taking on Mongolian players as well, with the one player bailing from right side and the other player coming from the right side. Doc922 is out in the open. Noob is OP. He's in a good position. Needs to be careful about the Delta, but I'm quite sure nobody knows about Delta right now. The way he has been lying there for the longest time possible, I'm quite sure he is in the hiding. He has the surprise factor, and that can work very wrong for Doc922 as he is moving slowly and steadily towards Delta. Team ESB, they just have to wait it out. They don't need to get a bit aggressive. This is exactly what they're doing. They're getting a bit aggressive with the players. He's now in the center. Delta spots him, takes him down. Doc92 gets the best of him. That's a bit hasty moves coming on the side of the team Brunei. Now it's down to a 1v2 with the one player getting spotted. He deals a bit of a damage to him as well. Takes him. Does it take him down? No. He still survives with only 10% damage. He can't exactly go out as he is being spotted by the left and right. But obviously, what a wonderful nade coming from other players and takes him down. He was just waiting for it. I was exactly what he is doing. I was wondering, and this is what he was doing. He was cooking his nade. He was waiting for it, and he threw it with the greatest amount of accuracy.
I am shocked because despite going against a 4-man team left toward the end, he put in so much damage to so many players. He still managed to get so many picks coming toward the end as well. This is not the same team that I have seen before from the VODs that I was reviewing. And honestly, this is such a statement if you think about it. Regardless, Brunei Darussalam with 6 eliminations and 16 rank points. Look at the amount that they've had here. With 16 and 6, I think it's quite a decent run for them. But I'm more curious to see those teams who were skirmishing in the matches, in the runs. Because it felt like there were so many long, drawn-out fights, but never really a conclusion. Especially we saw from Thailand, from Mongolia, from Maldives, as well as Indonesia, I feel. Because they were fighting for so long, but they didn't really get the picks that they wanted. End of the day, there was only one third party that we saw. And even then, it was just a kill steal. Not really a full-on third party where they just clean up house. I would say that this is a very passive map, which I was surprised about, because I was expecting more aggression coming forward, especially because the circle was shifting more toward the southern side. But because of the flight path toward the south, it doesn't mean there's a lot of shift as well. So I think the only problem was the last circle as it shifted toward the middle. The area was sort of like a crater. It was a low ground and it was very open as well. So a lot of players decided to play at the side of the circle instead, rather than risking their lives in the middle and just, getting shot at from multiple angles. And honestly, really smart. But for Brunei, honestly, I wish that was a little bit more clean.
Obviously, I feel like it almost slipped from their hands as well. They should have gotten this. I mean, they were too close. Obviously, if the Doc obviously got that knock, didn't miss some of his shot on the team Brunei, he probably could have gotten away with the winner chicken dinner. But the way one of the players from Brunei put himself in between Delta and Doc, that was a bit hasty. You need to wait it all out. You had the information of how many players were alive, so if you didn't have the information of the last player, you shouldn't go all risking in. Especially you lost Shako right at the hand of Maldives boys, like 4 MV. So needs to be careful about that. Other than that, I feel like this map was a very different Miramar, or a very different Sanhok map as well. We lost the players like in a we equal amount of time. We lost one player here, we lost one player there, we're losing one player here. They're not exactly a big fight out happening for all of those teams that we left with nobody as well. DS losing their player, then we have Vietnamese boys losing their player, Cambodia just trying to rotate, they lost their players as well. It's just like teams are getting caught out in the rotation or in the risky position as well, and Brunei was just right in the center waiting it all out. They weren't too much aggressive as well. They were like getting some decent amount of knock and elimination throughout the game as well, but it was fortunate for them that their position worked really well in the circle and they were almost in the center in the last stages as well. So I feel like that worked out really well for them. They did fine job of giving it away to team like Mongolian teams, but I feel like this is a great performance coming from their side, and definitely that is very desperately needed. They couldn't perform in the first two games, so this is a turnaround moment for them. All they need to do is keep it going, and if you can't repeat what happened in the first two games, you need to make sure that you at least secure 5 to 6 points in the next game as well.
Yeah, I think that I touch on this a lot in my cast, is more of like, what can you do to really propel yourself forward other than getting those chicken dinners? And I would say just consistency. There are certain games that you are not going to be able to get the circle. Obviously. I mean, the circle is very, I would say, is beyond your control. So it depends on what you can do. And I feel like some teams, they are very, very smart on how exactly they want to approach it. I asked them, like, what's your playbook looking like? And they said, okay, if we don't get circles a little bit hard for us, we're going to go for eliminations. If circles in our favor, we're going to go for placement and then go for eliminations. There are some teams who understand that we might not necessarily have the firepower because we're not having a good day. We try to go for placements. Regardless, in my opinion, if you go out of every game with 5 to 8 points in your pocket, regardless whether it be getting by eliminations or placements, you are going to be continually moving forward. There are some teams, I believe, who go to have this like all-in mindset where they are so aggressive very, very early, and they can farm as many eliminations as they can, and they look really good, and they get like not only the chicken dinner but also get like maybe 15 bomb, 20 bomb in one game, and it looks great. On paper it looks great. But then there are some moments where they want to execute the same thing again, but then they get counter-stratted and they go out too soon with 0 points. And because these kind of plays are very risky, I would kind of give it a 60-40% chance kind of situation, where I would say that sometimes you'll see them get a back-to-back chicken dinner and then suddenly they go next 3 games with no points at all. That's very dangerous. Yes, you are able to make comebacks with those big points, but at the same time, when you are giving your own self anxiety, pressure, and heart attacks, I think that it's best to just maintain consistency rather than tilt yourself every single round. You're just going too soon with no points.
Obviously, and I feel like as we were Fixes and we were discussing in the post pre-game show as well, that as an in-game captain, you need to realize your team capacity in that particular map. There are maps when you need to score 20 points, and if you don't score 20 points, you are not a good team. There are maps where you cannot score 20 points or 15 or 10. You only need to secure 6 points. There will be games where you can only secure 0 points as well, but you need to realize your team's capacity and the game's situation right now, and your team's input or your team's ability to secure how many points. So if you are securing 6 points in a game where you should secure 20 points, you are losing. If you're securing only 6 points in a game where you're supposed to secure 12 points, you're losing. But you need to make sure that you realize a game that this is the capacity on, like, oh, we could not secure 20 points, we could not secure 12 points. This is a game where only will be getting only 6 points. So I feel like as a captain, when you realize that this is a difficult game for you, maybe the circle is moving away, maybe the cluster is really punishing you, maybe you get in the spotlight as well, maybe you don't have any cover, all very less loot, unfortunately, due to thousands of circumstances or thousands of reasons. So I feel like if as an in-game captain or as a team you realize, oh, this is an objective which is realistic, we can achieve this, and I feel like if you achieve that, you could be a very good team. But at the same time, there will be games where you have the opportunity to secure the chicken dinner and I feel like a good amount of elimination. But if you let that one go, you will not be qualifying into the next round, or you will not be winning the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you look at the performance earlier, Mongolia is a very interesting team, I feel. They had, I think Mongolia as well as Sri Lanka were teams that I noticed were marking enemy teams for quite a long time. They did camp for those teams, and it felt very long, drawn out. They did throw in those shots, but never really getting, I would say, anything out of it. And in this situation, it's more of like questioning, like, okay, what exactly were you trying to achieve by throwing in that shots? And then now that you didn't get anything from that, are you actually going to commit? Or are you guys just gonna hold? And when you hold, are you gonna go for a reposition? Now, what is your objective here? Because if you are gonna take this fight, you better be committing. Then don't waste time, because it's a tiny map and the rotations will be happening. And I think that after 5 minutes only did we see, Sri Lanka actually shooting toward, Sri Lanka, Mongolia shooting toward Thailand. I mean, yes, it was a nice trade overall from both teams. It started off really good for Thailand, but both teams suffered losses. And in this situation, I mean, I'm coming back to your point where you said there were picks all around the map, and I'm gonna have to agree. It wasn't really a full clean fight. It was, yes, everyone was lobbied, but I would love to see more players use, knockdown players as bait to kind of like draw out the other players. And I know it's a very high risk play because they might be able to revive and pick up and just quickly go on to get more points later. But at the same time, these high risk, high gain plays are something that not only is very beneficial, but if you're very confident, it can work out in your favor. Because when you leave these players behind, these 1-2 players, these stragglers, they can pose a threat to you eventually. You saw how the Maldives player was able to stay all the way up to 3rd place just now and get those placement points. I mean, granted, the fact that Maldives could have survived a little bit longer, I feel like it's still quite valid that he's able to survive that long on his own.
I feel like, but other than that, the way Delta survived for so long was impressive. Only one player from Nepal team, obviously I don't know how to pronounce it, but one player from the DRS, he was surviving while like 12 teams were surviving. His team got eliminated as they were trying to with multiple rotation coming at the hand of 4MV as well. But yeah, he survived for a really long time. He got his hand on 3 elimination as well. That is I feel like a performance that should be remembered throughout a really long time. It's not easy to survive in a map of Sanhok against like 10 different countries with their best teams putting their best teams coming in and just surviving and making sure that you come very close to the winner chicken dinner. If Doc didn't spot Delta, if that player from Brunei didn't exactly rush towards the Delta side, it could have been a Delta game as well, with team Brunei or team 4MV taking out each other and just Delta taking what's left of the remains and getting the chicken dinner for himself. He came very close as well. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. DRS on the other side, they have been consistently good, not like very good. They didn't get the winner chicken dinner, but as you were mentioning a bit earlier as well, they are consistent in securing some points at least. Now they are relevant throughout the whole day. All they need is one good game to get themselves on the top. This is what they're waiting for as well. This is what we are waiting for as well, and we know it will happen because DRS, they always come close to top 4, top 5. They are right now in the overall ranking as well, but I feel like it will only require one game, one good rotation as well to get them what they need and want as well. So any team that I'm looking forward to qualifying and I'm expecting to qualify as well is gonna be DRS.
Do you think it's gonna be Nepal then? I'm really excited.
I think it's going to be I feel like they always been producing a very strongest bunch in terms of PUBG Mobile play. They have been a very relevant region throughout PUBG Mobile. And as somebody who likes to watch PUBG, who commentates over PUBG, Nepalese teams have been a bit of a deadly force when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
I'm really excited to see, honestly, because we weren't really able to see more of them just now, given how chaotic the entire map is. But now, as we have another 4 more maps coming forward, I really want to see more of Nepal. But at the same time, I really want to see more of the teams that we didn't really, how do I say, there is that potential. Like Maldives definitely survived till 2nd place just by getting that. I want to see more firepower from them. Thailand, who is known as one of the powerhouses here in Southeast Asia. I want to see more aggression for them. I want to see the Thailand that has come forward and have risen forward. But at the same time, there's also that sentiment, I believe, that some teams or some countries are countries that take a while to warm the engine. And I feel like Thailand has definitely been one of them. I mean, if you want to look at patterns from the pro leagues before, Thailand doesn't really come online up until like maybe the 3rd or 4th map. And then you start really getting surprised at how strong they are. But given the fact that this tournament is only 2 days long, you really got to think about that. You can't take too long to really just rev up the engine. You have to be very objective. I mean, yeah, in a league, you have that time, you have that luxury to be able to do comebacks every week. It's a sort of a pro league, but with this kind of tournament format where you have some teams who are just constantly collecting points, how far of a lead do you want to give these teams before you come online and make a comeback? Because if we look back toward like the tournament, like say SEA Games, where Indonesia was just so far ahead by 90 points, how are you going to catch up? Because it's almost impossible, and the only you can think about is getting second place. And you don't want to give them that big of a lead. And I think that teams that do have that lead, that get really warm early, aggressive early, get so many points early, you have this capability or a leeway to make mistakes. If there is a game where your drop spot is hit by another team and you get knocked out too soon, you can think, okay, that's fine. We do have about a 60-point lead here. It gives us a little bit of space to breathe and come and collect points the next round.
Definitely, yes. I feel like this is something that's going to happen, but overall we're going to go towards Highland and see exactly what happened on the game number 3, and you could see exactly which team is like enjoyed it the most and which team was on the wrong end. So let's go there and see what Highland has to offer.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home.
What a match just now we saw in Sanhok, where Brunei was able to get a chicken dinner, but not before a very, very close one by the other players, especially the one who I call a smoke criminal with the DBS. Regardless, I'm Tash Bunny alongside RZ. We're your casters today for the IESF PUBG Mobile Tournament, where we're seeing the best of the best here trying to qualify into the Asia region.
I feel like it has been a wonderful day so far. We are done with half of the day with the 3 games being showing absolute great action and great rotations coming in, and we are left with the 3 games right now. It's going to be game number 4 played on Erangel, then we're going to see Miramar again, and lastly we're going to end the day on the map of Sanhok. And one thing you're very right about the fact is it has been absolutely fantastic. We're looking at the last team who got the winner chicken there. It's going to be team from Brunei. We have the team stats post match 3 with the Piazza getting 3 eliminations, with the Chu getting 1 elimination, then we have Newbie getting 1 elimination, and lastly we have Shako getting 1 elimination. So it's one of the players that is obviously leading the elimination is going to be the Piazza.
I mean, I don't blame him. Piazza wasn't insane. He was trying to save his teammates, and he was able to get those 3 picks just by using that DBS. That's number 1. And number 2, some of those picks were also toward the end of the circle as well, as they were fighting through. Well, yes, Maldives managed to survive, but I think it was Nepal? Was it Nepal that got 2nd place? I think it was. Not sure. I have to double check that again. But the player who was really trying to fight them there, he tried to kind of isolate the players, take them on a 1-on-1, and Piazza was able to get that pick with a nade. So in this situation, it's always really important to think about I think the context for these players, and I really like seeing how the dynamics are going for them. But in this situation, Piazza has definitely been the savior for the team. But the head-to-head here is going to be Mongolia as well as Brunei.
Definitely, it's going to be Mongolia on the left side. They got more elimination, less of an assist, but almost the same amount of damage. Obviously, Brunei have been a part of many fights. They couldn't get the knocks in amount of elimination, but obviously they were getting 6 assists, 6 elimination, 1803 damage. On the other side, Mongolia, they were part of multiple amount of fights, and now they got 9 elimination. But we have match summary in front of us in a couple of seconds to see exactly how it turned out in all of those teams, who got the highest elimination, who got the highest healing done, and in terms of who got the highest damage as well. I'm quite sure we will see Mongolia right here and then, as they have been part of multiple fights. So when it comes to highest eliminations and highest damage, it's going to be a player from their side.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the match summary here, Mongolia, highest elims, highest damage, and highest knockouts, you can tell what's on their mind is literally death. They're just trying to go around, pull up, and just get those picks. And I think that it comes from how aggressively they are rotating, how aggressively they are pushing, and how aggressively they are trying to take space in terms of those compounds. Yes, it's a very high-risk play, but it's still very, very scary. Assist and healing is going to be Hong Kong and Brunei. But in this situation for assist, I mean, Chewy has been a great assist for Piazza. He enables him, honestly. It looks so good. And with our MVP just now, it's going to be Doc92. And for Doc92, I think when we looked at how he plays, he's, I would say, the more aggressive player for the team. He's not afraid to separate from the team and go in for those picks. Granted, the fact that his team was able to make so much noise or put a lot of pressure on the teams they are going for, he's able to get really nice backstabs, really nice pushes into a compound, and just really catch people off guard. On top of that, for Doc92, they are a team that is, I would say I would call him a DBS beast. But in this situation, a lot of players are DBS boosts, because it is such an attainable weapon ever since they removed it out of the airdrop and into the game itself.
But look at the top performance right in front of us. It's going to be 5 players from 5 different countries, with the Mongolia at number 1. Obviously, Doc922, he had a wonderful 3 games with the 10 eliminations, the most survival time more than anybody else. Then we have Rank ID from Philippines with a survival time of 55 minutes, 8 elimination and 3 matches. Flash, he was absolutely immaculate in the game number 1 as well. He got 7 eliminations in total. His also survival time is 55. But we have Mass Standings in front of us with the post-match 3. With Brunei obviously at number 1, they got 16 eliminations. Mongolia is right behind them. Or they couldn't get the winner chicken dinner, but they are not really far behind. Only 1 point behind with 15 points. Then we have Maldives with 11 points. And then we have obviously Sri Lanka, Nepal, Hong Kong, and going down by they're like 4, 3, 2 points, with the Malaysia in the very bottom. I was hoping they turn things around, but unfortunately they couldn't get even a single point.
Yeah, now for overall match standings, Mongolia is still holding on strong here at first place. Now, when you look at how they play in terms of eliminations, they're very, very high or far ahead of Vietnam, in my opinion. And it really shows in terms of their stats, but placement points is also not so bad. Now, as we move into the next match, I'm really excited to see how exactly some of these teams at the bottom come up on top. There are situations where we've seen teams at the bottom just really catch us off guard. Because in this situation, a lot of teams might either, really underestimate these players, or they might not, or they might finally find that answer to the tall mountain that they're not able to climb before. Regardless, I'm really excited to see how at least these Mongolian teams as well as the Vietnam team play, because I love aggressive sort of game styles and gameplays. Now, on a map that's more standard, like I would say Erangel, it's going to be a little bit more, I would say, it's not going to be as complicated across the board, especially when it comes to rotations, when it comes to getting to your drop places. But since the circle is still following the theme of the last match, which is skewed toward the southern side, I'm kind of hoping that we might see a northern sort of a circle. Hopefully toward Georgia Paul Hospital. It's going to be a little bit difficult to navigate, but that's what makes it so fun.
Exactly. I feel like it's gonna be interesting as long as there are bridges involved in the last part of the circle. There are going to be rotation. And we're going to see the circle just like the game number 1 is going towards the Novre Pnoy and the military base, making sure that 2 big bridges come into the play again. 4MV is going to be very, very happy with the outcome, because they are the only team on the southern island, as they will be looking to make sure that they are still in the center. And fortunately for a lot of the team, they are still in the circle, but I am looking forward to a couple of rotations coming early, as these otherwise there will be teams that are camping those bridges, making sure that teams rotating will be punished. A lot of shots are being fired left and right, as well as towards the areas of Puchinki and in the school or the areas in between them. TPX is right next to ESB. DX is moving towards Yasna Poliana. They are a bit far away from the circle, but for now it's going to be Myanmar boys close to one another. Although Piasso is really, really far away from his team and needs to regroup in terms of there is a fight, in case there is a fight.
You know what's really interesting? I don't know why, but ever since the new year came, I am seeing more and more of these SMB circles. Am I mad about it? Definitely not. But is it annoying for the players? Absolutely. Now we already see a little bit of a skirmish here. Shako, we've already seen him already be able to get a knock. Not sure if they're able to get the pickup point. Yes, they do. No, they have it actually. For TP, he's all the way on the outside. It's going to be really hard for his teammates to go and get him. Regardless for Shako, he is inside of a compound. So unless they decide to breach into the area, it might be a problem. And Shako is very smart, honestly. His reposition and understanding that the bullet drop might just be hitting him. Because look at what Zwan has. He already has the scope so very early. A nice shot toward newbie's OP though. And he's going to at least get one more in return. A 1-for-1 trade, if you may. But here is Thailand also in the midst of a pickup. What is going on here? I love these little skirmishes, but come on.
Oh, on the inside, Ichi gets a hand of one of the players from Hong Kong and takes him down. But it's not just Ichi; it's multiple players going down at on the hand of Team GE. Hong Kong is just left at only one player, and he's goes down as well. The first team to get eliminated from the game, unfortunately, is going to be Hong Kong. We were looking that they might just turn things around. Look at that Chinese team also trying to bridge school. Shako is in the school right now. His players outside school might be able to secure this. Obviously, Pisces gets spotted down down, he goes down, Zong Jai goes down, and now Team ESB, they get their hands on 2 elimination points. Last game was very good for them, and turns out this game is turning out to be a very good one as well. They got their hands on 2 elimination. They haven't lost a single player, and now Chinese Taipei, they are in a bit of a shamble.
Nice trade here. Get slow, goes down. Slow down, just like his name, as they're trying to rotate into the bridge. Regardless, Tiger gonna take the bottom side of the bridge. And I'm really liking this fact that the bridge is now double layered. It does give a little bit of breathing room for teams to just move, go for that reset if they want to. But the Philippines this time, they cross and they take the position where Thailand was. Sky with the spray does find Ramon, takes him down just like that, but a trade from Demigod takes him down. At least with the mini Uzi, the damage is still being put down here. Get slow, taken out, straight to the lobby. What are you gonna do about it? But Monboy, he has something to say about it. A quick reposition with his vehicle sets him down, but Tiger is a little bit more smart. Gonna go for cover instead, giving him time to go for the resets, put down the shields once again. Now, this date will be cooked here by Rankit. He knows, at least he gets a little bit of an idea where the Thai players are. But Monboy on the other side, he is gonna go for at least, I would say, a crossfire. But Rankit, he has other ideas on how to play this. A nice little angle from the top side of the area. But Demigod, nice little cross onto Flash. Flash goes down and immediately straight to the lobby. And just like that, 2 players from Thailand down and out. Tiger, the final member, still left alive. It is going to be very difficult in a 1v3. They have him surrounded from so many different angles. And look at this nasty micro angle that Monboy Pai is actually holding out to. He does get a little bit of a tag, but what can you do? A spray out onto Monboy, and all he has to do is just go for the prone. And his teammates coming in from the other side, trying to pincer Tiger, and this is where it gets really sketchy for him because he has nowhere to go. Like it or not, he can't go for consolation prize, and that consolation prize, hopefully he's able to pick it up and still go to the lobby. Nope, not gonna happen because Rankit is coming in from the left side, and this is really nasty because all Monboy had to do was be the distraction.
Obviously, I feel like that has been a very unfortunate circumstance for Thailand as they get eliminated number 2 with only 2 eliminations. Brunei on the other side, they revived their players, still 800 meters away from the circle, is hopeful to make a rotation. The school is empty, Pochinki is empty. They all the way towards the South Island. I feel like it is empty other than the bridges and the water area. So the main concern for Team Brunei right now is not exactly to get into the circle. It is how they will get on the southern part of the island. That still is a concern for most of the teams. Even Team Thailand tried to rotate through the bridge, who got punished at the hand of Philippines, and now the other team, Team G, is also camping the other bridge. So the bridge is out of the question of any team who wants to rotate. DTF is in the center of the circle, is trying to make sure nobody rotates by water. So that's 3 areas that's going to be difficult. The only area that might be able to rotate is like through the ferry pier coming on the left side of Sanhok military base. Maybe you'll find an area from that angle. 4MV, they might be coming out of the military base, moving towards the higher ground, trying to find a higher point where they might just able to secure a couple of elimination points. DRS, they are just literally very far away from any kind of potential clash, playing towards the southern part of the circle on the southern island. They just don't want to engage in any kind of fight right now.
It's going to be really interesting once we see people swimming, and I think TPEX is doing just that. They're launching themselves with their vehicles into the water and just swimming aside. I don't see any team actually holding down the shoreline quite yet, so, you know, at least they can just praise the Lord that they're not going to get fished out of the water. But it might be an issue once we have players who do. We can already see to a ferry pier there that is ISS or Sri Lanka to be exact. And I think what they're trying to do here is go for a very long swim toward the southern side of the circle. But with DRS already parked at the southern side, it's going to be very, very difficult. Regardless, we still see players like GLX still in the circle, as well as, I would say, Brunei. No worries about getting into the circle. It's more about getting onto the island. You can already see as well that FOD is trying to cross. And the Philippines, I think they already suffered too much of a loss here, so they're deciding not to hold on to the bridge. But the circle gonna go straight in between these 2 islands, and that is where a lot of players are starting to question: should we hold off from actually going to SMB and still play mainland, or should we hold on to mainland? And because of that body of water in the middle, that's where the problem lies. I don't know, I'm sort of hoping for the circle to be straight out of water with a tiny bit of land on top, but a bridge circle is pretty cool too, I'm not gonna lie.
You're right. But look at that from the teams coming in from the north side, ESB and DX. They are trying to get their way into the circle. GL is coming really late. ISS, Sri Lankan boys coming from the left side. It's going to be a potential point of clash happening on the west side of the map with the GE holding the bridge. Vietnam boys, they are onto the edge and now they are trying to rotate as well. It's not going to be an easy job, obviously, with the teams waiting on the other side. They still have to wait for the circle to come in. Maybe they have to just be in the blue zone for some amount of time before these teams actually stop camping and make sure they start moving towards the circle, the center, because for now these teams don't want to move and don't want to leave their position. As for the other teams, it's going to be Philippines team right next to DRS. It's a potential fight that might just happen as DRS is just has stopped actually being on the southern part of the map. Try to rotate towards Novre Pinoy and towards the high ground in between Novre and Musosnovka military base, and this is a potential fight that could happen on their side. It depends who got the high ground, it depends who got a better view, but for now I feel like Philippines is quite in the same position, quite in the safe position. But as for the other side, the potential clash that we were discussing just a bit earlier with ISSL going up against GL, it is happening towards the northwest side.
ERS, this high ground that they got so early is just working out so well in their favor. They have vehicles, they have a compound, they have the high ground. So it's all about just information at this point and all about just trying to get those early picks. And I think it's really interesting how they decide to play this because, like, I mean, we talked about how for DRS, I mean, you talk about Nepal being, I would say, a powerhouse in how they play. And I think that it does show in how fast and how quick they want to take up space, or how fast and how quick they decide which is your prime location. But hold that thought, as Jackass nearly gets a pick there onto a rotating player. Thankfully, gets out alive on a buggy as well. I mean, yeah, buggies are fast, but the percentage of you getting knocked down is just so very high. Nice little reposition. They are just circling this compound like sharks, trying to find a point of entry. But the thing is, one player is already out. Unfortunately, this might mean his demise. He does at least get one pick here onto Ezreal, but his teammate has something to say about it. But he is just putting in that damage. A big mistake to turn your back against someone with a gun. Immediately, he goes down, and Starboy is now in trouble. And inside of the blue zone, he's eating up so much damage. Razor at least provides some form of cover. He's still holding out the outside area. Footsteps all around, but the damage for Mamata is just a little bit too much. What are you gonna do? Mamata trying to look up to revive his teammate. No worries at all, as the other members of Indonesia is just starting to go down, and this might just be the end. I'm not too sure how many is still left alive.
They are still waiting on the high ground. They are not want to lose this position, but unfortunately they are 300 meters away. The circle has taken a shift away from that high ground, from that ridge, and they have to move on. The side Philippines, after losing one of the players, they're still trying to get a bit aggressive on the Chinese players. There are only two players left from their side. They are trying to throw the smoke as well. Philippines, like Demigod, rank ID, they have realized they have the advantage in this fight. Probably want to be pushing towards them, but unfortunately for them, there's not exactly a lot of cover that exists between both of these teams. Obviously, Demigod spot one of the players, takes him down, and now that is all the incentives they need to charge, and exactly what's going to happen. Rank ID with his vehicle moves ahead. Demigod coming from the left side, trying to circle the last player from Chinese Taipei. It's going to be Zwan, who's going to be surviving. Can he pull off a one with? It's going to be very difficult, considering these are the Philippine boys who are exactly very, very proficient in what they do. Exactly, they're just trying to move left and right, trying to get that last elimination to the vehicle, but unfortunately for Team Chinese, he's being surrounded. Spots one of the players, takes him down with a shotgun. This takes a bit of a damage as well. He cannot exactly go out, because if he go out, he might just go down at the hand of the rest of the players. It's just fall off to the rest of Philippines. How are they exactly gonna pull off this kill without losing their players? Grenades are being put. They might just get a kill as well. Obviously, Rank ID spots him from really far away, takes him down, and now they have 6 eliminations in their backpack without losing their player, Demigod.
I loving this new way Philippines is approaching these fights, is approaching this game. They know they're a little bit behind, and what they're trying to do here is catch up in terms of points by going for eliminations. Yes, they lose one in the process earlier, but it doesn't mean that they're going to stop going for this aggressive sort of place. And I think this is the snowball effect, honestly. Being able to run over Thailand, over that bridge just now, and then just bring that heat forward is working out so well in their favor. If you look at the live rankings right now, Magnolia is still very much ahead, but Philippines have caught up now. They're now in second place, overtaking Thailand with a whopping only 3 points differential. And if this keeps up, if their aggression keeps up, if the way they play keeps up, they might be able to overtake Mongolia. Or if they choose to, they can just play a little bit more passive since they don't have the numbers advantage. Just hide, just get the prime location early, and it might be able to work on their favor. Regardless of Cambodia, this drive-by shot is just nasty. Here's exit surprise because DRS has a DBS. Don't play the short-range game if you're not prepared for the consequences, and that's exactly what he did. Delta as well finds Joseph. He's in trouble. Lil Jon as well goes down. DRS immediately swarm the players of Cambodia like flies. It's very scary. It stings, and you do not want to mess with them. And only one member left. Nang X will have at least an answer to find Killer, but is it enough to really just have him to survive till the very end is a big question mark here.
DRS, they got their hands on 3 kills. Look at that. Alone, like 9 teams alive, 29 players. We have lost Chinese, we lost Indonesian team, Thailand and Hong Kong. Unfortunately for Indonesia, I was looking really forward to them, how they will turn things around. Vietnam, boys, exactly. I feel like this is what we talked about a bit earlier as well. They need to wait it out in a bit of a blue zone as well before they try to rotate, and exactly what they did. Unfortunately for Chairperson, he has no first aid kit, no bandages left, and only left with only 10% of the HP. It's just going to be a flying, I don't know, just a flying bee just come near him and a shot that can just put him down to the ground. And not just him, look at his rest of the team as well. They are very down to very low HP, and it could be easy kill for any other team that are just right next to them. Mongolia, OMV, they are playing very passive right at the start, only because they were in the center of the circle. They were on the only team on the southern island. They had no incentive to fight. They have no incentive to go out of their way except to loot. And now they are near team DRS, but for now there are 4 players alive in the south part of the circle. They have the loot they need. But look at that, Lucifer gets politics. It has been taken down, but Brunei Razor also gets politics. He tries to deal a bit of time damage to Shako, but it's just going to be a minute before team ISSL goes down because there is not a lot of cover that exists in those areas. Shako is just using that time to heal himself, and obviously as soon as he heals himself, he takes a peek, takes Mamantha down. Only Jimmy left. 3 players bleeding left and right. Can you pull it off? It's just gonna be a moment where a couple of seconds before ISSL beats the dust or leaves the lobby, and 4 easy kills for Brunei.
Look at just like that. ISSL is out of the game, and it's just so unfortunate. I was just talking about how teams either going for the long rotation through the water might be an issue, but I didn't think of it to be that aggressive. Regardless, already 6 in the bag for Brunei as well. They're right behind the Philippines. They get the pickup. We might potentially be seeing another chicken dinner by them. They were quite into the circle very early. Now, for them, what they're doing here is that they're very proactive in leaving the circle, playing toward the northern side, and becoming the gatekeepers. They understand that there will be teams going to push out and just swim through the waters. That's exactly why they held the area. Now, going to the POV of Mongolia, they spot out the players of Vietnam. Now, for Vietnam, it's not as aggressive as I thought they would be. But again, coming back to what I said about how their performance during the 32nd SEA Games, this works out exactly in their favor. They were knocked down very, very early in the last map, and they want to catch up in terms of points. Parajin, quite low here, as Mongolia, Doc992. He's the type of player that you do not want to mess with, because he has his eye on not only the Vietnamese team, but also the Nepalese team. The Nepalese team has not moved quite yet, but here they are, pushing up forward. Nice little, I would say, turnaround, gets the information where the Mongolian players are, and then relays it, leaves the area. But the Mongolian players, they're not silly as well. What they do is they just reposition their situation, their area compromised, and that's fine. We just take our vehicles, go for a rotation, go and find another high ground, which they just did, by the way, and it's working out so well in their favor. Now, for them to just only get or mark the other members or go for those long range picks, and I can already expect them to just immediately swarm over them and just go in the aggressive.
And one of the players from Apex is exactly moving left and right, using his vehicle to scout any player near him as he can. DRS, their rotation didn't exactly work out for them. Obviously, after losing Killer, other player is bleeding down. They have gotten themselves in a good compound, trying to revive their players, but they are in the center, looking at the position that is quite right, but they are being surrounded left and right, and as soon as they give a peek, they might be just punished for it. Maldives DTF is right next to them. They are using utility to deal any kind of damage to get a knock as they can. East 922, what a spray in long distance coming from him. Just a peek from Team G player. He has been able to take him down, but I feel like getting a kill on that, getting an elimination on that player would be very difficult as he fell on the other side of the ridge. Mongolian players have other concerns to deal with right now as Vietnamese players are right next to them as well, and it's not going to be an easy job to take this player down. Mongolian, they're still trying to not get a bit aggressive. DX, they have tried to revive their players, so as DRS, they are back down to 3 players, still holding the center. They have to be careful about their surrounding. They are surrounded left and right. They have to use utility smokes or try not to peek as much as they can. I feel like the best solution for them, the best opportunity for them right now is to go to the first floor, hold that position, and don't peek anywhere else. For now, ESB Shako takes a bit of a damage from GEB side, but both teams are trading left and right. Three players down on the both, 3 players up on the both side, 1 player down, but nothing, not a knock, not a kill coming in from either side.
Interesting outcome, given the fact that we do still have one more player from Cambodia still very much alive. He's still very proactive in terms of not only getting information but trying to go for those picks. Regardless, as these two teams are going to be friendly neighbors, hold a thought as we see one member from Brunei knocked out here. Beautiful nade down, and he sends another one straight into the area. It's going to be to DRS. DRS, all they have to do is just reposition. Now for Maldives, I think what they really want to do here is just aggress. They know that these players, the DRS, are a team that you want to take down because they are very aggressive. If you don't deal with them now, you're gonna have to deal with the repercussions later. As the fight against these two teams from Brunei as well keep going, we're starting to see the number of teams and players dwindle. Yes, we have another 6 teams left, but only 18 players still left alive. So that means, on average, at least 1 player from each team is not around. But for OTF, sorry, go ahead.
Good maths, Dash. I feel like you are a wonderful mathematician. I mean, I'm just sitting here figuring it out how, on average, we have 1 player less from each team. Like, okay, that's just some quick math Dash has done in her mind. But yeah.
I'm very amused by that. Thank you for that. We haven't seen any movements yet from these two teams. I mean, why would they? They have prime locations,
exactly,
prime real estate, but look at how it is. We do see shots traded out left and right, but no one is fully committing. No one wants to leave their area. But in your opinion, which team wins? The team with 3 compounds or the team with 1?
Ooh. I feel like the team with 1 compound, if they are able to survive themselves against the utility being thrown their way, I feel like they will win. Obviously, because DTF, they are prone to getting rushed down by multiple teams left and right. If they see a compound and only 1 player in it, that team like Team 4MV, team like DE, GE, or team from Philippines, they might just rush towards the center, towards these compounds. So I feel like DRS is in a more comfortable position. As for other teams, all of them are outside the cycle. Team 4MV, they have to make their way in. Team Philippines, team from Philippines, they also have to make their way in. And other than that, GE, they are coming on the east west side of the map. It's not going to be an easy job for them to push through. As Team DTF, they are also holding that part of the edge. Obviously, they have 4 players alive. They got 8 eliminations on their hand. That's a wonderful game going on the side of Myanmar. Let's hope. I'm hopeful that they might just convert this into a chicken dinner. Still very far away from a good game of chicken dinner right now, but it's still very much possible for this team.
Master Ichi still holding down, playing the prone game. Myanmar playing this very smart, making sure not to over peak. Smokes have been set down from Myanmar at the very least, and Smile decided changing his mind about throwing that nade. Regardless, as the smoke goes down here, there's a lot of angles to watch. As Zai will be the first one to throw out those shots. A nice reposition as he understands that no damage has been dealt. 4MV in trouble. They're not able to encroach this, I would say, the solid foundation that's set down by Myanmar to get into the team. But with Ichi down, if they go aggressive, this might be their chance. And with Zai down as well, regardless, East 922 will be the one to start it off aggressive. He takes a fair bit of damage, but it does take him down. Now we do see Nang get Nang X ticket out of the game, but look at the repositions here as they try and move forward. West Carey still holding down the line, making sure his teammates are able to get picked up. Apex as well, not trying to go too aggressively. Spots out Smile, sprays out, will be answered, and will be traded from his teammate on the other side of the map. It's getting very scary. Yes, Myanmar, 8 in the back, but only 2 players left alive. I don't think they're going to be able to get them out and pick them out. Regardless, West Carey unfortunately falls out of his vehicle. Not too sure what happened there. Surprise, surprise. And now, with only 3 defeats in the bag for 4MV, this is something to cheer about, because while he does push forward to get those picks, Master Smile walks straight into his crosshair. Not the best outcome that they want.
4MV, Mongolia boys will survive in the end. They are covered the way he's played immaculate. He got 2 eliminations. He also revived Apex as well. And now 4MV is back up to 4 players right now. They have all the strength. They have the maximum capacity to get a good game in this right now. And probably this is the only team with 4 players arrived right now. Obviously, DRS is on 3 players. Team Team from Philippines is also 3 players, and DTF is also down to 3 players. It's just Team 4MV up with 4 players. East 922 takes a bit of a damage, goes back into the vehicle. He has substantial amount of cover in terms of rock, utility like smoke, and his vehicle needs to be careful in case they start shooting that vehicle. Doc 922, he might just be rushing out as well. DRS and DTF, they're still holding those 2 compounds. They've realized that circle is going to close in here again and again and again, and we don't need to go out of our way to secure those kills. The major concern for the team from Philippines and Mongolia is how they will get a position within the circle. There's not a lot of a cover that exists for these 2 teams, so possibility you might need to rush these 2 compounds, and this is exactly what might be happening. The DTF compound is exactly like the 3rd compound is not exactly populated, and 4MV knows that, scouted that, and now just use their vehicle to go into that compound. And other than that, they have also spotted one of the players from DTF, taken him down, and now DTF is down to only 2 players. Team from Philippines, they're also trying to spot anyone as they can. Not going to be an easy job, as there's a lot of a distance between these 2 teams.
Oh my god, he's marked them and he sprays, trying to play the third party, despite what everyone thinks is still a strat. Reposition, and Mongolia is aware, but oh, not the DBS once again, rearing its nasty head and takes him down. Hightis hasn't moved quite yet, waiting for his teammate to come by and pick him up, but not gonna happen. Nice nade to really push him out of the game. Now 4MV, they turn their attention to the other members of 4MV, and suddenly their numbers are dwindling down. Mongolia rushing up here, throws in that nade, beautifully done. Apex gets Kobe, and now here's the barbecue. He takes him down. His HP is so low, and just a little spray. Apex brings down Hightes once again. And now you can see Philippines, they are so very happy. What they're trying to do here is just take up that space before the team is able to go for that reset. But it's so very hard when DRS is just close by and they haven't sustained a lot of damage. How can you cross by that area and breach into the compound? As Monboy, he's gonna have to be very happy with this mushroom house. Not gonna happen. Does get a nice nade onto Gyante, so at least there's one member taken down. They can go for the aggressive. They can go for the push, and it looks like that's exactly what's gonna happen. Gyante finally goes down in mid lobby thanks to that beautiful nade, and now East 92 knows exactly where Rankit is. Nearly spots out his head. A nade thrown out. East has to reposition, has to try to figure out what exactly he's gonna do, but Rankit and his teammate unfortunately gets blown up to smithereens as Apex is over on the other side. Not too sure whose crosshair was at him, but that's good trigger discipline to not actually shoot it. A nade coming up here. What a nade! Gets 2! Immediately finds DRS's players. 1 knock, 1 lobby. And now the Philippines with 11 already going and just taking up this compound. Apex also gets a nade. Rankit, call him Kobe at this point because his nades are actually hidden real good. Monboy at least gonna go for the follow-up. Tries to lobby another player, but that flash does buy him a little bit more time. Rankit with that ghillie suit is able to not only take up space, but also hide in plain sight, but eventually does go down. But then, winner, chicken dinner, gonna go to the Philippines. What a beautiful way of playing it. Didn't even have the space, but beautifully takes it back.
I mean, out of all of those 4 teams, this was the team that had least chance of winning, getting the winner chicken dinner. They were behind a small ridge right now. They weren't stone and lot of cover exactly. They were far away from the circle. They didn't have a compound as well. So this was the team that I did not expect at all to get the winner chicken dinner. But now for them, I feel like they have done a wonderful job. 14 eliminations, 24 overall rank points, 2,270 damage done from their side. What a wonderful performance coming in from Team Philippines, and they came close multiple times just to make sure that they get the winner chicken dinner. They came close in the game number 1. They came close in the game number 2 as well. But now in the game number 4, they actually did it. And obviously they lost their player right at the in the middle part of the game. For the later part of the game, the third stage of the game, they played with only 3 players, and going against the teams that were in the center, that were holding the compound, and against the Mongolian boys that were coming from the right side, were looking really good. I'm very surprised and thrilled to see that they got the winner chicken dinner.
Again, I was just talking about that. I would say that heat that came through from their fight over at the bridge, where they're able to just bring it forward. And they were smart in terms of how exactly they took these fights. They were able to just go for those picks long range, go for far rotations, and understanding and letting the circle do what it has to do. The natural progression of the circle, I have to say. While we did see DRS and Mongolia inside of the circle already, side by side, they are understanding that there are other teams that is going to be fighting against each other. And as soon as they saw a knock sent in by Mongolia, they were the one who rushed out. They were the one who took up the space, and they were the ones to go for that long rotations. Understanding that as we progress into the circle, the amount of eliminations will fall into our pockets. We did see some teams play a little bit more aggressive. I would say Mongolia and Myanmar were those 2 teams. I would notice around 6 to 8 kills or eliminations in the bag, but they weren't able to secure those placement points. So I think that Philippines have changed up how they play. They're a little bit more flexible. They are aggressive, but they understand the repercussions of not having that one player. So their objective changed. As soon as they lost 1 player to Thailand, they're like, okay, that's fine. We got 4 in our bag, and now we can chill a little bit. We can wait for the circle. We can go for the rotations. We can try and go for long range picks and just pick kills as we go into the circle. And that's exactly what they did. And this flexibility really shows in terms of their gameplay in securing that last moment. Because I have to say that this is quite a difficult circle toward the end.
Oh, definitely. Especially with the way Circle has just started favoring those 2 compounds in the center, and nobody exactly predicting that it would be out in the open with no cover that exists other than those 2 compounds. I feel like it was a difficult circle to play with, especially for team like 4MV and for team like Philippines, who were out in the open. But somehow it changed. It changed in the center. While being the center was the prime real estate, DRS and Team DTF, who were holding those 3 to 4 compounds in the center, that worked for them till the last part of the game. Now, being in the center, exactly what went wrong with them, with the Team Philippines coming from the west side and the Team 4MV coming from the east side as well, and both of them sandwiching these 2 teams in, exactly what made sure that in the last cycle that playing edge to edge was a slightly better situation. So, this is what I love most about PUBG. At no point in time there is one better strategy. Obviously, right now it's like maybe you want to play the center, and in this game you want to play the side to side, but you cannot tell a team that it is good to play in the center, it's good to play the edges. Generally, you need to realize the extent of the game, you need to realize the dynamics of the game, and then go up and this game I need to do this. 4MV could have gotten those compounds really early. The way they were slowly started pushing them, slowly pushing into the cycle, coming out of the military base, then getting the high ground, then getting the lower ground, taking on the boys from GE as well. And after started pushing on DTF, they knew that they can't be in the center, but it would attract a lot of attention right in the end. That's what the Team Philippines did as well. They were holding the bridge, then they started pushing slowly and steadily into the circle, taking Chinese Taipei out as well, and obviously Team Sri Lankan team out, which were just trying to rotate into the circle. So I feel like these 2 teams realized that there would be a lot of kills along the way instead of just pushing into the circle, and this is exactly what they got. But I would say the boys from Philippines, they were absolutely immaculate. The way they got the chicken dinner, then they knew when to get aggressive, they knew when to not get aggressive, they knew when to camp and when to push. All of these make them probably the best team in this region.
I think what's really impressive as well is how they put Rankin out in the open. It's a really good, I would say, cross how he was able to play, especially that ghillie suit and understanding the advantage that ghillie suit can give. So with him on the outside, it allows to really not only get information from the other side of the compound, but also to what the teams has been doing is just when they throw in the nades, when they throw in those mollies, it flushes out to the other side. So what Rankin has to do is either throw those mollies or go for those long range picks, and he does that very, very well. There's a lot of pressure being set by him, by his team, for him by his teammates, and I think it's really good that you have a team that enables your, I would say, your high fragger or your fragger in general, because that's the teamwork that we want to see. When you are enabling or actually able to enable your teammates to get those picks, it does make taking up that compound or taking that space a little bit more easy. Now for DRS and I think Mongolia, one of the things that I was a little bit concerned about, well, yes, I mean Mongolia did have 3 compounds and DRS only have 1. It's really important that you have that one player who's a little bit more proactive in gaining information or moving around, because you want to be able to scout around the area. Given the fact that it's quite a lowland, there's not a lot of foliage as well. You want to be able to see where exactly these other players would be coming from. And I think that because they were so preoccupied with each other, they failed to see other teams just come into the area to pick them off one by one. And that exactly gives that, I would say, that window of opportunity to the Philippines. And I think this is such a when life gives you lemons moment for the Philippines, because I was just talking about how, like, you know, it's so hard for them to survive when they don't have too many all 4 players left alive. And I was a bit concerned, and I honestly, I'm just going to be real with you, I didn't expect to see them getting that chicken dinner. But as I said before, that flexibility really changed my mind on how exactly they approach the game and how exactly they go toward the circle.
But more importantly, one thing was that exactly somehow this was the last Erangel of today. The same circle, the same rotation that Philippines team did, the way they camped the bridge and the way they were trying to make it their way into the center of the circle as well, or towards the edge of the circle, that was, I feel like, wonderful from their side as well. So the thing that they couldn't do in the last Erangel was get the chicken. They came close, don't get me wrong. They did camp the bridge, they took a team out, they rotated, they farmed along the way as well. But coming into that last circle as well, they got eliminated. Now they waited for a bit. I feel like they just waited for their time as well, then they started pushing, and now this is what, like, you adapt and you become a better team in those tournaments. And I feel like they just became a better team today in between those 2 Erangels.
Regardless, let's have a look at the stats for that game. This is where it gets really interesting, because we did see some of the most interesting, I would say, plays. But if you look at eliminations, are you really surprised that Rankin is getting the highest among all of them? I mean, yeah, 4 each is pretty high, but Rankin on the highest. This is why I was talking about in terms of how he puts in, or how he was being enabled by his team. Because the amount of damage he put in isn't exactly the highest. It was Monboy Pai that put in that high damage. It was thanks to his sprays, it was thanks to his nades. Now, as the other players moved to the other side, Rankin was able to finish them off. It's almost like a game of, I would say, football, when you pass a ball to each other, and Monboy Pai was the one who passes the enemy team to Rankin to be finished off. Knockouts from each player is going to be 2, 2, and 4. Unfortunately, we didn't see a lot of Remon in this game because he was knocked out a little bit too early. But I think that Remon, him getting out early, technically sort of won them that match, because you start seeing Thailand get a little bit too aggressive, and immediately Philippines punished them for it. Regardless, let's have a look at the head-to-head stats between some countries.
Obviously, I feel 6 eliminations. Rank ID, Moneyboy has also got good amount of elimination. But looking at the head-to-head, we have Philippines on the left side getting 14 elimination. The second best team has, Myanmar, has get 8 eliminations, 6 more than Myanmar. They have 3 more assists, but look at the damage difference as well. Almost 1,000 more damage on the side of Philippines. They had a terrific game in terms of not just getting a winner chicken dinner. This amount of elimination, getting this amount of total points in a game reminds me of old meta. I feel like I didn't know you could get more than 18 or 19 points in a game. It is very, very difficult to get more than 20 points in a game, and this team went ahead and get 24 points in a single game, probably making a huge lead in those overall rankings. But looking at that, we have this post match for Erangel. Now we have rank ID. He got 6 eliminations, he got 786, 768 damage dealt, 2 knockouts. Survival time was 26 minutes. But look on the other side, GE Masters was surviving for less 4 minutes and still got 4 eliminations. So that is also an impressive performance by his side, and he dealt way less damage than rank ID.
I think for Myanmar, it's all about that, I would say, enabling for his team. All his team was all just as aggressive, honestly, and he was just able to get those picks. But now for the summary here, if you see, in terms of the Philippines, highest eliminations, damage, and assists is going to be going straight to the Philippines. And in this situation, it does show in their gameplay, how they play, how aggressive they are, and how exactly they decide to take these fights. Now, I'm surprised that that Brunei still made it up here because they were a little bit too soon. Right? I understand though, because they were tanking, I think, 2 or 3 teams as they try to rotate into the circle. It was just very, very unfortunate because they were holding the southern side of SMB. It didn't really work out in their favor, but still, it's a valiant, I would say, effort. And for Mongolia, with the highest knockouts in this situation, out of 8, 1 player was able to get 6. It's actually quite scary how aggressive Mongolian players are even when they are just alone. Now, Rankit taking the MVP, I think that it speaks for itself. We always talk about Rankit on how exactly he's been enabled. And I think that while, for me personally, while MVP is going to be Rankit because he has the highest eliminations, but it is regardless a team effort. Because if you remember, his whole team, except for 1 player, was able to get 4 bomb each.
Definitely, and look at, like, I feel like not just him. I was expecting for Mon Boy Pai to come up with yeah, exactly. Like he had a huge amount of damage in this game as well. But now we have like top performers across all the 4 matches coming onto your screen. Just a moment as well. It's going to be obviously Rank ID at number 1. Doc 922 has lost his position at number 1. Obviously couldn't perform in the last game. This guy got 6 elimination in just 1 game. Obviously he deserved to be at number 1. But looking at survival time, it's going to be Doc 922 still at number 1 when it comes to like surviving the most.
I think it's really interesting how exactly you want to see or how to approach this. I mean, like when we talk about survival time, it's all about those placement points, right? When you can survive till the end. And coming back to my point about like how some players, they thrive better when they get elimination points. And I think this is exactly what you can expect from Rankit. Not necessarily will he survive toward the end, but you can sort of expect him to actually not go out to the lobby with 0 points at all. But let's put that aside because we're going to see the match standings now. As we did have 24 points here for the Philippines, I think this is something that I have seen that happen quite a while now for the Philippines, at least in the Southeast Asia League. Now, second will be, I would say, it's such a big differential if you look at the Philippines and Mongolia. Yes, Mongolia was still able to get those high placement points and they were able to get 7 eliminations, but they only managed to get 13 points in the bag. But for Myanmar though, I mean, like, yes, they got like 3 placement points, but what really pushed them all the way up to 3rd place was the 8 eliminations. And this is the 2nd highest amount of eliminations that we've seen so far, at least in this map. And I think if you saw just now between the last map and this one, number 1, 2, 3, and 4, you start to see a lot of eliminations start to be accumulated compared to teams who are trying to survive till the end of time because they're not very sure on how exactly to approach the final circle.
Exactly, but we have overall standings in front of us with obviously Philippines at number 1, they got like 44 points. Then we have Mongolia at number 2, they got 42 points with 0 chicken dinner, with Nepal at number 3 with 0 chicken dinner. This is what I talk about, being consistent throughout the whole day. 4 matches, 34 points, an average of almost like 7 to 8 points coming from DRS, an average of like 10 points coming from Mongolia without even getting the winner chicken dinner. This is what is interesting. You don't need a chicken dinner to be at the top. You need to be consistent. Obviously I feel like this is something that couldn't be there. But coming up to the position number 4, we have Brunei. This is not what I expected at all. They had a terrible start to the day, but they made a wonderful comeback coming at position 4 with 1 chicken dinner and 30 total points.
Man, it's still such an interesting situation. I mean, when you look at Chinese Taipei, I think that not only are they knocked out too soon, I feel like they didn't really have the firepower because we see them in the rotation. I understand like how they're trying to approach things is that to go into a compound, loot, and then move out of the way. It feels like they're just getting cut off whenever they try to go for those early rotations. They're not able to answer back these aggressive sort of set plays. Regardless, the schedule for today, we have another 2 more coming forward. We have Miramar and Sanhok as we see different nations grab, I would say, chicken dinners tonight. I'm kind of disappointed we haven't seen a back-to-back yet.
Yes, I feel like that is something that is very much like I am looking forward to, but it's going to be very difficult in a match, in a lobby like this, becoming a back-to-back performances like that. But match number 5 is going to be played on Miramar right now. Then it's going to be his last match is playing to be on Sanhok. But one thing that we talked about earlier as well, that we don't need to rely on the last match to turn things around, as it's the map of Sanhok. I think Fixes mentioned this in the game before the game number 1 or 2, after I don't remember exactly when, but the more important part is he mentioned this. He said we discussed you don't need to rely on the last match. The last match is super unpredictable, and that's for day number 1. So if you're looking to make a change in the overall ranking, this is your game.
Exactly, Miramar will be where you want to go, but before that we have some highlights for you guys, and we're gonna go for a quick break before we head into the sandy deserts of Miramar, so don't go anywhere. There's more World Esports IESF PUBG Mobile coming for you. See you in a while. Each nation has each taken a chicken dinner each, but it's not done yet as we are approaching the final two maps for tonight for the IESF World Esports PUBG Mobile. I'm Tashmin alongside my co-caster Fixes, and it's really exciting to be able to work with these new faces. Well, at least for me.
Likewise, of course, and that's the beauty of esports, right? And I'm quite privileged that we did get this opportunity, and you from Malaysia, me from India, sitting together, talking about the games that we love. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better weekend than this, for sure.
Yeah, I'm really excited as we move forward. I mean, we start to see the aggression come out here for a lot of regions, especially from the Southeast Asian teams, from Mongolia, from Myanmar, from the Philippines. Now, out of all of today, Fixes, I mean, you were there since the beginning. Do you have any of your favorite aggressive moments that you've seen thus far?
I think the one chicken dinner in Miramar certainly has to be the card of the rest, because what Chauhan did over there, especially being in that 1v3 situation, clutching it out, getting one home for Vietnam, especially considering the circumstances that they were under, right? After the first game, they barely got any point, and questions were being raised, because when you look at a team like Vietnam, the players that have been playing, you sort of have some much higher expectations, and seeing them not to be able to meet that in the first game and coming back really strong has to be my favorite moment of the day.
Yeah, it's really exciting when you see those type of plays come through. And I think that as we go toward I would say the evenings, you're starting to see players start to find their momentum. I mean, we saw that happening from the Philippines, we saw that happening from Myanmar, as well as, I would say, Vietnam. And as coming back to your point about expectations, I totally get it. Because, I mean, like for a team like Vietnam, who has always been, like, I would say, a powerhouse in Southeast Asia, so same for games for Thailand, it's very difficult for a lot of, I would say, fans out there to see their teams not really making quite yet. And I think a team that I really want to highlight here is Thailand, because I think from the get-go, I was sort of already putting my eye on them, because I mean, I understand that during the 32nd SEA Games, one of the teams did not make it into the SEA Games, but I thought that at least with having one forward would kind of propel them up. We didn't see that happen until toward the end of the second day of the SEA Games. And I think the same might be happening here, the same storyline for Thailand, where they come online a little bit later. But when you talk about Vietnam, this is very interesting, because during SEA Games, I'm not sure if you caught what I said to RZ earlier, is that Vietnam, not only are they a team that's very, very strong, yes, they didn't get the gold, but they are a team that managed to get the second and third place in the SEA Games recently. And on top of that, some of their teams that are playing today were the representatives. And I was also quite surprised that Indonesia isn't showing the same sense of aggression as well. So honestly, what is going on?
I mean, to be honest, there's been quite a fall if you look at Indonesia, especially them being the front runners, especially when PUBG Mobile just launched, and when you were looking at those initial first tournaments where we had the Asian teams going up against each other. Then during that time, it used to be, Thailand, Indonesia, they used to be the powerhouses, right? When you look at BTR, you talk about EVOS, RRQ Athenas, teams as such, and suddenly you could see as time progressed, and you could have sort of felt the hunger kind of fizzling out, and that's quite visible there. But right now, the representation we see from Thailand is still there. I mean, they're not out of the picture yet, right? You would still expect them to come back really strong with the way they started off. But yeah, a little bit of consistency is needed, right? Especially something that Nepal has been showing a lot. And then Philippines, I think they've kind of figured out that secret sauce where they've realized that aggression might be the key. And if you can have yourself positioned in a good spot, right, then you're good to go. Something which we saw in the last game. And they managed to convert that into a chicken. And here they are, right at the very top spot.
Again, another, I would say, southern side circle. I don't know whether the southern side flight path was a me thing, like I'm bringing this curse since I came, or what, but not necessarily the worst circle in the world as we go toward I would say, the eastern side of the map. But look at how many teams are coming in from the southern side. Rotation into the circle is going to be very, very difficult. I'm just hoping that some teams are willing to go, I would say, the extra mile and rotate through Cruz de Val or water treatment instead. And I think that might be what we can expect from ESB. Now, for the other teams, I think they don't mind taking their time. It is a very big map, but look at how far away Vietnam is, all the way up there in El Pozo. I think what they're trying to do here is drop by El Pozo, loot, go do a nice little pit stop at La Cabrera, and perhaps come in from Cruz del Val. And I think because they're so far away, they don't have to worry too much about other players coming and knocking them while they rotate through or getting shot at. Because if you remember, this map is a very, very big map. it's, I would say, a sniper's heaven, where you see players like Parajin or Chuang, or even, I would say, even like a Nang X, who's able to do those long range picks from across the map. And this is where things get really scary. When you pass a high ground area or where you pass a compound, you must always assume there's going to be someone inside, because low-key, that's always been the issue.
No, contrary to the popular belief, right? When you look at a map like Miramar, and you would expect to see a lot of those bold actions coming in, a lot of those DMRs, especially, this is one of those conversations that even I was having with RC, that the Southeast Asian teams are quite popular for their 7.62 chambered weapons, right? You see a lot of those SLRs, a lot of those SKS, and so far from what I witnessed while I was casting Miramar, was it's kind of being used just to deal that initial armor penetrating damage, right? We haven't seen a lot of follow-ups. I think it was just Vietnam that did so. Because right now, what the meta dictates is pretty much those close combat battles where...
It's because of the DPS, man!
Yeah, and it's nasty at times, right? And quite difficult to kind of digest that a gun that's being so broken. I think even the players were talking quite vocally about it, if you remember, Tash. I think Zaxi or Luxi, somebody of the brothers did mention it out that it needs to get back to being a special airdrop.
Yeah, because it's a little bit, in my opinion, it has really changed the momentum and how exactly you want to approach fights. I mean, like, usually, like, I think last year, you would see a lot more of the SLR, SKS, those long-range picks. It's going to happen. You have, like, those support players in the backside, and then you have the two rushers in the front side just come forward. So there's a little bit, I would say, dynamics in terms of how exactly you want to approach a set play or how exactly you want to approach a take. But now it feels like maybe you'll put the, like as you mentioned before, the initial put in damage, and you put that in, and then suddenly maybe you'll have a push, or maybe you have a knock and then a push. And even then, it's because they're playing near the walls. You see a lot of jump shots happening. You're able to see a 1v4 happen just because someone was not able to catch this jump shot, or just because they're too pro at playing with those angles. And honestly, I would really love for that gun to be back in airdrops, because I would love to see them, like, imagine they change how an airdrop works, which is to put them in those really, really high risk areas to really encourage players to rotate there and fight for those airdrops, because that's exactly why people were fighting for those airdrops before, right? The better guns. So when they put it, and they put that kind of like that, what's the word? That high reward mindset, it changes how exactly these players want to approach on how exactly they want to loot, how exactly they want to take. Is this area worth taking, or can we just ignore this airdrop? Because in the recent 30-second C game that I just casted, not a lot of players felt very incentivized to get those airdrops. I mean, back then we saw people fighting for it. Like, they would actually go into all-out fights to get those airdrops. But now it feels like, okay, if it's in our area and it's safe for us to get it, then we'll get it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's quite obvious considering how the loadouts have pretty much been, right? It's an M4 and a DBS. Or maybe if you do not have a DBS, then players are even making do with an S12K or maybe an S1897. But no, keeping that aside, when you're talking about how players are approaching these maps these days, and it's quite inevitable that we see something that you kind of would not want to risk, because M4 has kind of been the joker of all trades, but master of none, right? Players have really been quite prolific with their usage, but right now, hold on, we've got some fight coming our way, as Cambodia seem to have spotted out Eddie, who seems to be caught in a little bit of a pickle. Now, this is the point where even we've seen a lot of these players use Scarl. Now, one of the major reasons why we see a lot of Scarls, and especially in Miramars, is I think it had to do with something with the 4 times, where the second shot kind of went a little bit above, and after hitting the first, you kind of tend to aim on the body, and the next follow-up shot is right on the heads. And players used to opt a lot of that. We used to get to see Scarls a lot. Personally, I prefer a Scarl over an M4. And
I do too.
Same bench. But yeah, I think, with how weapons have been changing for the course of time, and if you talk about the relevancy of the airdrops, the high risks and the high rewards, because in a map like Miramar, there's somebody who's always watching you out. You just need to be aware.
Yeah, just like this. Look at how nasty those shots were by Joseph Broke. My God, I was quite surprised that he was able to get those shots onto the DTF player who was just jumping for his life. Get slow. Let's get one. And again, Brunei in trouble. Now, Brunei is a very interesting one, I feel, because these same players did not make it into the 32nd SEA Games. But at the same time, in this particular tournament, I think they're really shining. They're really showing their capabilities. Yeah, Chui does go down, but earlier they were able to get chicken dinner and they were able to get what I think a total of 8 eliminations. We already seen DTF in trouble as the other members of Cambodia want to go for that pinch. They don't really try and go for super aggressive in terms of taking out space, but they are very aware that where they are in La Bedita is a very open area that's just so open and so prone to being on those cross map sort of sprays. Lil Jon gonna go for a quick reposition. They're just gonna skedaddle out of there. Now let's talk about Mongolia right now. I think Mongolia is a very interesting team because when you look at Mongolia, how they play, it's because they're so aggressive on how exactly they play together and they push together. But it's a very, I would say, systematic sort of way that they want to play. It has yielded some pretty good results in terms of getting eliminations, but it doesn't provide them that longevity that you want to see in a PUBG mobile match, especially in a format like this.
I think, considering this particular team from Mongolia, when you're talking about numerical vibes, a few recent stats, I'm just talking about the PMPLs they played in SA region, right? By the end of the league stages, they almost had around 200 points of lead, which is absolutely ludicrous. But during the grand finals, that's where the other team from Mongolia, the Stalwart Boys, they took it home because that is where that extra experience really came into play. And what I feel was really missing from this particular roster from Mongolia was they kind of did not prioritize a lot on their positioning, right? They just went ham. If they see any target in front of them, they just go after them. And more often than not, teams initially that were facing a lot of trouble later on got conditioned to their style of play, after which they kind of did not feel threatened by them anymore. And then we saw that little bit of a drastic change that they brought into their play style, which was quite kind of replicated even today as well in the first game of Erangel, where they were playing quite defensive, like you said, quite methodical in their approach. They did not just go out with a blindfold and try and take a lot of fights. Eventually, they've opened up, still in a really good, promising position. Right now, if you take a look at the top three, Tash, we do have the usual suspects. With Brunei getting that chicken dinner in Sanhok, which is quite unpredictable, to be honest. I think this was ought to happen. You know, whenever you go into Sanhok, there is going to be one of those teams. Because if you talk about Brunei, they had kind of a very timid start. But later on, the spurge of confidence that they're showing, I think I'm quite impressed.
Me too. That's why I said, like, you know, wasn't expecting this to happen, especially after what happened at SEA Games. But I'm really liking the fact that they're finding that confidence to play as aggressively as they want to. DRS, again, they love playing the middle of the circle, and they're so happy to do that. I mean, we saw that earlier in the second map that I casted, which was, I believe, Erangel. They got a nice little compound, but the problem is they weren't able to really push it toward the end. But now this time around, they're very early there in the right outside, right in the smack dab middle of the circle. Now, my concern for DRS is, I would say, survivability, because that is going to be prime location. Everyone's going to try to get that area if, say, the circle were to push toward them. But there are still a lot of other areas that they can be prioritized. So given the fact that they have, there we go, circle pushing in toward Junkyard, this might be a good situation for them because it's right beside a high ground, a steep high ground. So they're able to find those people rotating in between the valley, between where they are and Junkyard. They're able to get those picks. And this is exactly what I've seen happen before in a different tournament. Regardless, for GE, I really want to talk about them because they are a team that always seem to get a high number of frags in every single match. But my question to you is, what's stopping them from getting that chicken dinner?
I think it's been their approach, to be honest, right? The way they've been positioning themselves. We will, of course, carry on this conversation. Another big fight has already broken amidst us, right? Thailand again finding themselves in a whole world of trouble is Flash barely surviving by the skin of his teeth over there, but eventually falls down to Xuan. And this is where, you know, again, that conversation that players are quite comfortable with those M4s. I'm missing those good old days of the MR, some bold actions, and that it is what it is, right? Tiger just trying to get his teammate back alive, but I feel in this fight, pretty much Vietnam, they're starting to take over.
Oh, wait, look at Parajin. He's looking at a nade, throws it down. I'm not sure if it's actually going to hit here. But he does get a revive on his teammate. So this has been a three-way fight, honestly. Thailand as well as Cambodia have been and Vietnam as well have been on this three-way sort of fight. They've just been trading nades here. Now the nades are going to be hitting. The reposition has been great, honestly. Chairperson nearly knocked out. They are at least going to have some time, but Parajin will be the one to at least take up that space. Nice little move to the back. And look at Vikoy as well on the other side. Hasn't moved a single inch. Now everyone has been revived, has been able to reset here. Chua finds his first pick here. Tiger will be eating all that damage. Knocked down Flash as well, as Flash tries to run for his life. He needs some cover. He needs some time to at least go for that reset. But the problem with Vietnam is that once they start to attack you, they strike from all sides, they choke you, and they take you out just like that. Tiger, Flash already out of the game. We haven't seen the other members quite yet, and this is a very difficult situation for them because this blue zone, they need to fight this. They need to take this fight in order to get into the circle. Now, Mongolia has their sights onto another team beside them. It's going to be Hong Kong. And Hong Kong in trouble. Immediately one nearly goes down at least. Now, I'm not sure if he was lobbied. I think he was. No, he hasn't. Can be able to pick up. Rankit does pick him up from the other side. Mongolia not able to secure their kill. And now the other members, Dog922, has his eye on Monboy. Thankfully, only explodes the car, but does give away his position.
He certainly does. And, you know, now we're just getting to see all these fights breaking out left, right, and center. And when you're looking at the teams over here, you're talking about Philippines, you're talking about Mongolians, and now just recently we saw Thailand taking their exit, right? Which is kind of quite baffling considering where they're standing at the points table right now. And goes on to ask you this question that, I mean, can they come back? Because after this, they just have one more Sanhok remaining. And Thailand, you would expect this team to be somewhere around that top 3, top 4. But right now, what we have is Monboy Pai trying to push in. He's getting a little bit of that cover fire from the backlines. The Mongolian players do have a little semblance of cover. Rabbit, however, is in a very, very rough spot. He needs to get himself out of there. He needs to get inside the zone. And at this point, you know, for medical vibes, the team from Mongolia, you would want to avoid them at any cost.
Honestly, I feel like Hong Kong has this trouble for a while, just getting into the circle soon enough. And I feels very deja vu because again, it feels like Hong Kong wasn't able to get into the circle and immediately will be, I would say, just gate kept out. And that's how usually they go down. And I'm really hoping that coming tomorrow, they're able to figure out how to work, against this problem, because they haven't been finding a solution on how exactly they want to play in terms of what they're going to do if they're not able to get into the zone quickly. But given the fact that everyone is relatively inside of the circle already, it's still not as packed as I would like it to be toward one area. Everyone seems to be, I would say, in a situation where they're quite far enough from each other, where they are able to shoot at each other, at least from different terrains, but not enough for those follow-ups. Speaking of that, it's going to be Chuan, who is already having his eye onto the other members of Myanmar. West takes a lot of damage. He's so far away from his teammates, so like it or not, he has to survive. His teammates are not going to go for the pickup if he were to get knocked down, and that's going to be a big impact to their firepower, because in my opinion, West has been like really good when it comes to pressuring from a different side of the map in a perpendicular area. Nice crossfire that they have as well is because West is playing separately from them. But with Vietnam playing the game where they're able to get a pick and then immediately choking, it might be a problem, especially as they like to play this take where they come in from all sides, and it's really hard to really pinpoint where you have to look at. And Parajin with the opening onto Zai, what a shot, and it's a really far one from almost across the area, and immediately, as I had predicted, they are going to be pushing out here, but West, because he's on the other side, he can give a little bit of cover, but with Parajin here watching and holding down the line, it's going to be hard for him to even cross or even go for the trade.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, look at how vigilant they are, right? They're kind of aware of the situation, where the opponents are, and how to deal with it. And right now, I think Vietnam, they're just unleashed, especially with Chuan just being the spearhead of your attack. And not even that, right? He delivers on all fronts. We've seen him take shots with M4. We've seen him knocking the players down. And the duo that he's working along with, and that's working out pretty well, has been Parajin. Especially with those long-range knocks that they're getting, just sort of enabling them to apply that extra bit of pressure. And Myanmar, for sure, the despite the very thought that, they're up against Vietnam, kind of gets chills down your spine as one after the other, the bodies keep down falling as West Carry also goes down. Zai and Master Richie are the two last players remaining, and they need to tuck their tails and run. And that, I feel, is exactly what they're doing. Now, the big question is how far are Vietnamese players willing to overcommit over here? Because now we're sort of approaching to those, phase 6 circles where things get really, really heated up, right? You have teams across every single corner. So Vietnam, I think they would have to be pleased with where they are. But then again, take a look at DRS. So calm, so poised. All they need to do right now is hold on to that high ground advantage that they're having. This is something quite similar to what a team like RRQ pretty much does. Exactly takes over the same hills, just holds on with their life up until the point they still are inside the zone. The moment it gets away from them, that is where I think I will be starting to feel a little concerned about the Nepalis.
And now as the circle goes forward, Killer, just like his name says, that's a very nasty angle he's worked with. Finds one.
Yeah.
He hasn't even moved at all. DRS, I think that what's great about Nepal is that they're just so proactive in being able to hold these high ground areas in terms of positioning, but they're not as aggressive as I would like it to be. Immediately, we saw 4MV gone down, and Lil Jon immediately shots east straight in the face. And on the other side of the map, Myanmar in trouble once again. And this is a very interesting fight because we are starting to see these two-way, three-way fights come around. And it's not necessarily the most, I would say, the usual types of way to take a fight. But, ooh, surprise! He's holding down the area, does get found. Master Ichi thought he was slick hiding behind the door. But that didn't happen. I like the fact that they are just double swinging together, and now Lil Jon nearly eats up a lot of damage. He goes down. He does actually goes down in the Apex, and Nung X wasn't able to answer back because of that smoke. It gives him a lot of cover, a lot of space to work with. And now Mongolia is going to be very happy. They already got 7 picks in the bag. We haven't seen a single change from them in terms of how exactly they approach these fights, how exactly they play in terms of aggression. East goes down, but he done before he gets 2. So I think that for his team, I think he's like, yeah, I got my 2. It's okay for me to go down now. It's all down to you guys. But they're not done quite yet because they have 2 teams in front of them, but I'm not seeing them commit to it because they're trying to figure out how exactly to approach Mongolia. And Mongolia, you know how exactly they can play. It's very similar to what you can expect to see from
Right.
Cambodia.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is where you can say the Mongolian players are finally unleashing their inner beast, because this is what they've been doing throughout the day, right? They were off to a really slow start where they were focusing on getting chicken dinners. And once they figured out how the lobby has been working out, I think they're going a little more, how do you say, flashy, right? Now they're not shying away from those battles. But this is exactly where my concern also arises with the Mongolian teams, right? Sometimes they overextend too much, which was again the case with East, right? Had he had somebody, providing him cover fire, he would have survived that. Now, again, in those final few circles, the numbers really matter, especially when you need to have that 360-degree vision. And that is where the teams like Nepal really have that little bit of an edge. Now, this is what I was talking about, because it's sort of quite been the testament where every single time you kind of tend to hold on to a high ground in the next circle shift, it sort of goes away from you. Now, considering the fact that DRS, they've been making a lot of noise around the server, everybody is pretty much aware of where they are. The moment they decide to go downhill, that is where the real concerns, that is where their worst nightmares might come true. Now, they're very close to the circle. But again, if you look at the favorites, you would be talking about the likes of Mongolia winning this one, even Vietnam having all 4 of their players alive. But DRS, they will have to fight for their way inside the circle.
I wanted to say Vietnam had a quiet game this time, but we just didn't see. Look at that. 7 already, and across the board is almost everyone getting 2 each. Regardless, we're going to be seeing some action here from Indonesia as well. Nice little pick as well. But you have to remember, for Vietnam, they are a team that's attracted by the sound of guns. They are the type of team that's waiting to see how they can interact and just disrupt these fights. And nearly Rules gets knocked down here by Chuan. And it's just so nasty because he has this high angle that he can work with. And if someone tried to answer he would just move backwards and then it's not able to do anything. And he's just gonna be so very happy to make it rain hell from above. Yap's gonna place at least a smoke there to give a little bit of cover as DTF does find one member back. So it's Starboy, who had picked off one member of his team earlier. He answers back. But the question now is how exactly they're gonna approach this particular area that's held down by DRS.
And that's going to be really difficult for DRS. They've got some really tough calls to make over here because they ought to leave Delta as the sacrificial lamb, as the others sort of carve their way inside the circle. He needs to provide that cover fire. And I really do not like what they're trying to do, because now they're kind of getting surrounded by the players from Indonesia, and then you also have the players from Vietnam chiming in. Now, this is where things go really salty for them. Now, DRS still trying to be fearless, trying to get inside the zone, and they've managed to do so, which is quite baffling, to be honest, as not just they've succeeded in doing that, they're bringing the heat down at Indonesia, now who are also being pressed in by a different team. Now, again, capitalizing on the situation, DRS have somehow, have managed to make it work.
Yeah, they have. And Killer wants to go for aggressive kill. Delta down and out already. We see all these skirmishes throughout, and it's because this area is just so terraneous. No one is in the middle of the circle. We're seeing the same thing happen again, where the middle of the circle is a low ground. You don't want to be in the low ground area, so the only thing you can do right now is either find a compound, or you play at the side of the circle and just play with the high ground advantage. Chua nearly gets knocked down there. Nice spray, come through. Immediately goes down. His teammate is there to answer, but this wall, this little corner, has been giving him a lot of space to work with. Farajin, he wants to answer back, not able to. Totter being very cheeky with this corner of the area of the junkyard. But the circle will be pointed to the southern side, and now we start to see the Great Migration south. Mamata does have a buggy to work with. He's going to try and move up forward, take up space, and take this fight to Vietnam. And what this does is that it stops them from getting into the circle and getting more points. But look at on the other side. It's going to be Mongolia trying to be the third party, tries to shoot out toward Mamata. And the problem now is both Vietnam as well as ISS is stuck in that corner. You want to shoot at each other. Chairperson goes down. Jimmy tells the tale of how nasty it is to be shot. Here's Vikoy as well with the DBS. Gets two players now down and out. Chairperson out as well, but the kill, which is Parajid, will be stolen away, as well as Vikoy stolen away by Mongolia. And that is just so nasty. We don't like third parties, but it works so well in how exactly they approach this game.
Yeah, considering especially how of a good coverage that the players of Mongolia have taken, I don't see this one going away from their hands until and unless they throw it off, right? Of course, they need to get a revival done on one of their fallen teammates, but that's not going to happen because now they're being pushed over from multiple fronts. You can see the players from Chinese Taipei coming and closing in the distance, but seems like the players of Mongolia are so well prepared, especially Apex, who right now, is sitting at 8 eliminations to his name. He's already cooked up the grenade. He knows exactly when to lob it, and he finds his target. Of course, Kobe must be proud as he inflicts a little bit more pressure with that Molotov, but it goes miles afar as Apex still trying to thread the needle, finding that avenue for one more knock. And that is when, for Miracle Vibes, completely go in for the push. And look at him go. Has a shotgun on his hands and still manages to come through. Does the last player surviving do anything out of ordinary? Yes, he does. Takes one out, but it again rests on the nimble shoulders of Apex as he comes out through. Are you kidding me? I do not know what he's done over here, but they are still living in the moment.
Yeah, they are. That's insane. It was a 2 versus 4. And I was shocked that Chinese Taipei had survived this long. They were one of the teams that had I would say, the history, at least for today, to get knocked out so early. And I was just so excited for them because they had the numbers advantage. But unfortunately, Mongolia firepower is just too high. Number 2, Mongolian players were able to get those isolates. They weren't able to play together, to shoot out together. And that is where Mongolia had in terms of, I would say, playing together. Because even though they were at a number deficient, Mongolia already had the idea that if we were to play on this corner to this corner, one player is able to distract and just eat up all the damage, and the other player, all they have to do is just spray and take them down. And that's exactly what they did. Now, Nepal dwindled down to only one player left. And I like this map because usually we would see at least 1 or 2 players still left with 4 players left alive. Now, only the players, the teams with the most number of players is going to be Mongolia as well as Maldives. 2 players each, Nepal and Chinese Taipei for 1. And now Mongolia, Apex especially, look at how many picks he has in his bag. 11. And he knows exactly where the Chinese Taipei player are. And he sprays out. Pisces, playing inside of the smokes, has to run for his life. He tried to tap dance out, but that's not going to be happening, as Dot92 had something to say about it, as the other members of Maldives run into the circle straight down. I'm not liking this positioning, honestly, because it is at the corner of a high ground, but I understand why. I understand why they're playing this way, because they understand that on the top side here, you're going to be seeing DRS as well as Mongolia, and DRS's player nearly gets taken down, survives by the skin of his teeth, and they're going to be throwing in the mollies and the nades just to cook him out, and Apex steals that, giving him 12 in his pocket, and that's so nasty. I've never seen one player do this much damage in a game before.
This is ludicrous, to be honest. At this point, I can't believe my eyes. And I really felt in this particular situation what Hattes and Totson did really was not supposed to be done. Kind of gave away the position when they really did have that element of surprise. Now, for Miracle Vibes, they are literally the sharks in the ocean right now. They are searching for their prey, and now look at them building up that smoky path, right? The moment the trail gets formed, they're going to push right through it. And they're not just doing it from one angle, they're doing it from 2 sides, which is getting so difficult for the players of Maldives to figure out where they're really going to come out through. And what they're going to do is, from that narrow edges of the smoke, they will be trying to thread the needle. The moment they get the first knock, they're going to push in through. And that is exactly what has happened. Apex, right now, he is a force of nature. He is one of those players to be reckoned with, as Totson just crumbling in fear, almost getting dismantled, barely at a sliver of HP, shows his head off and gets finished as Mongolia get a winner chicken dinner in Miramar. Not just with any number of eliminations, it's 21 to the name. And just by the virtue of this one game, they're sitting at 31 points. And that is how much they've accrued. Tash, this is absurd.
Dude, Apex. Literally, just Apex at this point. Mongolia were surviving with only 2 players left. And I am just so surprised at how they're still able to put in that firepower and aggression. It was all about positioning, like you mentioned before. It was all about how they played with each other. And I think that Mongolia is definitely, I would say, not only is they are definitely the team out there, they are one of the most flexible teams I have seen today. I talked about the Philippines being able to survive with only 3 players left alive toward the end of the match. But you know what? Mongolia was like, you know what? I'll raise you one. What about 2 players left alive toward the end of the game? From the half side of the game all the way till the end, they're able to not only put in the firepower, still get those picks, still play third party, and still wipe the floor 2 versus 4 against Taipei Chinese. How? Apex, if only I can interview you, I would ask you, how are you doing this? This is inhuman. I have never, in my 2 years of casting PUBG Mobile, seen anyone get away with more than 7 to 8 picks.
I mean, he's been doing that quite often these days in the SA region, right? And has got to sort of manifested. Yeah, just another day in the office for him. And, you saw Apex, wait till you see Doc or E step up, right? Every single time, under whatever circumstances for Miracle Vibes or Mongolia are in, they have those individual clutchy players who rise up to the occasion. And in this particular game, it had to be Apex. I mean, that man, he's looked unstoppable. I mean, there were a lot of players trying to get at him, but nobody could succeed. I mean, if a player shoots a shotgun, I mean, that to an S1897 right at your face, what are you going to do against him, Tash? You can see that sense of fear getting instilled in the heart of his enemies, right? I mean, at a certain point, I started feeling bad for the final player surviving. I mean, like, you could see him shaking. You could see those nerves trembling. And eventually, this is what Mongolia really thrives on. That is pure, raw aggression. And they have literally dug the graves of all the enemies through their path.
It's honestly quite shocking to me because the most aggressive team I know has been Vietnam, and I was expecting to see more of that. Yeah, we saw that aggression, but it wasn't as aggressive that I would see Mongolia. I have never seen that anyone play that aggressively, and I think that what's really exciting is how exactly he takes these fights. Is that I was expecting it to be more tunnel vision where they would get knocked out from different areas, but Mongolia was actually quite smart on how exactly they approached it. It was more of like, yes, we're taking this fight from a team who's on this other terrain, but also very aware that there is a team on right beside us who's going in for a fight. So what we're gonna do is just buy time, maybe hopefully get 1-2 picks, and then move away from the area where we're having a fight into the compound where these two teams are having these fights, and then we just clean up house. And I like the fact that they know how to separate other teams from each other as well, not allowing them to trade, not allowing them to cross. There are so many times where I thought that, okay, I think Mongolia, they only have 2 players. Perhaps this might be a little bit more easier for other teams to at least try and take them down so they're not still as aggressive. But this mindset is actually very interesting to me, because I was just talking about how Philippines, after they lost 1 player, they would kind of like dial it back and go for survivability and then go aggressive toward the end. But they do not hit the brakes. They don't. Normally, if they were to drive a truck, there is no brakes. Just choo-choo train of pain all the way till the end, and it looks so good because that is the most points I have seen today, the most points I have seen on a player in my life, and I'm so glad I'm here to witness it.
And even adding on to what really happened towards those final phases of the game, right? We had one of the players of Nepal surviving, and that has been those Godu case with Nepal, where they kind of really rely on their consistency. They've been one of the most consistent teams throughout the day. Every single game you see them in those top 3s, top 4s, and I think this is going to be enough maybe towards the end that pulls them through. But what I really need to point out is Maldives. I felt really blew it up, because there was a moment when they were kind of going in for the backstab, right? And when the players of Medical Vibes were anyways pushing on DRS, they were not supposed to let loose of those bullets, because they could have really played around that element of surprise, right? Let the players of the players of Mongolia kind of come out in the open, and then they could have taken the chances. And just letting loose of those bullets right then and there, I think the players of Mongolia kind of realized, after dealing with Killer, the last player of Nepal, they figured out where the rest of the pack is, and it was a 2v2 situation. They like their odds, and I kind of love how they've been playing, right? Especially, it's not just about those long range shots, long range knocks they've been taking, right? You could see they're building up that smoky path, and right from there, they're just playing from the edges, just trying to thread the needle, just a little bit of a vision. That is all they need to secure that knock. And at a certain point, you kind of start asking yourself this question: what am I even doing here? What do I need to do in order to take down such a team like this?
Yeah, I think when it comes back to that trigger discipline as well, there are moments where I was questioning, like when I saw a team Mongolia against Thailand in the previous map, where I said, like, okay, you are shooting toward Thailand here. What is your objective coming forward? We have been in this stalemate for 5 minutes now. You're not committing, but you are shooting. Thailand isn't answering back. So what are you going to do? Are you going to cross? Are you going to take the compound? Are you just going to stay here? And it felt like that was, sorry, not Cambodia, was it Myanmar? I cannot remember. I'm so sorry. But in that situation, you start to question, like, what exactly is your objective in shooting? Because whenever I look at DRS, I think that there's so many times where I see teams just passing by them, and it felt like it could have been a clean headshot, a clean just pick off to send them back to the lobby for another extra pick. But they didn't, because their idea is, I have to get this information. Yes, they crossed my crosshair, but how many players are there? Where are the positionings at? What can I do with this information, and how exactly can I relay this information to my teammates to do that take into the compound? Because end of the day, where their positionings are, especially toward the side of the circle, does not benefit them. So they need to get into the circle. And in this situation, I'm seeing a lot of teams start to panic, especially when the blue zone starts to shift. They start to get panicky, they start to get overwhelmed, they tunnel vision, and they forget their positioning. And I think in this situation, perhaps a different way to approach it is to quickly go into the circle and just play inside of the circle instead, if you're not able to handle that pressure.
Certainly. And as we take a look at the stats, which felt quite mental, to be honest, especially that one play Apex, 1600 points of damage, 13 eliminations to his name, and 9 knockouts. He's just been all over the place. I think we need to have a separate graphics for Apex over there, with how brutal he was in taking down every single enemy in front of him. And this is what Mongolia is all about. I think this is one of those traditions that current IHC former Zeus did start off with, and which was kind of the flag was taken over by the players of Stalwart, and now I think for Medical Vibes are definitely getting into the groove, and quite understandably why the representation from Mongolia looks so scary.
It does, honestly. I think that in every single match that I've casted today, Mongolia has gone out with quite a number of elimination points, even if they didn't manage to get a top 5. Regardless, for this, I mean, like, you want to put a head-to-head between the teams here. It's not even comparable at this point. 21-8. And on top of that, you have the chicken dinner with 10 points. In this situation, Mongolia is they just look so unstoppable. While they did have 21 eliminations, I want to bring your attention to the damage. You would expect for 21, maybe perhaps go near to the 4,000 mark, in my opinion. But with what 3K, it does show that, again, not only are they going in these fights head on, but they are going for those cleanups. And I really want to tell you something, my friend, like, when you are talking about like cleanups in Malaysia, there is a term. We call it DBKL, which is I would say the council that does cleanup for our main city. So in Malaysia, if you were to cast, if there's a cleanup crew, we say, oh, the DBKL is here. So perhaps that's exactly what they're doing.
They certainly are, and it kind of baffles me the kind of numbers that they're producing. They've been quite clinical, and that has been the so-called case in this game of Miramar, right? We literally had that little first 5-10 minutes of silence where teams were just getting on with their rotations, and it was just fights left, right, and center. A little bit of a comparison being drawn between, I think, two of the squads that have been quite aggressive. I think we saw a similar style of play with Vietnam also. You could see Parajin, you could see Chuan really getting up there, trying to, get a lot of things done. But then eventually, somewhere down the line, they kind of had too much on their plate to deal with. And as a result of which, they kind of got eliminated. This is where Mongolians really thrived, right? They kind of took that beautiful circle, right from the southern side. They kind of took over, and they kind of spread out. They kind of put resistance to a lot of those countries trying to get inside this zone. DRS, in fact, Nepal did manage to do so, but eventually we know how that turned out to be as we take a look at the match summary. And yeah, it's pretty much Mongolia taking all over this map.
Mongolia pride! Look at that. Eliminations, damage, assists. The only team that has the highest healing done is Philippines with Mon Boy Pai. And it's actually interesting because I feel like in terms of healing done, it's always either, I've been so far today, I've seen either it's going to be Philippines or Brunei. And it does come to show like how different it is, how each team tries to survive, tries to thrive in terms of survivability. But in terms of, I think like what I really want to highlight here, it's just when we talk about healing just now, is that for Mongolia, there are so many situations where the player was just so very low. Like Apex, for example. There was a situation just now we saw he was so very low. Like literally one bullet was enough to take him out. But he's so fearless. It's as though he really trusts his instincts. He's able to jump out forward and get a pick and then move backward again and then go for the heals. Because he's able to play so high risk, it's almost like he's very, very, his game sense is just on another level on how exactly he decides to do these movements, these positionings. And he trusts himself enough to know how much HP he needs in terms of survivability. And I think that's one of the most interesting things I noticed about Mongolia, because like usually when we see a player who's already so very low, they would back up immediately, drop a smoke perhaps. I think it's just a standard play. Then they would heal, or perhaps they will move the other way, have their teammate come out and cover them as they go for that heal. But not Mongolia. And I'm wondering what goes through their mind and what makes them so okay with playing that aggressively at the risk of getting knocked down or even lobbied.
Yeah, I think, when you talk about Apex as a player, it's not just the case with him. I feel that's the same with the likes of Doc,
the rest of his team, right?
Yeah, the entire team, right? The micromanagement of how agile they are during those fights. Like you said, they engage instantly, disengage, they lob a grenade. If they get some value out of it, then they just press on it, and they apply even more pressure, adding insult to injury over there. We've seen there was a case where they kind of went after Chinese Taipei. One of those players gets knocked out. Instantly, you could see the Molotov also being thrown and trying to get a little bit of more of that room and space. And at this point, I think Mongolia, I don't see a world where they do not qualify for the land, right?
Yeah,
I don't
I'm gonna have to
see
agree
how
with
they
you.
do not go to Iași.
Yeah, I really want to see them play on the global stage, honestly. It's going to be so fun. It's just that they have really solidified in terms of understanding their play, their movement, their aggression. And, you know, while we did see some passive maps early, I think that if we were to rewatch all those VODs, you'll see those early picks are going to come out from Mongolia, because that's how early they do engage in these fights. Now, I think that if I went back to my record if I remember correctly, for Southeast Asia, very early we'll see little skirmishes, but it's only because you accidentally run into someone. But Mongolia, it's as though you drop down, you get one weapon, immediately there is no room for you to breathe. I just talked about how Vietnam is a team that likes to play how they take it just surrounding someone, just choking them. But they haven't met Vietnam. They haven't met Mongolia, who is more about just rushing you and just bringing you into this choo-choo train of pain instead.
Look at this. I mean, the choo-choo train, pain of train, whatever you call it.
Dude, that's like 30 points ahead, man!
Exactly. I think they're flying really high at this point. When you're looking at Philippines and Nepal, now look at Nepal, right? Look at their placement points. Barring the fact that, considering the fact, in fact, that they've not gotten a single chicken dinner, 21 placement points goes on to show how consistent they've been playing as a team, right?
Yeah.
And this sort of pays dividends on the longer run, and they're going to benefit massively from that. Now, as we can see, we've got a little bit of a segregation over there. The top 3 teams already, and then you can have are seeing Vietnam on that 4th position with around, let's say, how much points of difference that is? 8 points of difference. All right. So then you've got Brunei. Now, you're talking about Brunei. They have been one of those teams that kind of have been a one-game show so far, because that was just that game of Sanhok where you go on to appreciate how amazing they've been. But in the other matches, in the other maps, we've seen them struggle quite a lot. But the big surprise for me has to be Thailand. Especially, Tash, with the way they started off today with a chicken dinner, they surely seem like they're gassing out.
Yeah, it seems like some teams are getting fatigue here, but at the same time, I mean, they're not necessarily at the bottom of the barrel. This is where I feel like maybe they're not gassing out. I'm guessing that the other teams are starting to find their momentum. And I think that's one of the problems that we see for teams that do well very, very early, is that they show their strengths so soon, other teams start to read and start to adjust themselves. And then suddenly you find yourselves in this dead end, like, okay, what can I do to readjust back? Regardless, when we talk about top performers here, I mean, at this point, really, Apex, out of 5 matches is 16 eliminations. I mean, yeah, it is by average, but like, that's crazy. If you look at Ranked as well, quite similar with 15. I think that these 2 players, Apex 922 and Ranked, are definitely the 2 players. Sorry, alongside Dot 922 actually, are the 3 players I've had my eye on throughout the entire night that I've been casting here. Because Dot 922, Ranked, and Apex are the type of players who not only play aggressively, they're the type of player who would play very separate from the team and provide this nice little, I would say, this crossfire. I would call it a sheep herder method, if you may, where you have your teammate lob a nade or lob a I would say a molly, or even put in the pressure to one side, and then you come from the other side and just go in for those cleanup kills where you just pick them off one by one. And now as we come toward the last map of the night, Sanhok, what do you think? I know you said it's a very, I would say, RNG map, but do you think Mongolia can take this again?
I mean, realistically, I would not want them to take this one home, because then they would be literally obliterating the competition, right? This is where I would want the other teams, right? Let's say for Thailand to come back into this, because it's going to hurt me not seeing a country like Thailand that has produced so many beautiful talents in this particular game not make it through, right? Especially with how they've been struggling. But like we say, Sanhok is a map of unpredictability. You cannot really help the situation sometimes. It gets way out of hand, right? What you need to do over here in Sanhok is you need to find the right place, sit at the center of the circle, find a good compound, and defend with all your life. Because there have been so many of those pests just lurking around in the grasses, just hiding around the bush. And the moment they spot somebody out, you would see those snakes just launching their fangs at you, and you are pretty much done and dusted. And there's another thing that I say which is quite viable in Sanhok. Do not engage in a fight for more than 90 seconds, because if you're doing so, you're giving away those important auditory cues to your opponents, who are eventually going to cause a lot of problems for you.
Oh yeah, for sure. But for now, we're gonna go for a quick break before we head into Sanhok. This is really exciting to see how the match is gonna go. So don't go anywhere. More IESF World Esports coming right at you. See you in a bit. Like the name Apex, the Apex Predator, our player here from Mongolia was able to pick up a whopping 20 picks in the last map over Miramar. And now as we move towards Sanhok, the question now is whether or not he will be able to do the same, but Fixes might not like that. Regardless, Tash Bunny here alongside Fixes, your casters for tonight for the World Esports IESF PUBG Mobile. As we go into the final map, I have a question to ask you, Fixes. What do you want to see in the final map?
absolute carnage, right? And we would love to see that. I'm pretty sure the viewers also, and yeah, I'm pretty sure they're supporting their own regions. We've got quite a lot of fandom coming across, and this is what we love about this event, right? Fans from different countries, everybody sort of cheering for their own nation, and this is where it all boils down to now. We have seen, the upper echelon has already been created. We have the creme de la creme. It is, of course, Mongolia. Then there have been a few of the other nations that are kind of getting closer. But this is one where, by the end of the evening, you would want to go out high with your heads being, held, because at this point, you've got 6 more games to go after this particular game being played. And like I discussed this with RZ, I do not want this to boil down to the final game tomorrow, which is Sanhok, which gets quite erratic. It's so difficult to kind of figure out what goes on. So in the battle for the top 3, because the top 3 only make it to the LAN, that is where teams have to sort of solidify or cement their position before getting into those final maps tomorrow.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of teams that still haven't even encroached the 20-point mark, and then we already have players that's already just so far ahead. I mean, if you look at the first place right now where Mongolia is, I think there's almost about almost a 30-point differential there, because Mongolia has just been really good with getting those, I would say, those picks and eliminations. So they already had in mind what exactly their objectives are going to be. It's eliminations over everything else. But the thing about being so, I would say, aggressive and getting these picks is that you are able to get the resources refreshed over and over and over again as you are able to get those pickoffs. And I think in this situation for them, they're able to not only get those kills, but also be able to loot at the same time. We haven't seen a situation where they're able to get a pick and they get third party, so they're being stopped from getting that reset. And I would love to see that happen.
Me too, personally, because, there have been so many teams that are trying to put in those efforts. But then there are, again, those teams that, like I said, have been quite timid in their approach, right? They kind of see somebody out there in front of them. Let's say, for example, Brunei in those initial few games. Then if you even take a look at the previous matchup, it was Chinese Taipei. Despite having such a nice man advantage, it was a 4v2 situation. They kind of fell down on their knees and they surrendered pretty much at that point. Now, this is one of those maps where, teams that are struggling a lot are kind of not even made it to the 20 plus points. This is one of those games where they can really redeem themselves. And by looking at this flight path does not really matter, but what really comes into play whenever it's a map of Sanhok is if it is going to be a western circle, because the moment you look at the Camp Alpha Island and if the circle gets situated over there, and that is where the dynamics of approaching Sanhok completely changes, because then you have to focus on your quick rotations. But if it comes down to the mainlands, then it again comes down to the teams that are placed quite at the center. The teams around the center enjoy that massive advantage, but all they need to know, like you've been pointing that out, Tash, is how to make your trigger discipline possibly work. Because if you are kind of confused or suddenly just spot somebody and take a few shots, you are done, because somebody from a distant angle might take those shots and take you down.
Yeah, the trade potential has always been there, honestly, especially from teams like Mongolia. I think GE is one of those teams as well as Vietnam. Thailand, I used to be able to see that, but I haven't really been able to see that today. Regardless, it's already so very aggressive here from the Philippines. We saw a really good match for them earlier on Miramar, and I think it looks so good how they're able to survive not only with 3, but play as aggressively as they did. And I really want to see a return of that. But I'm not sure whether or not it was because they were able to hold on to that bridge and get a steamroll on a team and then move forward. But I would love to see that aggression and that confidence come back. And for the Philippines, I felt like sometimes I see them over on PMPL, over at PMSL, over at the SEA Games, where they have really good games where they look so unstoppable. And other times it feels like they just go out a little bit too soon. And I'm wondering what is hindering this consistency from them. Because I mean, yeah, in this one in particular, they are at least on the top 3, at least from last I saw. But I would love to see them able to be able to make it all the way up to maybe a top 3 or top 4 almost to the last circles, because I feel like they have a lot of potential for that. But this is a very This is not my favorite circle. Let me just put it that way. If it's the circle that has a body of water in between, you have to guess. Like, do I want to go to Camp Bravo Island or do I want to go to Camp Alpha Island? I'm just happy it's not between all three.
Yeah, this is where I think Philippines could really get this one home because of where they're situated around Hatin. They could go for a 2-2 split, right? Send 2 of their players to the other side and just play around those little, depths that we have just towards the western side of Tatmok. And we've seen the circle sort of end over there on multiple occasions. Now, there are few other renditions of this zone, whereas where you can see the players of GE position, right? It kind of goes down there sometimes also. But, talking about what's going wrong for Philippines is I kind of feel that is what initially the players of Mongolia were also facing, right? They see somebody and they really just go head on for the fight.
Tunnel vision.
I think what they really need to inculcate in the style of play, Tash, would be a little bit of a dash of how the Nepali team DRS has been playing. If they know how to position their players properly and find that proper mixture, I think they're good to go.
Yeah, that I don't know why I just keep saying this a lot in a lot of my casts is that sweet spot between survivability and still getting those picks. Speaking of that, look at how aggressive Hong Kong China started off there. Already with a nice pick there by Tin Shao, but no follow-up quite yet. Newbie's OP, at least, still gets one more. Knockdown. Needling, Bobby, Chewy with Ting Shao. I think this is a great start for Ting Shao, honestly, because it's just so aggressive from their side. He has this nice little high ground area to work with, and it's a nice tall slope. So that means even if the players want to answer, it's so hard to really do that and shoot back, because if anyone was trying to shoot back, all they have to do is just reposition and just shoot at the same area, and you can't really tell. Now, these smokes for Chewy does give him a little bit of breathing room. He can reset, he can at least heal, but I don't think his teammates are able to assist him at all, given the fact that this terrain does not favor them. It's on the lower ground, and it's quite open as well, so even if they want to try and shoot upwards, it's gonna be very, very hard.
I kind of feel that they're getting cornered right now. Look at Hong Kong, China, kind of trying to engulf them. And especially the position that they're in, the fear has struck in their heads, right? And it kind of goes on to ask you that question, right? Was it just that one lucky game that they had by virtue of which they got the chicken dinner? Because this grenade was absolutely mental, to be honest. I did not see that going through. I thought
it wasn't going to hit him. Yeah.
Yeah, and it did.
That's a nasty trajectory.
Yeah, indeed. And at this point, if you are Brunei, at this point, what avenues do you have? You cannot go anywhere. Either you decide to fight back, either you kind of be patient and hope that Hong Kong, China, they just overstep a little bit, and then you capitalize on that situation. Otherwise, you need to sit down on the spot that you're holding, because I do not see them making any way of escape.
At least that's 1 point in the bag for Hong Kong, China. They want to be able to encroach that 20 points. This is going to be a game changer for them if they were able to get not only these picks from the Bruneian team, but also just to launch themselves forward in terms of momentum. But sometimes some players, they just need that little bit of confidence boost, be it just a pick or a rollover to another team. It does translate into your confidence, into your team morale, especially when you're not too high or you're not feeling too hot right now when it comes to the ladder. But no movement yet from the other members of Brunei and Hong Kong, China. This feels like a very, very, very long Mexican standoff, as Ting Shao is going to be like, okay, it's a little bit too long here. Perhaps it's time for us to just leave or reposition. And I think, I'm not sure if the other players of Brunei are able to hear the movement just yet. We did see Ting Shao move, but I think they just they're deciding like, okay, I think it's best for us to kind of figure out different areas and avenues on where we can kind of go for picks here. Because if we spend too much time watching over these two players, we may miss out on rotating into the circles, number one, and number two,
Absolutely.
Maybe some pickoffs that could happen as some players go for that rotations, and that will be a shame.
I think for Hong Kong, China, considering the position that they're holding on to, I'd want them to stay there, but with a little bit more loot. Because look at their sustainability, right? They just have mere single medkits, not even, the first aids. The numbers are quite low. And especially when you're kind of holding down on those high ground situations, you need to make sure you've got your 4x scopes, you've got enough ammunitions to back it up with. And, from my experience so far casting this game, we've seen on multiple occasions, it kind of goes down the hill also. So I think they also need to consider their other contingency plans where they kind of have two of their players also, or even one of their players stationed down somewhere on the lowlands where he has a house to his name. The moment the circle goes out of their control, they can at least come in. But we see a little bit of a fight breaking out. I think it's Cambodia taking on the Mongolians, whereas East has again fallen prey. And as a result of which, he still did manage to take a knock though. But can Mongolia capitalize? That's a big question over here.
That's actually quite surprising. Now that East is down, the firepower definitely going to be knocked down at least a notch. But Exit as well. Not sure if they're going to be able to go for that push out and go for that revive as well, because look at Apex as well as teammate. He's been holding down that area, trying to see if anyone will be rotating to him. So this might be a situation where I'm sorry, buddy. I don't think I'm going to be able to revive you. You're on your own. Just bleed out. Regardless, on the other side of the map, rank it. Whoa. Quick on the ball for that one. That's a knock, immediately a headshot as well. East already out of the game. But while it does kind of like, I would say, lower down the firepower from Mongolia, we did see Mongolia take a 4v2 just now and survive till the end. So at this situation, I wouldn't really be celebrating quite yet. Sri Lanka, one player knocked down already. Teammates not able to go for the pickup quite yet. We did see some other players there from Vietnam move around. And I think they have to be really quiet, very silent on how exactly they want to approach this. Because in this situation, a team as aggressive of Vietnam, if they know that you're down by one number, they're going to just go for that push. Speaking of push, Rimon probably trying to go for his redemption arc, given the fact that in the previous round, his team were able to get that chicken dinner. He wasn't present in 90% of the time in that game.
I think, at this point, when you're looking at a team like Sri Lanka, what has been their underlying problem is the lack of firepower in their roster. What I love about Sri Lanka otherwise is how they've been positioning their players always in the right spot. You kind of find them in the center, but where they really lose out on, or you kind of feel that spark is missing, is how they engage in their fights. Now, they find their players a little outside, sometimes in the open. They do not have those trades secured. You always need to have somebody watching over you, right? Even if you're going out in the open, overcommitting a little bit, there has to be somebody like what Top does for Action from Starwood. Like, you need to have those sort of plays if you want to play like that. Now, when you're playing around the center, like Sri Lanka were doing in this particular situation, they should have ideally just sat in their compounds, not go out, because you have to expect somebody just to spot you out, and that sort of has been the wolf's bane for them. And at this point, this is where they kind of go spiraling down, because Philippines, I think, Tash, we did have this discussion. This could be their game. This is one of those games where they get that chicken dinner and have a really good spot secured for themselves at the end of the evening.
I don't know if you saw on the kill feed just now. Hong Kong, China, they had like a long standoff with Brunei, and finally we saw Chewy come online, and Chewy was able to get him down. I'm not sure how long he actually held that down. Guys, coming back to our screen here, it's Rankit, one of the top performers for the Filipino team. He throws that nade, he closes the door and says, surprise, little present for you. You're not going to be able to answer. He throws another one, it's a molly, now a nade, just to really add into that mix of food. But no movement quite yet. We saw a DBS in his hand. He was getting ready and prepped, so he has to be able to at least shut them out, or at least chase them away from the area to make them run toward him. Regardless, look at the damage he's already putting inside. He does pass by one player. He realizes that Razor is so very low. Does get zoned out by the molly. Another molly just to really hold down the line, and he sprays, but doesn't really matter when rank is that close to you. A DBS to the face is basically a death sentence, and just like that, Sri Lanka, unfortunately, not able to get a single point in this match. But as the blue zone comes through, we already see a defeat from the Bruneian team. They came in with only 3 players, and with newbies already out, not the best situation for them to be in. And we did see a chicken dinner for Brunei earlier. I'm not sure if they're able to replicate it with only 4 players, because when we saw them be able to make it out toward the end, they were still up with 4. Now, as the circle pulls toward the middle, with this body of water here, this is where things get really interesting. Is Hong Kong going to swim forward and is GE going to fish them out of the water? Is the question.
At this point, this is again, like I said, this is the second iteration of this particular zone. And that's exactly where it's kind of gone down to. And at this point, we also discussed over this, Tash, for Brunei, what they need, what the conditions were they were supposed to hold it down and let the players of Hong Kong, China just try to push in on them. And when they did that, I think Hong Kong, China did suffer a casualty, and they decided to just retreat from over here. Now, this is where things start going rough. Now, we also talked about the conditions where the circle kind of goes a little east, and they're going to have a lot of trouble finding a sweet spot inside the zone. Now, what do they do? What are the avenues? They either take the bridge or take the waters. Either ways, they have a team guarding those areas. And I really do not know how they're going to get inside the circle right now.
Look at Smile just holding the side of the circle. He has a scope as well. That means it's more precise in terms of how exactly he wants to land those bullets. Zai on one side. Now, this is a nice area they've held on to, because not only is it right beside the water, it has a bridge to catch anyone crossing over. And I think another thing is that they don't have to worry too much about shifting if that circle were to move around, because it's not necessarily the area that you have to cross really, really far, where there's a lot of compounds or even a body of water they have to worry about. Now, Demigod, he's playing underneath the circle. What he's trying to do here is try to cross through. And by doing this, they do keep out of detection from Myanmar, but they still have to cross in front of them regardless. And the question now is whether or not they want to be able to get real lucky with those first shots, or they want to be able to take this fight, and that's not going to be happening as Monboy already knocked down and out. His teammate is able to at least answer back in this situation, but for Vietnam, they are the team that likes to hear the sound of guns. They were exactly trying to third party this, but Rankit was already holding this down. He wasn't trying to let them even go even close to the area. And I'm liking the fact that even though they're not even in the circle for the Philippines, they're very proactive in marking their enemies and taking these fights.
At this point, it all kind of comes down to how GR are going to be playing this one, because they kind of have those sweet covers, and Philippines, they will have to be the aggressors. And for them to really go in for the push, they need to find at least a knock or two. But if they go without that, then I do not know how they're going to approach this one. Of course, under the bridge, as Myanmar raining some death and destruction out there. One of the players, chairperson, is already knocked down, and he is gone for good as Myanmar try to, fight against the forces of nature over here. Vietnam is a quite tricky team to deal against, but feels like they know exactly where Chuan was, destroying and flushing him out as he's burning. The lava is trying to engulf him, and Chuan has given away his position as Master Ichi decides to go in, but gets slapped back. But nice trades coming in from Smile over there as Vikoi trying to fight back does redeem his team over there as Myanmar now go on a little bit of a back foot. But look at that, Philippines, this is exactly the moment that we were waiting for, Tash. Right in the moment they found that both these teams are vulnerable. This is the spot. Iron is hot. Let's strike.
This is like a well how the turntables moment, because it was Philippines that was outside the circle. They weren't able to get inside at all. They were the one in trouble and cornered. And because Myanmar decided to take this fight against Vietnam was in trouble, and all Philippines had to do was just clean up the house. Speaking of clean up house, it's Rimon that will be watching this area, become the gatekeeper, not allowing Hong Kong to even move into the circle. Jia, what are you gonna do here? You wanna go pick up your teammate, but you can't even cross. The beach is such an open area. Yes, there are cover of trees, but when you have a team of like a player like Rimon who's just so aggressive with those sprays, nearly gets taken down there. He didn't realize that Hong Kong would be answering at the very least. But at the same time, if you look at the other side of the map, you're seeing some small skirmishes come through, those pickoffs from other teams, but not really a 4-on-4 fight. But for the Philippines, they're very happy to be here. The circle is pulling downwards, but if you're able to gatekeep, if you're able to stop people from getting into the circle, that's not too much of a loss, in my opinion. Because yes, you may be getting to circle a bit late, but if you get some value out of it, maybe some pickoffs, some points into your pocket, it still launches you forward in terms of your consistency, in terms of getting points to move into the next map. And I think that right now, as they are in team number 7, they're going to say, okay, we already have placement points in the bag. Let's try and get some eliminations. And that's exactly what they're trying to do as Monboy gets a pick onto Starboy just like that. Dabs is close by, and he can't even cross to go for that revive.
I mean, look at how absurd the circle's going on as right now, Philippines decide to charge in on the Vietnamese.
Ouch!
As one of their lonesome players survives. It's Vikoi as Ranked gets picked off from elsewhere. Of course, they would want to trigger that revive, but Raimon just surviving with a sliver of HP will patch himself up first before going in with that push, and I think they might have figured out a way around that, as now the players of Mongolia, they decide to charge in and now are in a battle against the Nepali Kings, DRS, who also have their players lying down on their knees but still have a lot of fight remaining. And now you can see Mongolia, clearly they're taking fights on 2 different fronts. And at this point, this kind of looks a little bit concerning for me because they've got just that one player surviving. I do not know. He's being shot from every possible direction, but that one grenade could do a lot of wonders. But the blue zone definitely will impart the hurt, but it is going to be rules. Towards the end, does manage to hammer down the final nail in the coffin. And out goes the Mongolians.
Oh man, just as you predicted. But this might be the Philippines coming out on top this time with 9 eliminations in the bag. Now, I'm not sure if you saw just now that Vietnam, 2 of the players, I think he was trying to throw a nade out, but he accidentally blew 2 of them together out of the way. And I was just like, wait, what happened there? Not too sure. So that might be the reason why Vietnam got knocked out. Regardless, a win is still a win for that team who managed to clean up the house. Now, for the Philippines here, they're going to be so very happy because look at where GLX are. They're on this little island, and crossing it is going to be a pain in the butt because not only does the Philippines have a high ground, they also have a compound, and to get to the circle, they have to cross that area, and it's also a body of water. Yeah, to swim, you can just swim downwards into the water, but at what risk? In this situation, Tiger with the sprays, they do find Ranked. He sprays out. He takes it out. No more in the game. There's one less firepower or one less person to worry about for the Filipino team. And this is where I'm really excited to see Thailand perhaps thrive. Sea Sky only takes a bit of damage. There is some answers from the Philippines, but in this situation, the high ground doesn't help them because look at DRS. He puts in the damage to Raymond. He takes that pick out of the way, but look who steals it. It's gonna be Sea Sky only. Thank you very much for taking him down. I will take that point, put it in my pocket, and now for Monboy, what are you gonna do? DRS says, you know what? You stole mine. I'll steal it back from you.
Yeah, and they get the final kill over there, and with that, I think the Filipino dream, at least in this game, goes down biting the dust. But Thailand, they're pretty much in contention. But what I'm really surprised is, look at the team on the 4th right now. Brunei, they're still alive with 3 defeat points to their name. Now, that is really impressive considering how much in a bad condition they were during the start of the game to where they are right now. Sanhok can surely be unpredictable. And let's not forget, Tash, for a moment that Brunei was one of those teams that did manage to secure that chicken dinner in Sanhok. But look at Gyante. The moment Thailand decide to push in at his direction, Gyante responds back in fashion. But eventually it hurts me to see him get eliminated from the wrath of the circle. Now this is quite unbelievable for what we are witnessing. In the meanwhile, whilst amidst everything that's going on, well, the Indonesians, they're pretty much chilling, right? They've got the beach suits on. They sort of have their margaritas already.
What is this circle, man?
Yeah.
This is... What is this circle? Oh, man, this circle is so... I have never thought in my life I would see a tiny island circle, but here we are. And it pulls straight there as well. Now, Indonesia predicted this so very well. A nade out into the water as the Bruneians, they don't really eat that damage. Tiger, given a little bit of space to go for that reset, at the very least, he's down to his last one, if you think about it. He's all alone. Can still go for those placement points. But honestly, I have to say, because the Indonesian players have full control of that island, this might just be their chicken dinner. Unless the circle decides to go straight in the water, and I guess it's going to be a very anticlimactic ending. But let's see if they actually kill each other first. And it's going to be Shaco who'll be caught off guard here, where Shaco has been slowed down by the water, and all Tiger has to do is just spray and pray. Beautifully done. Takes another point into the bag. Chewy behind that rock. He heals up here. It's a one-shot situation as Chewy takes it back. Beautifully done with the ADS. Still alone, despite only having 3 players here. Brunei doing so very well on this map. As Starboy rushes forward, he wants to answer this. He has all the control of the area. All Chewy has is just a rock. So either you come out and eat our bullets, or you face our wrath. He does get flashed here, but no follow-up by Chewy. A nice little crossfire or V-shape has been set up here by the members of Indonesia. Chewy, what can you do? You run out of your bullets, of your supplies, and winner, chicken dinner gonna go to Indonesia. While I was questioning why on earth you would go for that little island, I have to eat it back, and I have to swallow it, because they came up on top for this.
Yeah, they did take a gamble, and well, it did pay off for them, and did earn them those crucial 15 points. Exactly what Indonesia needed, considering the rich legacy, the heritage they have in this particular game, as they need to be the flag bearers and they need to move on ahead. I think this is the perfect ending for Indonesia in this evening right now with that chicken dinner. But kudos, man, to Brunei, the way they survived, and the last player was literally stuck between a rock and a hard place with nowhere to go. And you know, you kind of we've seen circles like this in the past, but there are such rare occurrences, right? And I was quite surprised to see all these teams actually make it there. I mean, the biggest one for me, of course, had to be Brunei, but follow-ups would be, the names would be Thailand for sure, because Thailand, we did talk about it. This was supposed to be one of their redemption games where they kind of come back into the top 3, and I feel they might have done enough. But when you're talking about the teams that were consistent again, really can't rule out Nepal, can you?
No, you can't. They are a team that consistently is up there, top 5. They are a team that consistently does get some picks, and this is what makes them so great, because I would say the tagline, no chicken, no problem, applies to them very, very well. They do it so very gracefully and very smoothly. They're not too eager when it comes to fights, but in a way it benefits them. But I don't know, man. I feel like this circle is just one of the most complicated. The other day I was complaining about a circle being in between 3 islands and how it's going to be so hard. But if it does eventually pull to to an area, it's okay. But in this situation, Indonesia was already on mainland. What can you do? Either you can take away that space, but it was so hard because there were so many teams from so many different areas trying to fight for that small little land, and crossing over means that you have to swim. And you saw Shaco try to do that. He thought he could catch the Indonesian player off guard by swinging out, but because the water slows you down in terms of movement, it was so easy for him to get sprayed down. It's just so very unfortunate. But in this situation, I mean, we talked about unorthodox circles bringing out unorthodox teams to the top. This is definitely one of those situations.
It certainly was, undoubtedly. But, you know, I kind of like the effort put in by a lot of the other teams, especially when it comes down to the Philippines, because you know, we were also talking about how are they going to get inside the circle, right, when it was being held on so very well by Myanmar, and there was a moment when kind of all hell broke loose over there. We had for medical, we had the Mongolians come in, we had so many of those teams go in there, and once the fight sort of erupted, they kind of went in for the follow through. And that is where I kind of say, right, you need to be very clinical, because if you do not end the fight fast and you're letting go of those shots, somebody is ought to capitalize. And you know, prolonging those fights in those situations sort of enable the players of Philippines to come in through. But towards the end, I think DRS, we loved how they were kind of split up. And the moment the circle went towards that little island over there, I think what I loved from Indonesia is how they quickly made that rotation. They were kind of like, you know what, we're going to take this gamble and we're going to like our chances. The moment they did that, that really did pay off, because the other teams, they just could not get through. I mean, look at Hong Kong, China, who really got those opening first bloods into the game. And what happened? They could not even cross that island. They could not even get towards the central spot. Whereas the team that they were pressing in on, Brunei, still did manage to secure a second spot with a respectable amount of eliminations to their name.
Yeah, I think I was about to say that prolonged fight between Hong Kong, China, as well as Brunei. Not only did it take a long time, but I was surprised at the outcome. How Chewy was able to just rush forward and get those picks. Because if you remember, it was Brunei who was at a big disadvantage in terms of them being stuck at low ground, and Hong Kong, China had a nice angle to work with. But perhaps they were not only just holding on too long, perhaps they got distracted by another team. And we talk about this like windows of opportunity, and I feel like Brunei has been very proactive in taking those. Well, whether it be for getting a team getting distracted and them pushing forward, or whether it be them just getting a knock and pushing out. There are so many different windows that they're able to utilize, and I'm so glad they're able to do that. But at the same time, I'm a bit sad because I really wanted to see Hong Kong, China at the top this time, or rising up, because we were just talking about like, okay, they got an opening pick. This looks so good for them. They have the high ground. This might be the end for Brunei, but it's great. It's great for Hong Kong, China, because they're currently at I believe the bottom three teams, and I would love for them to be able to launch themselves forward. And unfortunately, they're not able to do that. A team that really surprised me has to be Thailand. I mean, we talked about it, how we wanted to see more from them, and they definitely did. They were winning their fights. They were really good in terms of rotations, but unfortunately, they were a little bit too soon. But in this situation, those signs of life that they're showing means that I can already expect to see more from the tomorrow, because this might just be the catalyst for them to really propel themselves moving forward.
I think, for conditions, for the win conditions for a team like Hong Kong, China, what they should have done, I felt they were kind of missing out on the insurance policy. I think this is something that even we brought up during the cast, where we did say that they need to at least send to one or two of their players to the lowlands, right? Because the moment the circle made that eastern shift, had they had their players situated over there, they might have also been in a position where they could have restricted the players of Indonesia from getting onto that central island from the very first spot. Because if they kind of were pretty late, and they were kind of trying to take a lot of time trying to figure out and find an angle against the players of Brunei, where Brunei were literally just utilizing the third-person perspective, were just holding on to their life. They did not even budge even for a moment. And there came a point where Hong Kong, China pretty much got quite impatient, and then they went in for a push, and suddenly one of their players gets picked off without any trades to occur. And that is where they realized, I mean, this is not a fight that will help us objectively. So let's just tuck our tails and run. Let's make a dive for the circle. And the moment they tried to do that, I think it was too late for them. And had they done that, maybe even 2-3 minutes ago, I think they could have still ended up in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, timing. This is where there was a lot of questionable decisions coming through here, at least for some teams, where it feels like they had great starts, great openings. I mean, like for the Philippines as well, I was really excited for them because it felt like they were the ones who were outside the circle. They were the ones who were, who didn't have the advantage. And then they turned it around. I was like, okay, this is definitely going to be Philippines match. And then suddenly it turns out it's a very plot twist, especially for this particular map pick, the last one, where it was a plot twist on a plot twist, where you're like, oh, okay, Thailand is great. Okay, they're out. Philippines does great right now. Okay, they're out. Maybe perhaps now that two players from Mongolia are still alive, maybe they can replicate what they did earlier. Nope, out of the circle as well. And I think this comes down to players not able to predict where exactly the circle is going to be pulling, where exactly the circle is going. So they couldn't really make that informed decisions on where exactly they want to go, where exactly they want to position themselves. There are situations where this will happen, but because it's so rare, I feel like a lot of teams don't really prep themselves for this sort of circle, because it's, as I said before, maybe it's a 1 in 100 chance. But for SMB circles though, this year, I feel like there's a lot more. So you start to see teams start to do these drills where they have like rotations toward SMB. What would be happening if we don't have access to the bridge? We start seeing those people starting to swim and coming into the southern side. But for that particular moment on that tiny island, which I've never in my life seen before, I'm just like, what would you do in this position, in this situation? Because for me, I would think, okay, maybe the best idea here is if we're not able to take this island, let's just go for elimination. So I think that's what most of the teams and players were doing instead of going toward that island. They were trying to pick off anyone who was trying to go for that rotation. Regardless, enough chit chat, because I'm really excited to see the stats for this game in particular, because it was so chaotic.
It certainly was. And, as we go on through it, of course, Indonesia, I'm getting a beautiful chicken dinner over here. Not with the best of eliminations, though, but still, they would, make do with what they have right now, especially, throughout the day. We've seen them struggle quite a lot. I think this this chicken dinner over here is going to kind of give them that confidence that was sort of missing. And one other thing that we really needed to point out or highlight was how good Gyante was against the team of Thailand, because you could see him single-handedly, just decimating, wiping the floor, and kind of breaks my heart to see him get eliminated from the play zone there.
Man, I mean, Indonesia, who would have thought the little island pick made it to the end? I think that for Indonesia, I don't know, call me crazy, but I feel like perhaps they thought, okay, let's just hold on here and then we'll figure out rotation later. I'm like, oh great, we don't have to rotate anymore. Head to head here will be Nepal and Indonesia. I'm glad to see Nepal up here now, because I know that the contrasts in terms of eliminations and assists are very, very high, as well as the damage. But this is just another day for Nepal in terms of how they play. Elimination wise, placement wise, it's really good. Now for Indonesia, I think is a story that is very much more to tell, because the eliminations that they got were all people trying to rotate into the smaller island, and this works out so well for them. And this is why I say that positioning can sometimes be key, because it does give you those, I would say, ending picks that you can get to give you that extra points on top of the chicken dinner that you are projected to get from having the prime location.
Yeah, I think, I guess we kind of really loved, and this was, of course, an unorthodox circle, right, that we did not expect. But trust me, Tash, when I say this, I have seen worse than this. There's just one tiny little rock, and I've seen the circle ending over there where it all came down to players who could just cling on or hog the rock, and it fell down to the final moments where the circle just would close in completely, and whoever had the more HP, it managed to get a chicken dinner. But barring that, coming back to what Sanhok has shown for us, it has been a little bit of a mixture in this one, because you can see Sky, he's got the most of eliminations, but when it comes to damage, I think Vikoi was definitely up there.
Yeah, I think Vikoi is this is just another day for him. When you have a team that enables him in terms of damage, he can definitely put it in. And I think because he's such an aggressive player, it works out so well in their favor. This time around, the healing that will be Tiger. But let's look at the MVP. I really want to see who exactly will be the player to look up to. Honestly, what do you think? Who would you give the MVP to for this match?
I think for me, I have to give it to, I guess, Sky. I think one of those things that we
Sky,
love.
it came out already.
No, because he survived towards the end, right? If you remember how he got through the island, and he just had that little semblance of cover around the rock. I mean, there were a lot of contenders, to be honest. I think one of which had to be Gyante for me, then Sky for sure, even Vikoi over there, and I think even Ranked for how he was kind of just burning down every single player around his path. But I think when it comes down to the calculation of MVP, it kind of taken survival time and even the damage inflicted. And with those 4 eliminations, I think giving it to Sky, I think it's a quite wise decision.
True, but maybe those players that you mentioned might come up here in the top performers, which you're gonna see right now. And yeah, there we go, Rank It, as you mentioned. This time he goes up here for the top performer with 6 matches. He's already had 18 eliminations. Now, it's really sad because Apex was the player that shocked us the most in the previous map. But because he didn't show that kind of outstanding performances throughout the entire day, because these are, I would say, what's the word? Averages, which is why he isn't up there. But the thing is, for Mongolia, they already have 2 players up here, both with 16 and 14. And this itself tells a story that how aggressive and how, I would say, great the firepower is. You can already expect from this team. Also, there's Lil Jon and Killer as well. So honestly, every single player that you mentioned just now, Fixes, is up here.
Yeah, I think, at this point, when we're talking about a player like Apex, I think it was just that one match where they absolutely exploded, 13 eliminations. And in the remaining 5, he kind of had, 3. But then Doc has been quite consistent. I really like both of their survival times. And this is quite imperative considering how, you kind of miss out on that consistency from Mongolia teams in terms of their survival time. Now, both of these players having those 2 hours plus goes on to show that they are here and they mean no funny business. But when you take a look at the match standings, I think we would have a little bit of a competition over here, considering how close this match has been. And not a lot of teams, barring Nepal, have managed to secure double-digit eliminations. I think the closest to them would be Philippines, and we've got the players from Thailand. But this is something that you expect in Sanhok, with the way how chaotic things get, right? It is, bodies falling down left, right and center, just teams swarming in suddenly. I think this is one of those perfect Sanhok games which kind of soothes in your appetite.
Yeah, it does. It does. That's why I like chaotic circles. It's you think Indonesia would have it in the bag, and then suddenly you look at Nepal like, whoa, okay, 11 eliminations, let's go. Regardless, let's have a look at the overalls. And this is where I really want to see where these teams are placed, because again, while it is Mongolia still at 75, the Philippines is catching up. But this time around, Nepal finally clawing themselves up to 3rd place. And again, no chicken, no problem. They are the only team here in the top 7 without a chicken dinner. Honestly, what a statement is that? Consistency is key, but you know what else is beside the word consistency in the dictionary? Nepal.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of not even surprised seeing them over here by the end of the evening. But again, I'm not gonna curse it, but they have been doing that for themselves. TRS or Nepal, whatever you might call it, kind of have that little curse going on at the back of their heads. They kind of choke in those final days, and we would not want that to happen.
You're gonna enable the curse.
Did I just do that? But regardless, considering Brunei and Thailand are kind of on the tail of them, I think it's going to be very important to see how Nepal starts up tomorrow. If they get a chicken dinner and if they're consistent in the first 3 games, I think I do not see a world where they do not qualify for the land.
What if, okay, this is calling me crazy, but what if Nepal doesn't get a chicken dinner but get 1st place? Imagine.
If Mongolia let that happen, and Philippines so, but by the run of how things have been, that's quite doubtful if they're gonna let it happen. But I think one of the other Achilles heels for Mongolia has been that teams are quite quick in getting conditioned. And what answer have Mongolia posed to them? They keep on pressing, right? You will see that raw aggression even coming tomorrow. You just have to be better prepared, better equipped to deal with them. Otherwise, they're just gonna run through.
I would really like to see counter flanks come through here. I would really like to see a situation where you have 3 players with a distraction, 1 player going in with those flanks, or playing a 1-3 situation where they time their rotation so well to outflank the flanker of the enemy team, which I'm starting to see a lot more of, but we haven't seen today. Right. So that would be really cool. I would just lose my mind if that were to happen. I'm sorry, I just get really excited over this random plays. Regardless, we are here at the end of day 1 here for the World Esports IESF PUBG Mobile. But before that, let's have a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Now first, this is today, where we had Thailand taking the first chicken dinner, followed by Vietnam, then Brunei for Sanhok, and now for Erangel, Philippines, Miramar, Mongolia, and then Sanhok, Indonesia. I cannot think of a better way to end the night with 1 chicken dinner for each nation. This is beautiful.
Yeah, at least we did not see those repetitive chicken dinners come in. We
those
want things to go down to the wire, and especially coming to tomorrow, the fans would be expecting to see something similar to what we have seen today. Right now, I think one of those reasons we're not getting to see more of those counter flanks coming in is primarily the reason is that these teams haven't really scrimmed against each other quite often, right? They're kind of unaware of it's quite of still very new. If they keep on playing like this, every single now and then, or in every single event, I think you're going to see more of those macro plays really coming into play. But a schedule at the schedule for tomorrow it's going to be quite the same for what we had today. We're going to start off with Erangel, then it's going to be Miramar, followed by Sanhok in the same repetitive fashion. Now, especially what I kind of like what they've done here is we're going to end things at Sanhok, right? And that could be the perfect fairy tale ending that we could expect for the top 3 teams that qualify from over here.
Right, but anyways, thank you so much to everyone who spent time to watch all the matches today over at the World Esports IESF. This is a very exciting time for a lot of these players, especially as, you know, BGMI just coming back to India as well. So this is definitely a great way to start the week. Regardless, anyone, tomorrow we're gonna have more of this, so don't go anywhere. Put the timing in your phone if you want to see me and Fixes, as well as RZ again. So tomorrow we'll see which country will be making it top and which country unfortunately will not be making it. Tash, Bunny, and Fixes, we are out. Good night, everyone.